1. Now, Casey, there is at least a 50% chance that in the next 24 hours, the roof of the cabin I'm renting will collapse and kill me. It's an apt metaphor for the rest of my life. There's not much I can do about my shattered life, but the roof issue is more surmountable. I have been calling my landlord, Ruddy, for the last month to try and fix it. Every day, I find a few new shingles on the ground next to the cabin, and one day, I'm fairly sure I'll sit on my living room sofa and look straight up to see the moon. And then a few days ago, my calls became more urgent. There's a storm coming, and if this roof doesn't get fixed ASAP, I could die. So I told Ruddy he needed to get his butt over here now. I wasn't nice, but I said what I had to say. Now, a dozen messages later, Ruddy is finally here in the flesh. As we stand together just outside the cabin, Ruddy squints up at my roof with his droopy blue eyes. He's a scrawny man in his late 50s who looks like he only eats 1 or 2 non-liquid meals per day. He scratches the gray stubble on his chin and adjusts the worn gray baseball cap he always wears. As usual, he reeks of cigarette smoke. The stench of it was overpowering when I first moved into the cabin, and it took me a week to get it aired out. It still clings to some of the furniture months later. "Looks okay to me, Casey," he says. My fists clench in barely restrained rage. How? How does it look okay? There are shingles all over the ground. I in fact gathered the flat rectangular shingles into a little pile that I now gesture toward angrily. I don't entirely understand how a roof is constructed, but I know those things are needed to keep it together. The fact that they are falling off does not bode well for my roof. At least this is just a rainstorm. Once it snows in a month or so, forget it. I'm going to wake up one morning in a snowdrift. I wish I could afford a decent, isolated shack in the woods. It's not safe, I insist. You worry too much. Ruddy grabs a pack of cigarettes out of his back pocket, and before I can ask him not to, he lights one up and takes a deep drag. I've never known him to go more than 2 minutes without a smoke. You need to learn to relax a little, Casey. You need to learn to relax a little. That was my goal when I moved out to this cabin in the middle of nowhere, New Hampshire. I wanted peace and quiet, which is exactly what I got. Even with all the chirping birds and crickets and woodpeckers, it's so quiet that I've got no distractions from thinking about the complete mess I made of my life. I came out here after I lost my teaching job. I had this idea about living off the grid for a little while, but then I discovered what living off the grid actually meant. As much as I enjoy roughing it a bit, I very much did not want to build my own septic system. So here I am, not living off the grid. I have electricity, running hot and cold water, and a working landline telephone. But I do not have a television, and I look back with disdain on the days when my smartphone was glued to my right hand. I sold the phone before I came out here. Living off the grid is great, as long as you can still use the toilet. Oh, and you definitely need a roof. I grit my teeth. I want my roof fixed, Ruddy. I wish I were anywhere else but here. I especially wish I were back in Boston, in front of my classroom. I miss my students. I would have done anything for those kids, except that's what got me into trouble. Just hold your horses, little lady, he says. I can't fix the roof now. That storm is coming. I clench my fists. I know there's a thunderstorm coming tonight. There will be buckets of rain and winds strong enough that I'll likely lose power. I've mentioned it in every single one of my increasingly urgent phone calls to Ruddy. Yes, I say in a clipped tone. That's why I want you to fix it. Yeah, but I don't got my tools, he points out. Or a ladder. Why the hell not? I told you my roof needed to be fixed. I had to check it out first, did I? Ruddy takes another drag from his cigarette. I'll fix it when the storm is over, okay? Next week. He doesn't give me a specific day or time, which is par for the course. Undoubtedly, he'll call me with an hour's notice, and if I happen to be out, then my roof just won't get fixed that day. I'll have to annoy him as much as I can to make sure this gets done. And one other thing, I add, Ruddy grunts impatiently. There's more. I shoot him a look. On a scale of 1 to 10, Ruddy gets a 2 on the landlord's scale. Not only does he never answer my messages, but he refuses to believe there's a problem with anything. When the refrigerator randomly stopped working a few months ago, his response was, "Well, it was working when you moved in." "I'm worried about that tree," I tell him. Ruddy cocks his head in the direction I'm pointing, at the tree on the edge of my property. I don't know what kind of tree it is, but the trunk is wider than 3 of me, and it towers over the cabin. "And why are you worried about the tree?" he asks me in a patronizing voice. I stomp over to the culprit in my waterproof boots and press my palm against its bark. In response to the pressure, the tree groans threateningly and shifts over about 2 inches. Ruddy frowns. So trees aren't supposed to move like that. Sometimes they do. No, Ruddy, they are inanimate. He takes a long drag from his cigarette, then blows out a giant cloud of smoke. "Fine, I'll call a landscaper. Happy." "No, I'll be happy when the tree is gone. I've been worried about it for the last month, and now that a storm is coming, I'm really worried. I look up at the roof of my house. It will probably hold. And the tree probably won't fall down. I probably won't die tonight. And if I do, the good news is that nobody will miss me." 2. Ruddy thinks we're done here. He's come, reassured me about my roof, and apparently that's the end of his obligation. I want to kick him in the shin, but that won't fix anything. I should have just done it myself when I realized he likely wasn't coming, but roof repair isn't easy. There might be YouTube videos out there with instructions, but without the internet, I'm lost. I'm not sure if it's the concerned expression on my face or my clenched fists, but Ruddy adds, "The cabin will be fine." "I would never put you in any danger, Casey." I flash him a skeptical look. "I wouldn't," he insists. "You know what kind of lawsuit I'd be facing if you got killed by a caved-in roof." Gee, I'm flattered. Little does he know there wouldn't be anyone to sue him if that happened. "I promise," he says, "this roof will survive a rainstorm, and that big old tree isn't going anywhere." I'm glad you're confident. Unfortunately, it's far too late for a major repair at this point. The storm is coming tonight. I thought that he could patch it just enough to hold through the high winds expected, but the strong gust of air that rips through my coat lets me know the time for any roof work has come and gone. "Tell you what, sweetheart." Ruddy blows a ring of smoke in my face. "How about if you and me go out and get a drink next week, and then after, I'll see what I can do about the roof." I don't know where to begin telling him what's wrong with all that. First of all, what kind of idiot gets a few drinks before climbing up on the roof? Also, I'm not going out with Ruddy. He's nearly old enough to be my father, and I feel sick at the idea of his hand sliding up my thigh under the table at some seedy bar. How did this become my life? "How about," I say, "you just fix my damn roof like my lease says you're supposed to?" He smiles at me with his yellow teeth. Well, most of them are yellow. One of his incisors is black. My idea is more fun. I cringe at the way his eyes travel down my body, even though my winter coat and blue jeans leave everything to the imagination. When I reviewed the lease, inside this very cabin, he leaned over me to show me where to sign, his hot breath on my neck. You can only accidentally graze a woman's breasts so many times before it's clearly no accident. I should have ripped up the lease right then and there. But I was desperate for a place to live, and the price was right. It's not like I have a lot of options in my $0 income bracket. "No, thank you," I say as calmly as I can. The cold tone of my voice does nothing to wipe the lecherous smile off his face. In the 7 months I've been living here, I have not interacted with Ruddy once without him trying to hit on me. Thankfully, I rarely see him. If this cabin weren't so cheap, I would have moved out already. "Listen." He looks me over, that hungry grin back on his lips. "If you're really worried about the roof, you're more than welcome to stay with me at my house back in town." Yeah, right. I don't want to spend a night with Ruddy pawing at me. I would rather get blown away by a hurricane. I'll pass. Come on, Casey. His gaze rakes over me in a way that makes me squirm, even under my thick coat. I bet you don't even have supplies to outlast the storm. I have plenty of supplies. Even when there isn't a storm on the horizon, I've got a whole pantry packed with canned goods, first aid supplies, gallons of water, dozens of candles, and a flashlight that's so bright it would do permanent eye damage if you looked at it head-on. I'm always ready for whatever might happen next. I'm prepared, I say tightly. Still, he stands there rigidly, not fixing my cabin and not fixing to leave either, which bothers me. You'll be safer with me. And if the power goes out, he winks at me, we can keep each other warm. I want to tell him that I'd rather the roof fall on my head, but at this point, I just want him to leave. If he's not going to fix the roof, he's just here to annoy me. Come on. He slings his right arm around my shoulders in a way that's far too familiar for a shitty landlord. I won't take no for an answer, Casey. Before I went off to college, my father insisted on teaching me some self-defense moves he learned for a class he'd been teaching. He showed me this exact position, and I still remember what he said. If some guy puts his arm around you to get close to you, you can get him off you real easy. His advice: instead of pushing away, you turn it around on him. I swing my left arm over his left shoulder, pushing into him. Then I grab his right forearm with my right hand and twist his arm so that it's behind him. My next move is to kick at the back of his knee, so he falls to the ground with a yelp of pain. The cigarette goes flying. My father told me that the next thing I should do in this scenario would be to disengage and run away. But where am I supposed to run? This is my house. So instead, I climb on top of him, keeping his arm forced behind him. I stick my knee into the small of his back so that his face presses into the dirt, and I step up the pressure on his right arm, twisting his rotator cuff. What the hell do you think you're doing, Casey? Ruddy barks out, probably getting a mouthful of dirt. Have you lost your damn mind? I twist his arm another few millimeters, and this time he screams. You're going to break my arm, he cries. I lean into his ear so this time he can feel my breath, although it doesn't stink the way his does. Don't you dare touch me ever again, ever. Do you understand me? Jesus, what are you so uptight about? I twist even harder, feeling the tendons strain, threatening to snap. Do you understand me? Yes, this time as he yells, his face turns bright red, mud in his stringy hair. For Christ's sake, yes, let me up. And you'll fix my roof, I add. Right after the storm is over, you're going to come over and fix my roof first thing. When he doesn't say anything, I tighten my grip on his arm again. Right. Right, anything you say. I wait another few beats, my hand holding pressure on his shoulder, his face pressed into the soft earth. I remind myself that if I break his arm, he won't be able to fix my roof. Also, I just felt a drop of rain. So with a sigh, I get off his back and let him free. He takes a second to catch his breath before gingerly struggling back to his feet. He glares at me with his watery blue eyes, rubbing his sore shoulder. What the hell is wrong with you, you crazy bitch? I assume that's a rhetorical question. I'll see you in 2 days to fix my roof, I say tightly. I wait for him to refuse, or attack me again, which I think I'd enjoy because I'm fairly sure I could take him. He's 20 years older than me, only a couple of inches taller, with wasted muscles and now an injured shoulder. Bring it. But he must see the look in my eyes because he lowers his own eyes and nods. Fine, I'll come back when the storm is over. And then he adds, if you survive it. I can't tell if that's a threat or just an observation of the fact that I'll be spending the night in a small cabin with high winds and a dodgy roof. I study Ruddy's drawn features, wondering if he might feel compelled to pay me back at some point for shoving his face into the ground. He seems like the petty type. Well, that's what my gun is for. 3. When I go back inside the cabin, I turn on the radio. Reports of the storm are dominating the local news cycle. Thunder and lightning, gusts up to 60 miles per hour, Stay off the roads except for emergencies. Somehow, I hoped things would turn around. Maybe the storm changed course or lost strength. They do that sometimes. You think it's going to be a disaster, but then all you end up with is rain showers. But based on the urgency in the newscaster's voice, this will be pretty intense. I glance out the window. Ruddy's truck is out of my driveway, which means he must be gone. I head back outside to take a look at the sky and to make sure the outside of the cabin is secured. The clouds have darkened, eliminating any trace of the sun that was shining so brightly early this morning. The large cloud directly above my head looks like something dark and dangerous, giving me the evil eye. A sharp gust of wind hits me then. It lifts the strands in my brown ponytail clear off my neck, and it seems to go right through my puffy winter coat like it's made of nothing. I shiver. Any second, those scary-looking clouds will break open, and all the rain will come pouring down. Fortunately, there's not much left to take care of. I find a few large stray branches scattered around that could be a hazard, as well as the dirt-cheap lawn mower I bought when I moved in. I take the branches and the lawn mower, and I carry them to the tool shed just on the edge of my property. I rarely use that tool shed. It's mostly empty aside from maybe a rusted old rake shoved into one corner of the small space. It has an even more questionable roof than my house, so I figure it's best to avoid it. But it will serve for keeping the lawn mower from flying through my kitchen window in a gust of wind and mowing off my head. Hopefully. The shed is dark inside because all it has is one small window and no working lights. I toss the branches and lawn mower inside. Before I shut the door, I see a glint of something in the corner of the shed, probably some sort of old gardening tool. Once this storm is over, I'll have to take a closer look at the contents, but now is not the time. I close the door as tightly as I can, knowing the odds are 50-50 it will get ripped off when the 60-mile-per-hour winds start up. As I walk back to the cabin, I take one last look at my roof. I assess the possibility that it might blow away at some point during the night. It looks sturdy enough to me, but the whole cabin is quite old and decrepit. The doorknobs come off in my hand a lot, which doesn't make me feel optimistic about the roof. As I squint upward, an icy drop of water smacks me in the forehead. Another sudden gust of wind hits me in the face, making my eyes burn, then water. Well, it's too late to do anything about it now. This storm is coming, and there's no way Ruddy can fix it in time. I'll just have to hope for the best. I've done all I can. When I get inside, the first thing I do is lock the door behind me, as if the deadbolt lock that I installed might in any way protect me from the storm. I only have one neighbor out here, and he wouldn't bust in on me, but I don't take any chances when it comes to security. I locate a roll of duct tape in my pantry, and I tape an X over the windows, hoping that might help support them. Storm shutters would be ideal, but since those are unlikely to materialize in the next half hour or so, I hope it provides some protection. My father always said that duct tape can be used to fix anything, so we will put that to the test tonight. After the windows are securely taped, I dig out the big box in my closet that contains an array of candles. I have more candles than a candle store. I bought these large ones soon after I moved in here, knowing that in any storm, the power would go. I've got enough to light the entire cabin. I remove one of the candles from the box. It smells like cedar, my favorite scent. I walk around the cabin, placing the candles in strategic locations, since I'm likely not going to be moving them around once the power goes out. I put a few in the kitchen, a larger number in the living room, and one big one in the bathroom. Then I carry 3 candles into my bedroom. My bedroom is small, with just enough room for my queen-size bed, a nightstand, and one dresser stuffed with my meager wardrobe. Like everything else in my life, it has been stripped down to the bare bones. That's how I like it. I've lived here for 7 months now, and during that time, I've never had a visitor in my bedroom. Well, there was that time Ruddy came in to fix the light socket when it was sparking, but that's it. Only people who have slept in my queen-size bed are me, myself, and if I wanted company. There are a few willing candidates. Ruddy, for one, but maybe not so much now that I nearly broke his arm. There was a guy I met while waiting in line to buy groceries last week who asked me for my number, which I gave to him with 2 digits intentionally switched at the last second. And then there's one other person who I suspect would be happy to spend the night in my bed. But I'm not interested. I love sleeping alone, always have. I love stretching out over the entire bed and making little sheet angels on the mattress. I don't need anyone hogging the covers or snoring. I feel sorry for all those poor souls who have to share their beds every night. I take a minute to contemplate the best locations for the candles. Finally, I place one candle on the dresser, then a second on the nightstand. I take the third and final candle over to the windowsill. But just as I am about to put it down on the right corner, something stops me. There's a pale face staring at me from outside my window. Before, Yalele. It is barely more than halfway through the school year, and this is already my 6th visit to the principal's office. Principal Garber does not look impressed with me. That's fair. He has a lot of students, a whole freaking middle school to worry about, so it's a pain in the butt when he gets repeat offenders. But it's not like I want to be here either. I didn't plan it. It's not like when I started my school day, I was like, hey, let me get sent to the principal so I can sit in that tiny plastic chair in front of his stupid desk. Except I got caught. Again. Ella, he says in a stern voice, this is becoming a problem. As he talks, a lock of his comb-over slides slowly down his sweaty forehead. It's hypnotic. I squirm in the infant-sized chair, which has no padding and kind of hurts my butt, which also has no padding. I'm sorry, I say as sincerely as I can. He seems unmoved by my apology. This is not the first time we have caught you stealing from another student, he points out, as if I might have forgotten all the other times. I wasn't stealing, I say. Like I said, I just got confused. It was an honest mistake. Reason I am currently in principal's office hell is because I took another kid's lunch. The excuse I gave when I got caught is that I thought it was my own food. Honest mistake. Except not really. I knew it wasn't my own lunch because I didn't bring mine today. I almost never bring anything. But Garber doesn't know that. He is frowning at me, like he doesn't quite know what to do with me. I don't have as much experience with adult men being disappointed with me because I don't have a father. I mean, I have a father, obviously, but I've never met him, so he's never had a chance to be disappointed in me. While Garber is looking at me, I notice he's got a little crumb of bread or cake in the corner of his mouth, probably a remnant of his lunch. That crumb is making me hungry. Well, hungrier. You have to be pretty desperate to steal a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in a brown paper sack. You know, he says, the cafeteria provides hot meals every single day. I bite back a sarcastic remark, which he deserves after telling me the most obvious piece of information on the face of the planet. And you can apply for a discounted or free lunch, he adds. Right. My mother would never allow that. She would rather me never eat ever again until I turned into a walking skeleton than apply for a program meant for poor kids. We have plenty of food at home. I know, I say, but I brought my lunch, so. Garber strokes his stubbly chin. That crumb is still in the corner of his mouth. Do you have enough food at home, Ella? Yeah, totally. I hug my arms to my chest. A lot of other girls in my grade have boobs, but I don't. Just teeny little mosquito bites. My refrigerator is completely full. Like, you literally couldn't even fit anything else in it. It's the first true statement I have made since I have been in this room. If Garber actually opened up my refrigerator at home, he would get it. It was an honest mistake, I say again. Really. Garber looks at me for a long time while I squirm again. If it were some other kid, he might have let them off the hook. I mean, it's a freaking peanut butter and jelly sandwich worth practically nothing. But I've been in this office too many times. I've gotten labeled a troublemaker. Whatever that means. As I await the verdict, I keep hugging myself, trying not to start shaking. I'm not scared or anything, though. Really, I'm just cold. It's super cold in his office. I don't know why. Can't the principal afford heat? Finally, he makes his decision. 1 week of detention, Ella. Great, 1 week of kid jail. It's fine, though. Not like I have anything better to do after school. And they usually have snacks. When I get out of the principal's office, there's a kid waiting in one of the chairs in the front office. It's Anton Peterson, another 8th grader. Anton has spiky green hair, totally a home dye job with supplies he bought at the drugstore, based on the way the green is leaking onto the back of his neck, and he is picking at a huge hole in the knee of his blue jeans. He doesn't look nervous, because out of everyone else in the school, Anton is the only kid who has been to the principal more times than I have this year. Probably even twice as many times. I'm not a bad kid, despite what everyone thinks. Anton, on the other hand, is a completely different story. Everyone knows he's no good. What are you in for? I ask him. Anton raises his brown eyes to look at me. None of your damn business. Now that he has raised his head, I notice his right cheekbone is dark red. That answers my question. It was a fist fight. Except the other kid he was fighting with isn't here. Just Anton. Fighting, I acknowledge. He sneers at me. What are you here for? I didn't know they sent you to the principal for being too ugly. It's a challenge to flip off Anton Peterson without the principal's secretary seeing it, but I managed to do it. I've got experience. Anton, who has just as much experience, returns the gesture. I've got only 2 minutes before my next period begins, which means I've got to get a move on if I don't want to be late. I hate to arrive in the middle of class, and then everybody knows I've been at the principal's office. Not that everyone isn't already gossiping. I don't know what is so interesting about a stupid peanut butter and jelly sandwich that I didn't even end up eating before Mrs. Cahill grabbed it out of my hands. On my way out, I almost ran smack into someone that I almost never see inside the principal's office. Brittany Carter. If I could trade lives with anyone in the school, it would be Brittany Carter. She has tons of friends, she is super beautiful, and all the teachers love her. Oh, and she gets straight A's without being a big nerd. Brittany is basically perfect. Hi, I say to Brittany. Brittany flips a lock of glossy black hair over her shoulder. Her dark hair contrasts sharply with her clear blue eyes, very pale skin, and her lips are always perfectly red even when she's not wearing lip gloss. Brittany is basically Snow White come to life. Hey, Ella. Even though Brittany and I have been in the same class since kindergarten, I'm always surprised when she knows who I am. It's kind of like a celebrity knowing my name. She doesn't usually say hello to me. Brittany might be popular, but she's not mean like Anton is. Well, except for that time when she invited the whole class to her 4th grade birthday party and didn't invite me. That one stung. So what are you here for? I ask her. I'm dying to know what little Miss Perfect could possibly have done to get sent to the principal's office. I can't believe you got sent to the principal. I didn't, Brittany sniffs. My mom is picking me up early to go to the dentist. Oh, I guess that makes sense. After all, why would a teacher send Brittany to the principal? They all love her. I look up and discover Anton has been watching our interaction. For a split second, our eyes meet, but then he rubs at his sore right cheekbone and looks away. At least I'm not the only one here who's a troublemaker. 5. Now. Casey. I scream. Of course I do. Who would? I let out what sounds like quite a blood-curdling scream if I do say so myself. I back up several steps, practically tripping over my bed. The candle slips from my fingers and immediately starts rolling. I glance over at the dresser where I keep my gun, and then when I look back up, the face is gone. I rush over to the window, my heart pounding. I stare out into the darkening woods, searching for the person who was looking into my bedroom. But I don't see anybody. No faces, not even a flicker of movement. Nothing. I stay by the window, searching the trees in the distance. The woods look so foreboding at night. I don't wander out there after dark, even though it's most likely safe. After all, Aside from a single neighbor about 5 minutes away, I'm the only one who lives out here. It's far off the beaten path, so who was staring into my window? Could it have been Ruddy? That's my first thought, of course. Not only did I injure his shoulder, but I humiliated him by making him eat dirt. As satisfying as that was for me, it was a mistake. Ruddy is the sort of guy who would hold a grudge. But then again, Ruddy isn't stupid. Even if he hates me, he wouldn't risk his life in a dangerous storm just to torment me. Would he? No, I doubt it. If I had to bet, Ruddy is back at home, his socks propped up on his coffee table, his big toe poking through a large hole in the fabric. I have no proof, but I suspect every single one of his socks has at least one hole. There's one other person it could be, but I doubt he'd be lurking around behind my cabin. Maybe I imagined it. It definitely seemed real as I was staring out my window, but admittedly, my attention was focused on the candle. And it's getting very dark out. It's hard to see much. The rain hasn't started in earnest yet, but there's a strong drizzle going on. Could that have given the illusion of a white face staring out at me? I take a shaky breath. The more I think about it, the more certain I feel that I imagined it. I live in the middle of nowhere, and there's a storm brewing. Why would a stranger be lurking outside my cabin tonight of all nights? There wouldn't be. It's much more likely that the light from the moon hit the window in a funny way, giving the momentary appearance of a face, even though nobody was actually there. That's why they call it the man in the moon, right? This damn storm is making me hallucinate. I get down on the floor to try to fish the candle out from under my bed. After feeling around for a couple of minutes, my fingers wrap around a cylindrical object. I pull out my candle as well as quite a few dust bunnies. I do my best to blow off the dust, then I set up the candle on my windowsill. There, I'm ready. Now all there is to do is wait for this allegedly terrible storm to arrive. I'll do what I do every night, which is read one of my many books. I own several shelves worth, but every few weeks, I drive into town to the local library across the street from the general store, and I swap out about a dozen titles. I can read a book every other day. Back when I had a television, I had forgotten how much I used to love to read. It's one of the many bonuses to my self-imposed isolation. I pour myself a glass of cold water from the filter in my refrigerator. I don't trust the water out here, which is another reason I can't live off the grid. I'm getting ready to head into the living room to pick up my book when something catches my attention. Movement outside my house. The fear I managed to tamp down in the bedroom comes rushing back full force, but I remind myself not to panic. This is the woods. It isn't entirely unusual to see some form of life scampering about, right outside my cabin. There are animals out here after all, lots of rabbits and deer. On one occasion, I actually saw a rabbit nuzzling with a deer, and I promptly named them Bambi and Thumper, but sadly, I failed to get a photo before they both scurried away. My point is there are lots of animals around, and in theory, there's nothing alarming about seeing something moving outside my window. The movement was peripheral to the tool shed at the edge of my property. While I have seen many rabbits scurrying around the shed, this was definitely not a rabbit or even a deer. This was something distinctly human, and after seeing what looked like a face at my bedroom window, it's especially unsettling. What's inside my tool shed? Is it possible that there's a person hiding in there? A cold feeling slides down the back of my neck until all the hairs stand up straight. I lean closer to the window, peering into my darkening yard. It's hard to see much because of my reflection in the glass, but if I cup my hands around my face, I can make out the shed clearly. Just in time to see the shed door swing shut. I jump back from the window, clutching the edge of the sink. Somebody is out there. There's an intruder hiding in my tool shed, waiting to enter my home as soon as I crawl into bed and drift off into unconsciousness. My heart is thumping loudly as I peer through the window one more time. I have a good view of the shed from my kitchen, which has a single window, and I don't see any movement coming from within. The door is rattling in the growing wind, neither closed nor open. This has got to be my imagination. Maybe it was just a bunch of floating leaves that coincidentally looked like a person. And that face was just the moonlight. I'm sure of it. As for the door to the tool shed, it isn't surprising it would be opening and closing with the accelerating wind. There's nobody out there. There can't be. They would have to have a death wish. Just as I'm almost starting to relax, a jarring, pounding noise almost makes me jump out of my skin. I wasn't sure about the movement by the shed, but that sound is distinctly real and human. There's somebody here, and they're knocking on my door. 6. I turn so quickly, I knock over the glass of water I placed on the edge of the sink. It topples to the floor and naturally breaks into 1,000 pieces, which is exactly what you want to happen just before the power is about to go out. Good thing I'm still wearing my boots. I curse under my breath and hurry in the direction of the door. You would think that when you live in the middle of nowhere, visitors would be rare. And for the first few months, they were. I was completely isolated. When I open the door, I know exactly who I'm going to find standing there. "Hello, Lee," I say. Lee Traynor is my closest neighbor out here. He moved into the cottage down the way about 6 months ago, and considering he has to fight his way through some serious underbrush to make it from his house to mine, he is here far more than I would expect him to be. At least once a week, he manages to find an excuse to knock on my door, and if I pretend not to be home, he returns later that day. "Hey, Casey." He rips off his slightly damp hat to reveal a head full of messy brown hair. He's got a flashlight in the hand that isn't gripping his hat. "I just wanted to check on you before the storm." My body tenses as I step back to let him inside. "You didn't have to do that." Lee comes inside my living room, but he doesn't take off his puffy waterproof coat. He does unzip it halfway, though. It's going to be a big one. His blue eyes focus on my face in that concerned way he has, where he gets a deep crease between his eyebrows. "You sure you have everything you need?" I'm sick of everyone addressing me like I'm helpless, like I can't manage to gather appropriate supplies before a major storm. Lee especially always seems so worried about me, even though we're basically strangers, and I can't figure out why he cares so much. "I'm good," I assure him. "I got everything I need." Lee looks like he's about to quiz me on my stockpile, but he stops short of doing so. Good thing, because I'm still buzzing from pushing Ruddy's face into the dirt. It's a bad time to piss me off. He studies the array of candles I have lined up, ready to be lit. "You should light them soon. With the wind picking up, the power will probably go within the hour." "I will, Lee. Don't worry about me." I'm a little insulted that he seems to feel the need to come out here to check on me. I was living here for a month before he moved in, and I was doing perfectly fine. Thank you very much. Well, there was that one incident when my toilet started spouting brown water all over the bathroom, and I did lose my cool. But other than that, it was fine. I haven't had anyone looking after me in a while, not since my dad died. And at first, I thought it was sweet that he seemed so concerned. He seemed like a nice enough guy. He doesn't have a wife or kids living with him. I figured he was lonely. He's also not too hard on the eyes, with his thick brown hair and easy smile, and a nose that looks like it's been broken once before, but it suits him. But then I started to think about it. Why did a normal-looking guy in his 30s suddenly decide to move to a cabin in the middle of nowhere? When I asked him about it, he brushed me off, mumbling something about wanting to get closer to nature. It was a blatant lie. I could see it all over his face. Now every time he shows up at my door, I can only think one thing. "Why are you always here? What do you want with me?" Lee's gaze darts around the living room and comes to rest on one of the windows. "Did you put duct tape on the windows?" I nod proudly, to keep them secure. "No," his voice is emphatic. "You never tape windows during a storm." Despite the certainty in his voice, I question Lee's wisdom on the matter. I'm sure I remember my father taping up the windows, and he knew everything. "If they do break," Lee says with an authoritative air that makes me think he knows what he's talking about, but still manages to annoy me. They'll break into bigger shards that will be even more dangerous. You don't want a huge shard of glass to come flying at you. No, I don't. I look away, embarrassed at my mistake. Fine, I'll take down the tape as soon as you leave. My words are a thinly veiled hint. You need to leave. But Lee is far from done here. His gaze now lifts to my ceiling. What about your roof? It doesn't look so great from the outside, Casey. Did Ruddy take a look at it? He did. I leave out the part where I made him eat dirt. He's going to fix it next week. He snorts. Yeah, sure, Ruddy is useless. You should let me fix it. Lee knows about roofs. He works as a contractor, driving out in his truck every day to various jobs. He has in fact offered to patch up my roof on several occasions, free of charge. But I keep telling him no, because I don't want to owe him anything. That's Ruddy's job, and I expect him to do it. And even though he hasn't fixed it, and there's a storm blowing in, I'm still glad I never allowed Lee to help me. The roof is good enough, I say, even though I was thinking the same thing not very long ago. It could blow off. It won't blow off, I say with more confidence than I feel. You know, he says, if you want, you can come over and stay at my place. I've been working on my roof, and it's really secure. No chance of blowing away. Also, I've got storm shutters and a small generator that will be enough to keep the well pump going. He says it like the idea just occurred to him, although I suspect that was his purpose in coming here in the first place. He came here to swoop in and rescue me from this death trap of a cabin. Lee, I say, you can have my bedroom, he offers. I'll sleep on the couch. No funny business, I swear. I'm just worried about you. Admittedly, he's been coming here for 6 months now, and he has always been a perfect gentleman. He hasn't suggested anything hinting at romantic interest in me and has never laid a finger on me. For the first month or so, I thought it was possible he might be gay. But then one day in the summer, I opened the door wearing a pair of teeny shorts and a tank top, and he couldn't keep his eyes off me. He even stumbled over his words once or twice. Probably not gay. That revelation made me even more uneasy, though. He doesn't seem like the sort of man who would be shy around women, so I have to believe if he were interested in me, he would have made a move by now. But if his interest in me isn't romantic, what is it? Why is he always knocking on my door? There's something about this man I don't trust. With Ruddy, what you see is what you get. If I had been stupid enough to go to his house, he'd have hit on me the entire evening and possibly tried to slip into my bed after nightfall. I almost certainly would have had to kick him in the balls at some point over the course of the evening. Lee would never try anything like that. I'm sure of it. No, he's definitely not a sexual predator. But somehow, I sense something much worse could be lurking at that other cabin half a mile down the road. And if I go there, I will regret it. I'll be fine, Lee, I assure him, even though I know there is a small chance the roof could blow off or the windows could shatter. But it's a risk I'm willing to take. I've faced worse things in my life. I'll take down the duct tape, I promise. He looks like he's about to argue more, but then he notices my folded arms and recognizes I'm not going anywhere. He strokes the beard on his chin that he has started growing out more and more since he moved here, although he keeps it well groomed. While he's thinking, I let out an involuntary yawn. Tired already, he jokes. It's barely dinner time. I rub my eyes. Didn't sleep great last night. You had that bad dream. I admitted to Lee once, on the one night when I stupidly opened up to him a little bit, that I have a recurring dream that I'm on fire. It really freaks me out, and when I wake up, I'm covered in sweat and usually can't get back to sleep for the rest of the night. I can't remember how it came up, but I was immediately sorry I told him. He's easy to talk to, and it just popped out. Once you say something, you can't unsay it. And if you don't trust someone, the last thing you want to do is admit you have dreams of being burned alive. I'm okay, I say. I always sleep well during storms. Something about the sound lulls me to sleep. Are you sure there isn't anything you need? He presses me. Because once the storm starts, I won't be able to run over here so easily. And the phone lines will probably go out, so you won't be able to call me. He's right about the phone lines. Despite the fact that phone lines are supposed to be protected during storms, there must be something wrong with the copper wiring of our phone cables, because the phones go out even when it just rains. Ruddy always has to get a guy to come out and fix it. Although, to be fair, most of the time, I barely even notice the phone is there. I don't get many calls. Lee notices my hesitation. Tell me, whatever it is, I can try to take care of it. I finger the silver chain I always wear around my neck. You weren't walking around the back of my house about 10 minutes ago, were you? He frowns. No, of course not. Why? Never mind, I say quickly. It was probably just a deer. Damn, I was hoping it was somehow him, and he had an explanation for everything. Although I knew it wasn't possible that pale face belonged to the bearded man before me. For a moment, I consider telling him about the alleged face at the window and the movement I saw by the tool shed. The figure that almost looked human but very well might have been a rabbit or just a strong breeze. He's already here. It would be easy enough for him to take his flashlight and look around the shed. He would be thrilled to do it for me, and I would sleep easier at night if he did. Maybe it would be good to have some backup. Then again, I hate the idea of asking him to do it. I don't need a man to make sure there isn't a boogeyman hiding in my shed, for Christ's sake. I can check it out myself if I get concerned. I'm perfectly capable of that. Also, I've got the deadbolt. Nobody is getting in here that easily. All right, then. Lee stuffs his hat back on his head. If you're determined to stick it out, then I wish you luck. And if the phones are working, you can give me a call if you need anything. Anything at all, I mean it. I'll just bet he does. The door to the cabin sticks, and when I wrench it open, it looks like the rain has already started. It's not coming down as violently as it likely will be in an hour or two, but enough that Lee will get drenched during the 5-minute walk back to his own cabin. You got an umbrella? I ask him. He looks up at the sky, then down at the mud forming below his workman boots. Damn, he says. I'll lend you one. I've got a ton. I dash back into the cabin and pull out one of the half-dozen umbrellas organized at the back of my closet. I bring it out to Lee, who is waiting in my doorway, his hood up. Thank you, Casey. He levels his blue eyes at me. Be careful tonight. Same to you. Lee charges out into the night, my maroon umbrella protecting him from the downpour, although the rain is becoming increasingly horizontal. As I watch him disappear into a clearing in the woods that leads back to his cabin, my shoulders sag in relief. Even with my crappy roof, I'm glad he's gone. I go back into my cabin to remove the duct tape from my windows, trying to tell myself this will all be fine. Yes, this is the first big storm since I've lived here. But I'm prepared. I mean, it's not even snow. This is New England. A rainstorm is barely a blip out here. So why can't I shake the feeling that something terrible is going to happen tonight? 7. Before. Yalele. There's a fish tank on my desk. I wish I could say that I am exaggerating, although I don't know how you exaggerate something like this. Anyway, I'm not. There is a freaking aquarium on the desk in my room where I need to do my homework, except I can't do it because of the aforementioned tank. Also, it's not just a fish tank. It's filled with stuff. A bunch of pans, a tin for baking muffins, and then a whole bunch of serving spoons. The terrible part is that I'm not even surprised. I mean, the fish tank part is a little surprising, but my mom is always putting stuff on my desk. Usually when I leave in the morning, I spread out my books, sometimes lying open, just so she doesn't look at it as storage space. But this time, she shoved over my American history book to make room for this huge-ass fish tank. I want to get it off the desk so I can do my homework, but I don't know where I would put it. Also, I'm not even sure I could lift it. It looks like it weighs more than I do. I need my mother's help. I throw my backpack on my twin bed, which is the only place in the entire room that is relatively free of junk. Then I make my way down the stairs to the living room. My mother and I rent out a small townhouse in Medford. It's part of a housing community, and because they have a certain number of properties, they are required to rent out some of them to low-income families. Otherwise, we would never be able to live here. It's way too nice. Not that there's anything nice about this particular house. Not anymore anyway. The stairs of our house are dangerous. I'm always careful when I'm walking down them because, like my desk, the stairs are fair storage space. You can't even hold on to the red metal banister because every inch of it has clothing hung on it with plastic hangers. And then pushed to the side are stacks of paper. There's maybe a foot of walkable space between the papers and the banister for me to squeeze through. So it feels like kind of a miracle when I make it downstairs to the living room, even though I do this every day. "Mom," I say. My mother is watching television on the couch. Well, it's not so much a couch as a mattress on the floor, and then another mattress propped up behind it so you can lean back. It's basically a couch. My mom has got a cigarette in her hand. The whole first floor of our house smells really strongly of Lucky Strikes all the time. I don't even notice it that much anymore, except when I first come home after being out all day. My mom must smoke like 50 cigarettes a day or more. "Mom," I say again. Her sooty black eyelashes flutter. My mom is super pretty. Like everybody says so. She colors her hair this really golden color, and she's practically a professional at applying makeup, although I think she's pretty even when she's not wearing any makeup. I don't look like her. I must look like my father, but I wouldn't know because I've never met him or even seen a picture. "I'm watching something," she says distantly. That's what my mom does every day. She comes home from her job at the grocery store, usually with a couple of shopping bags full of stuff either from work or maybe the thrift shop right next door. Then she watches TV most of the night, unless she has a date, although she hasn't had one of those in a while. When I was little, back before I was in school, we used to watch TV together. I would cuddle next to her on the couch, and we would watch program after program, and she would tell me what she thought of what all the actresses were wearing, and the gossip about what movie star was dating which other movie star. My mom knows everything about stuff like that. I squeeze my hands together, trying to figure out how to tell her about this without upsetting her. "There's a fish tank on my desk," I finally say. "Oh," she brightens slightly, even looking away from the TV. "I got that for you at the thrift store. I thought you could do something with it. Plus, they had a bunch of baking supplies that were practically new looking. What on earth am I supposed to do with a stupid fish tank? Or baking supplies when there's no room in the kitchen to bake? Except I don't know how to say that to her without making her upset. "I need the space to do my homework," I explain. "Why can't you do your homework on your bed? Why do you need a desk?" It's hard enough to focus on my schoolwork without having to do it while lying in my uncomfortable bed. "I like my desk." "It's not like you even care about school," she goes on. "You're no better at school than I was." "Actually," I say, "I got an A on my math test yesterday." I can't keep the note of pride out of my voice. I studied all night and aced that test. When I was a little kid, my mother used to praise the drawings I made and even hang them up on the fridge. But now she just seems angry about my A. "What do you want?" she grunts. "A medal." "I just want to clear off my desk. Please, Mom." Wow, Mom takes a drag on her cigarette. "You know, when I was a kid, we had practically nothing. My parents never bought me stuff. I would have been thrilled to get a cool fish tank." She talks about this a lot. She was really poor growing up, and she never got new clothes like I do. She always had to wear hand-me-downs. "Our kitchen was always empty when I was growing up," she reminds me. "I would have killed to have a refrigerator filled with food the way ours is." I don't even want to talk about our refrigerator right now. It will just make her angry. "Mom, and I do it all without your father supporting us," she continues. "And here you are, complaining about it. How about a little thanks for thinking about you? I grit my teeth. My mother wasn't thinking about me when she bought that fish tank. She never is. She sees something she likes, and then she buys it. And when she gets home and there's nowhere to put it, all of a sudden, my desk is storage space, and it is a present for me that I never wanted. Well, she presses me, an edge to her voice. Are you going to thank me or not? She looks at me, the smoke wafting from the cigarette between her fingers. She's waiting for me to thank her for ruining my desk, and I know the consequences if I don't do it. Thank you, Mommy, I say softly. I almost wish I hadn't said something about it, because now I've gotten her attention, which isn't what I want. Her brown eyes rake over me as her lips curl in disgust. Where did you get that shirt? I tug at the white top I'm wearing, which I got from the depths of one of the drawers in my bedroom. I don't know. My room. Don't be a smartass, Ella, she snaps at me. That shirt makes you look like a whore. Everyone will make fun of you, and the boys won't respect you. Is that what you want? I recognize the shirt is a couple of sizes too small, but all the clothes that are my size are lying in a dirty pile in the basement. I can either wear clothes that don't fit me, wear clothes that are visibly dirty, or go to school naked. But this isn't an argument that will sway my mother. I won't wear it again, I promise. My mother nods, satisfied. She doesn't ask me to join her on the couch to watch TV together like we used to when I was little, but it's just as well. There's only room on the couch for one person now, because the other half has paper stacked on it. I recognize the top paper as an email that the school sent my mother. She likes to print out her emails because she feels like she won't lose them that way, even though she loses everything. Can you at least help me move the fish tank? I ask her. Later. Her attention is back on the television screen. Just store it there for now. I'll find a use for it. Finally, I give up and go back upstairs to my room. I don't know what to do about the stupid fish tank. It would be one thing if she offered to buy me a fish. That might be cool. But she didn't do that. And if I asked for one, she probably wouldn't get it for me. Plus, the tank is full of junk. What would I do with a muffin tin? Back in my room, I try to lift the fish tank, but it's really heavy. Even when I take all the junk out of it, it's still too much for me to lift. I don't even know how my mom got it up here. She probably got that guy she works with, Wally, to do it for her, because he has a big crush on her. And now neither of us can lift it. This dumb aquarium is going to be on my desk probably until I graduate from high school. I can't wait for that day. The second I turn 18 and have my diploma, I will never come back here. 8. Now. Casey. After getting the broken glass cleaned up, I decide to cook myself some dinner while the stove is still functional. I have no problem eating food out of cans, but it's not my preference. I use one pot to boil some water for pasta, and then in the other, I add a few chopped tomatoes, tomato paste, and some basil and garlic. It's not exactly gourmet cooking, but at least the tomato sauce will be fresh. While I'm stirring the sauce, I gaze out the window. The rain is coming down really hard now. I hope Lee made it home in one piece. I'm sure he did. I feel slightly guilty about shutting him down the way I did. I could have been nicer, considering he came all the way out here to see if I was okay. Not that I was rude or anything, but he genuinely seemed like he was trying to help me. And he has. I let him fix one of my doorknobs that fell off once, after my third attempt to fix it didn't work. So there's that. Even though Lee has been a perfect gentleman, I still don't trust him. I can't quite put my finger on why. I just don't like that he's around. If I had a therapist, they would probably quiz me on why I am so determined to keep Lee at arm's length, even though he seems like a perfectly nice guy. They would also surely quiz me on why I haven't been involved with any guys at all in over 5 years. And even that was a relatively superficial relationship that ended with him throwing up his hands in anger that I never let anyone get close to me. And once we got through with that, the therapist would probably delve into the fact that I barely have any friends either. The last person I was really close with was my father, and he's gone now. But I don't have a therapist. and that's why. My gut instinct telling me not to get too close to the man in the cabin. Down the road is better than the advice of any quack. I stir the sauce again as the aroma of tomato and basil fills the kitchen. This will be really tasty, even if I have to eat by candlelight. I take a nibble. The sauce is coming together nicely. It just needs another pinch or two of salt. Just as I am reaching for the salt shaker, the phone starts ringing. Before I moved here, I had a cell phone like everyone else in the country. But when I came out here, I got rid of it. First of all, the reception out here in the woods is next to zero. Also, it was another expense that I couldn't afford without a job, especially when I hardly got any calls. I wipe my hands on the dish towel and get to the phone on the 5th ring. The other line is full of static, but I can still make out Ruddy's deep voice. Great. Casey, he says. Yes, I say, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. He already had a chance to help me tonight, and he didn't. How are you doing with the storm? Still dry. I glance over in the direction of my bedroom. I can just barely make out the window, which is now being pelted with rain. The glass shakes under the assault of the relentless wind. You didn't go around the back of my house to check out the roof after we talked, did you? No, why? So it was Lee and it was Ruddy. So who was lurking by my bedroom window? Never mind. Listen, Casey, he says. I was listening to the radio, and this storm is much worse than they expected. There are going to be wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and I've been thinking I'm starting to agree with you that the roof might not be safe. I don't want you to get killed tonight, for Christ's sake. Yeah, me neither, but it's not like Ruddy cares. He just doesn't want to be liable for my death due to his negligence. So I've been calling around, he continues, and I finally found one bed and breakfast that's got an opening for the night. I booked you a room. Oh, great. I'm not thrilled about having to run out in the rain, but it's going to get a lot worse over the course of the night, and it'll be safer to get out of here. What's the address? Ruddy's reply is a long string of static. Ruddy, I say, you're breaking up. Casey, his voice sounds a million miles away. Can you me? I press the phone against my ear, trying to make out his words. A little. Just tell me the address of the bed and breakfast. It's... And then the phone line goes dead. I put down the receiver, wait for a second, then pick it up again. There's no dial tone. The phone lines are down, probably for the night. Even though I expected the phone lines to go out, this was the worst possible moment. Ruddy is not a worrywart, and if he thinks it's not safe for me to be here, then I could be in serious danger. Except what am I supposed to do now? If my house isn't safe, I'm even less safe in my truck, wandering the flooded roads, searching for a hotel. I could easily lose control of the truck on the slippery dirt roads and either get stuck or crash. The other option is to try to make it out to Lee's cabin. It's a little over half a mile, although it's not like half a mile of city blocks. It's half a mile through a path in the woods, where the trees are swaying dangerously and everything that hasn't been pinned down is flying through the air. No, at this point, it's better to stay put. I only hope I survive the night. 9. My pasta sauce is almost ready. It smells delicious, and my stomach rumbles. I was never much of a cook, but since I've been living out here, I've learned to make some delicious sauces that just take some time and love to develop. If I am killed tonight when the roof falls on my head, this will be a great last meal. The rain is coming down hard. The raindrops have coalesced so that it almost looks like someone is pouring buckets of water over my house. I watch in fascination as I dip my wooden spoon into the sauce and take a taste. It's almost perfect, but it needs something. Oregano, maybe. My father used to say that whenever an Italian sauce needs something extra, oregano usually does the trick. I reach for the small shaker on my spice rack just as something catches my eye outside the window. Earlier in the evening, I thought I saw a face at my bedroom window, but I convinced myself it was the moon. I tend to be the sort of person who is always looking over my shoulder, so I try not to go overboard with those suspicions. Then I saw some movement outside my tool shed and convinced myself that it was a rabbit or branches blowing in the wind. But now, I see something that makes me realize that I have made a very incorrect assumption. There's a light shining outside. It's coming from my shed. I drop the wooden stirring spoon onto the counter, splattering tomato sauce in a 2-foot radius. I convinced myself the other two things were my eyes playing tricks on me, but even with the heavy rain obscuring my view, this light is unmistakable. Why is there a light on in my tool shed? I don't even have a light bulb and there or any power source, so how could there be light? There's only one possible way. Somebody is inside, and they have a flashlight. My legs tremble beneath me. There is somebody in my tool shed. I can't even pretend that it could be a bunny and a deer cuddling together. There's a person in there, and I don't know why or what they want. Why didn't I ask Lee to look in the shed? Why did I let my stupid pride get in my way? There's no chance he's going to come back here now, not when the rain is coming down hard and the wind is picking up. I squint out the window, trying to make out the silhouette of somebody inside. There's only that small window, which is how I can see the light, but I can't see the shadow of a person moving around inside. But there's someone in there. There has to be. I have to call the police. It seems overdramatic, considering they surely have other more important things to deal with during a big storm, but if there's an intruder on my property, I have the right to call them. I don't know what the intruder wants or what they will do to me, especially once the power goes out, so better safe than sorry. No, I definitely need to call the police. But wait, I can't. The phones are out. That means I can't call Lee, and I can't call the police. I can't call anyone. I square my shoulders and back across the room toward the light switch, keeping one eye on the window. It's hard to see much with the kitchen illuminated, but if I turn off the lights, I'll have a better view of the shed. I flick the lights off, plunging my kitchen into darkness, then return to the window. With the improved visibility, there's no doubt at all that there's a light shining from within the shed. But of course, that's no guarantee that the intruder is still in there. For all I know, they are standing at my front door right now. I imagine a giant, burly man waiting at the door, an axe in his fist. Apparently, I believe Paul Bunyan has been hiding in my tool shed. I'm not trapped here, though. I've got my truck. For a moment, I'm tempted to make a run for it and start driving in the direction of the nearest town. Yes, the roads are going to be a disaster, but it's better than being a sitting duck. I've already got a questionable roof, and now there's an intruder lurking outside my cabin. I might be better off searching for a hotel. There's got to be some place with an available room. Or maybe they'll let me sleep on a sofa in the lobby. And then in the morning, I can deal with whoever is hiding out there. If they decide to break into my cabin, so be it. I have nothing of value here. Yet why should I? This is my house, my property. Why should I be forced out because of somebody trespassing? That said, I'll never sleep through the night knowing there is a stranger out there. For all I know, they are completely harmless. Maybe it's just a drifter looking for a place to camp out during the storm. Maybe it's... Well, I already decided it can't be a rabbit or deer because of the light and all that. But my point is it doesn't have to be an axe murderer. I've made a decision. I'm going to go out to the tool shed and see what's inside. 10. Before. Yalele. Smella, hey Smella. As I walk past Anton Peterson in the cafeteria, I get to hear the super clever nickname he has devised for me. Smella. You know, because my name is Ella. Really, he should get a job working for a comedy show. His talents are wasted here. At least now I've got a bag of lunch instead of air. Hey, Smella. Anton stands up from where he's sitting at a long table with some of his loser friends. He blocks my path to the empty table I was angling for. What's your rush? I shrug, refusing to look away. Anton is a jerk, but he doesn't scare me. We were just wondering. He glances over at his friends, who are snickering. Do you ever shower? The possibility that Anton might be right. I really do smell, and it's not just a clever wordplay. Flits through my head. I shower every single night, honestly. But the problem is our washer in the basement went on the fritz almost a year ago, and my mom won't tell anyone that it's broken because she doesn't want them to come into our house to repair it. She keeps saying she's going to fix it herself, but I don't know how because she's not good with tools. For a while, she just kept buying new clothing, but that's not like a permanent solution. There's a laundromat, but it's not that close. Maybe a 2-mile walk. Still, a few times, I stuffed a bunch of clothing into a sack and sat in the laundromat for 2 hours until my stuff was clean. I would walk over there more often, but I don't have money for the machines. So because of all that, the jeans and long-sleeved shirt that I'm wearing have already been worn without being washed. 4 times. I did do my best to air them out, but airing things out in my house is not that easy. Anyway, I don't dignify Anton's question with an answer. Although as I stare up at him, I have to resist the urge to sniff myself. "You should try washing yourself sometimes, Smella," he says. His eyes drop to the logo on my shirt. "It won't take you too long, since you don't have any tits to wash." I nod my head down at the fly of his jeans. "I bet it doesn't take you very long then either." I said the right thing, because Anton's friends bust out laughing, and his face turns all pink. It seems like the perfect moment to make my exit, so I push past him to that empty table. Anton keeps staring in my direction, and for a moment, I'm sure he's going to follow me and keep tormenting me, but then he just drops back into his seat. I pissed him off good, but I don't care. I've been eating alone for as long as I can remember. Well, when I was younger, I used to have friends, like maybe in 2nd or 3rd grade, but not anymore. Other kids don't like me. And anyway, it's better if I don't have friends, because if I did, they might want to come to my house. My lunch today is a turkey sandwich. Putting it together wasn't as easy as you would think. We've got a lot of bread. In fact, an entire counter in the kitchen is brimming with loaves, but they are all pretty stale. I'd like to throw some of them away, but my mom would lose it. She says we aren't rich enough to be throwing food away. The rule in our house is that unless food is making dangerous gas that causes the plastic to puff out, it's still a-okay to eat. The bread is stale, and the turkey tastes a little funny too, but none of them were puffy, so I guess I'm eating it. Brittany Carter and her friends are at the next table over. I didn't even notice them over there. Brittany is eating a school lunch, which is hot dogs and beans today. The hot dogs smell really good. I wish there were a way I could have that instead of this yucky turkey sandwich. Brittany leans in and whispers something to one of her friends. The friend does a quarter turn with her head, looking back at me, then quickly turns back to Brittany. Then the two of them start giggling hysterically. I wonder if they're laughing at me. Maybe they're calling me Smella. Well, whatever. As long as they're not saying it to my face. So I don't feel like as much of a loser staring into space, I pull out the essay I got back in English class. I got a D on it, which isn't surprising considering I wrote it while lying on my bed, which is half covered in crap. It's definitely not a masterpiece, more like a disaster piece. Not that I would have gotten an A if I had my desk, but maybe a more respectable C. Mrs. Hecker told me she would give me extra points if I corrected the problems with my essay. And I'd do it, except what are the problems with it? She didn't say. If I knew what was wrong with it, wouldn't I have done it correctly the first time? So now I'm sitting here, ignoring the giggles behind me, trying to figure out what is wrong with my work and fix it somehow. I put down my essay on the table and look over at Brittany again. I happen to notice that she got an A+ on her essay. Not just an A, but an A+. That's just showing off, seriously. Then again, her dad is some kind of professor at the local university, and I bet even if he doesn't help her, she's probably inherited his genius intelligence. I might not know who my dad is, but I'm fairly sure he's not a genius. Sometimes I fantasize about my father. My mom won't tell me anything about who he was, but I definitely have one. I got an A- in life sciences last year, so I know for a fact that every person in the world has to have a mother and a father in order to, exist. So that means no matter what my mother says, I have a father. I imagine he has reddish-brown hair like I do, and he has a nice job, like working in a bank. Maybe he's the guy who gives you money when you make a withdrawal without using the machine. I also imagine him having a mustache, although I'm not sure why. He probably doesn't even know I exist. My mother never told him she was pregnant, and he doesn't even know he's got a daughter. I imagine finding him one day and telling him who I am and watching a smile spread across his face. Then he would ask me if I wanted to live with him, and I would say yes, definitely yes. If only I knew who my father was, my life could be completely different. 11. Now, Casey. According to the radio, winds are now gusting at 30 miles per hour, so I need to dress properly if I'm leaving the house. I tug on my waterproof jacket as well as my boots. These are not the girly boots from DSW that I used to wear back when I was living in an apartment and gainfully employed. These are heavy galoshes that I can use to walk all the way to the shed without my feet getting waterlogged. I consider bringing an umbrella, but I have a feeling that it will instantly be turned inside out and perhaps fly away the second I leave my cabin. Between my coat and my boots, I should be able to stay, well, not dry, but maybe slightly less than drenched. And there's one more thing I want to bring. I enter my small bedroom, where the covers are neatly tucked under the mattress. Every morning, I make my bed as if I'm expecting company at my remote cabin in the woods. However, right now, I'm much more interested in the contents of my dresser. I open the top drawer and sift through the folded shirts inside until my fingers close around the cold metal object underneath the stack. It's a gun. It's a Glock G43X, which the person in the store informed me is the most popular gun on the planet right now. It's lightweight and compact, fitting easily in my coat pocket. When I moved out to the middle of nowhere, I figured I needed either a gun or a dog. I didn't feel like I was up for taking care of a dog, so I bought the Glock. I know how to shoot. My father taught me. When I was a teenager, he said to me, "A girl's got to know how to shoot." Then he drove me to a firing range so we could practice with his rifle. The first time I held the gun in my hand, I was shaking like a leaf. I didn't hit the red bullseye. I missed the target completely, but my father was patient about it. He explained about the proper stance, keeping my grip high and tight, and lining up my sights. After going to the firing range for a few months, I was able to hit that red bullseye every time. I thought once I got good at shooting, he'd take me hunting, but my father was never interested in hunting. Now, so many years later, those years of training have come in handy. If there were an intruder on my property, I would be able to defend myself, thanks to what my father taught me. If I'm going to investigate, I feel secure having it in my pocket. And now I'm ready to go. The wind has picked up considerable strength. The trees are shaking, and I hear the wind whistling as it passes through the cracks in the window frame. I just have to hope it's not strong enough to blow me away. As soon as I open the door, I feel the full impact of the storm. The wind comes at me hard, thrashing me in the face with cold droplets of water. An umbrella would definitely be useless. I'm the only idiot outside in a storm like this, but I don't have much of a choice. It's either this or spend the night awake, staring out the window at the tool shed with a gun nuzzled under my pillow. There's something else making me nervous too. That large tree planted right next to the cabin, the one I pointed out to Ruddy, is swaying a frightening amount. It was never stable, but it seems to tilt about 45 degrees with each gust of wind. Except I can't think about that right now. One problem at a time. At some point between when I first spotted the light and right now, the light has gone out. I'm hoping this means that whoever was in the tool shed has now left, but more likely, it means that they turned out the light to conceal their presence. Fortunately, I have a flashlight of my own. However, I make the decision to keep the flashlight off as I make my way across my yard to the shed, fighting the strong wind with each step. The darkness will conceal me and perhaps give me the element of surprise. Of course, if there is an axe-wielding maniac in my tool shed, the element of surprise might not help me much. That's why I have the gun. My boots squish into the mud with each step. When I get a few feet away from the shed, I reach into my right pocket and close my hand around the handle of the gun to reassure myself. I stare, watching for signs of movement. Aside from the rattling door, it is perfectly quiet and still. I reach out to grab the handle of the door to the shed. Earlier this evening, I dumped the lawn mower in here as well as those stray branches. When I look inside, I'm hoping those are the only things I'll see. Before I can even reach the door handle, the wind whips the door all the way open. After a brief struggle, I watch in surprise as the wind rips the door clear off its hinges. It would be a more frightening display of the awesome power of nature if the hinges weren't already on their last legs. But the wind has definitively claimed the door, tossing it haphazardly into my lawn. Okay, then. I step into the tool shed, the floorboards groaning under the weight of my boots. Despite the missing door, it's dark inside. I blink a few times, trying to get my eyes to adjust. I don't see anyone here, but I don't see much at all. I'm going to need the flashlight. It occurs to me that if there is somebody in here, their eyes have already had a chance to adjust to the dark. Which means that while I am practically blind, they can see me perfectly. They can do whatever they want before I even have a chance to reach for the gun in my pocket. Thank God I've got my self-defense training. If some predator tries to attack me, I know what to do. Still, I hate feeling so vulnerable in this small space. "Hello," I whisper. No answer. Although if some gruff male voice had answered, I would have peed my pants. I fumble for the flashlight in my pocket. Here we go. I hit the button to turn it on, and finally, the shed is illuminated by comforting light. I can see the shadowy image of the lawn mower in the corner of the shed and that rusty old shovel. And one other thing. A lump in the corner of the shed, concealed by a thin blanket. I transfer the flashlight to my left hand so I can grasp the gun in my pocket with my right. If that lump does anything surprising, I'm pulling it out. "Hello," I say again more firmly. This is my damn shed, and I'm going to defend it. But again, there's no answer. This time, I shine my flashlight beam directly on the blanket. Something shifts underneath. "I know you're under there," I say. As I stare at the lump, I realize how small it is. Whoever is under that blanket is not an axe-wielding giant. The person hiding in my tool shed is tiny. I loosen the death grip on my gun. "I'm not going to hurt you," I say, more gently this time, addressing the lump directly. "But this shed is not a safe place for somebody to stay right now. Can you come out so we can talk? Please." No answer. The lump is very still now. "Please," I say again. "It's not safe in here. I don't want to hurt you. I'm just worried." It almost seems like it's happening in slow motion, but very gradually, the blanket lowers, and I can make out a pair of blue eyes peering back at me. A second later, I can see the red hair, then the coat and the gray hoodie. It takes me another second to realize what I'm looking at. It's a girl, and she's holding a knife. 12. I stare at the girl huddled in the corner of my tool shed, the knife gripped in her right hand. And it isn't a butter knife or anything like that. It's a switchblade of some sort. The girl is about the size of a 9 or 10-year-old, but there's something in her eyes and her expression that makes me think she's older than that, more like 12 or 13. Even in the dim glow of the flashlight, I can tell she is painfully thin. Her stringy shoulder-length red hair clings to her scalp, and she gazes up at me with gigantic blue eyes. She's trembling, and I'm not sure it's because of the cold or because she's scared, but either way, she's holding on to that knife for dear life. I release my grip on the gun in my pocket. Even though this girl has a knife, I'm not going to threaten a 12-year-old. "Hi," I say in the friendliest voice I can muster. I move the beam of the flashlight so that I'm not blinding her. "My name is Casey. I live in the cabin, right over there." The girl just stares at me. "What's your name?" I ask. No answer. Part of me wonders if I should just leave her here. After all, I'm not excited to get stabbed. In the morning, when the phone lines start working again, I can call the police and report that I found a girl on my property. I'm sure somebody out there is looking for her. But the reality is I don't think this girl is going to hurt me. She's just scared. And this tool shed is not a safe place. The door has already blown off, and now it's becoming very cold and wet inside. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole shed collapsed during the night. What if I got up in the morning and found her seriously hurt or even dead? I would never forgive myself for walking away. My father was the same way. Whenever we were on the road together, he would always pick up hitchhikers, even though I found it terrifying because my mom thought all hitchhikers were murderers. He used to say to me, anyone who is hitchhiking is down on their luck. It could be you in the same position one day. My father might be gone, but I can still learn from his life lessons, even if he was wrong about the duct tape on windows. Listen, I say, I know you're scared right now, but this tool shed is not stable. You can't stay in here, but if you'd like, you can stay in my house for the night. I stand there, waiting for the girl to tell me yes or no or stab me. But she just sits there, clutching that knife. You can hold on to your knife if you want. I'm not enthusiastic about this concession, but if she's scared, I doubt she'll give it up. But I really don't think you should stay in this tool shed. You need to come into the house. Maybe it's my imagination, but her expression softens the tiniest bit, although she still isn't talking. I won't tell anyone you're here. I suspect anyone hiding in a stranger's tool shed is not eager to be found. I promise. She cocks her head to the side. Also, I say, I've got food. I've just made dinner. The girl's expression instantly changes. She may not trust me, but she's hungry. I can see it all over her face. And I've got cookies, I add. I said the magic words. The girl keeps her eyes pinned on me, but very slowly she gets to her feet. I'm still holding the flashlight, and as she stands up, her coat falls open, giving me my first glimpse of her clothing. I let out a gasp. This girl is covered in blood. 13. I take a step back, covering my mouth with my hand. I don't think I've ever seen so much blood. I can't take my eyes off her. It's all over the front of her sweatshirt. It's on her blue jeans. It's on her hands. Yet she doesn't seem to be injured. I don't see any visible wounds at least, and she doesn't look like she's in pain. Are you okay? I ask. The girl shoots me a withering look. Despite her size, she is definitely not an elementary school kid. That look was very teenaged. She is scrawny, but she's at least middle school aged. Bloody nose, she finally says in a voice I can barely make out over the sound of the wind. As a former teacher, I have seen my fair share of bloody noses. Yes, there can be quite a lot of blood. It can get on your shirt, your pants, and even your hands. It can make a huge mess. But I don't think I have ever seen a nosebleed where somebody didn't have any blood at all on their face. The girl picks up the backpack at her feet and looks at me expectantly, waiting for me to lead the way to my house. I have, after all, invited her to stay with me. And it doesn't feel right to leave her out in the cold just because she is covered in blood that I am increasingly certain is not her own. Okay, I say, let's go. The wind feels even stronger than it did during my journey out to the shed. Worse, it's coming from the opposite direction, so it feels like a giant hand is pushing against me, trying to keep me from making it back to the cabin. I can't help but think it's a bad sign. I glance back at the girl, who is hugging herself tightly as she follows me across the yard in a wholly inadequate coat. She is so scrawny, it looks like one giant gust could blow her away. As we get closer to the cabin, I notice that tree is leaning even farther to one side. I can almost hear its roots groaning from the tension. It occurs to me that if the tree falls over, there's a decent chance it might fall on the roof. And if that happens, it could kill us both. I take quick stock of the situation. There is a violent storm raging outside. A tree is about to fall on my house, and I've invited a bloody girl with a switchblade to spend the night. All I need is to contract a flesh-eating virus, and my night will be complete. I wrench open the door to the cabin and step back to let the girl enter before I do. She hesitates for a split second, then she scurries inside. And as I close the door behind us, I can't push away the feeling that I have made a grave mistake by inviting her in. 14. Before. Yalele. I need money. I need money so I can buy school lunch. I need money so that I can lug my clothes over to the laundromat and get them clean. Unfortunately, my mother doesn't give me an allowance. She says I won't be responsible with it, whatever that means. As I walk home from school, I stop off at the house at the end of my block. Mrs. Fleming lives there. She's like 1,000,000 years old, and in the past, she's paid me for doing chores around her place, like washing dishes or taking out the garbage. I like cleaning things. It makes me feel better to make things tidy and organized. Anyway, maybe today she has something for me to do. I'll take pretty much anything. Mrs. Fleming has a ramp going to her front door because, like I said, she is super old. I walk up the ramp and knock on her door. She always takes forever to answer, but after a few minutes, I hear her shuffling footsteps behind the door. I knew she'd be home. She never leaves. She opens the door, and as usual, she's wearing a nightgown with a flimsy housecoat over it. I've never seen her wearing clothing that isn't a nightgown, but her white hair is neatly combed. She is pretty skinny and only about as tall as I am, which is really tiny for an adult. I'm one of the shortest kids in my grade. "Hi, Mrs. Fleming," I say cheerfully. "I was wondering if you have any chores for me to do." She narrows her eyes at me for a moment, then finally she nods. "You can take out the garbage for me." "I've raised my rates a little bit," I tell her. "It's $3 now to take out the garbage." As if this is some kind of business I'm running and other people besides her are willing to hire me. Mrs. Fleming nods again and moves aside for me to come in. Her house is exactly the same layout as mine, but it looks completely different on the inside. Everything is very tidy, and her furniture is old, like they are antiques. She has an ancient-looking couch that definitely isn't just two mattresses propped up together, but I don't know if it's that much more comfortable. Her whole house has this weird, sharp smell, kind of like mothballs, but it's still better than the smoke in my house. Mrs. Fleming tags along after me as I locate the garbage in her kitchen. It's pretty full, and then she has a second bag next to it that she hasn't taken out yet. I know it sounds weird, but I like throwing out the trash. Feels productive, and it's nice to just be able to throw out the garbage without Mom coming over to me and giving me the third degree about what I'm tossing out, because I can't do it without her approval. I swap out the trash bag for a brand new one, and I even change the smaller wastebasket in her living room. Mrs. Fleming continues to follow me as I take the 2 garbage bags out of her house and put them in the bins. "That will be $3, I tell her as I wipe my hands on my jeans. Mrs. Fleming purses her wrinkled lips. "I don't think so." I frown, confused. Was there more garbage she wanted me to take out? I don't understand. "I think you got quite enough payment last time," Mrs. Fleming says, "when you stole money from my purse." My mouth drops open. "What are you talking about?" "Don't lie to me, young lady," she snaps. "I saw you going through my purse, and then after you left, I noticed money missing." My heart sinks. "That's not true, Mrs. Fleming. I would never steal from you. Your mother told me about how you are always getting sent to the principal's office." She folds her bony arms across her chest, a look of satisfaction on her face as she relays my mother's extremely unfair character assassination. Not that she's any better. So does this mean she's not going to pay me? At all? Great. Mrs. Fleming wags her finger in my face. "I should call the Board of Health about the two of you. Get you both kicked out." "But, Mrs. Fleming." "Get off my property, Ella." She stands there rigidly as she glares at me. "Or I'll call the police." I know Mrs. Fleming well enough to know this is not a bluff. So even though she is the one who owes me $3, I get off her property so I don't get in trouble with the police. Not to say I'm not steaming mad, but what am I supposed to do? Grab her purse and make a run for it. She knows where I live. Instead, I trudge the rest of the way home. Maybe there is somebody else in our neighborhood that I could ask to pay me for chores. Except everyone knows who we are and thinks my mom is nuts. So I don't think I'm going to have any more luck. Next time, though, I'll get paid in advance. When I open the door to our house, I hear this hollow crashing sound and freeze. Slowly, I push the door open just enough to slip my head inside. When I look at our floor, I discover that my mother has stacked a whole bunch of empty plastic bottles back there, and now they have all toppled over and are in a big pile, making it nearly impossible to open the door all the way. My right hand balls into a fist. I don't get why my mother leaves things here. How are we supposed to get inside? Like, what is the point of having a house when you can't even get into it? Or does she want us to be locked inside with all her junk? She isn't in the living room, so I stomp into the kitchen and yank open the pantry closet. It is kind of dangerous because everything is stacked up so much that if you try to grab one thing, everything might fall. But I have to risk it. I need a garbage bag. Weirdly enough, we actually have like 3 unopened boxes filled with 100 garbage bags each. It's weird because my mom never throws anything out, yet she has so many garbage bags. I grab one of the boxes, and a bunch of containers of macaroni and cheese fall onto the floor. After I yank one of the garbage bags from the box, I throw the macaroni and cheese inside. I don't even check the expiration date, since we have like 10 zillion of them anyway. I just want them gone. I want all of it gone. Then I march out to the hallway and start shoving plastic bottles and crumpled papers into the garbage bag without even looking at what they are. I have to be fast about it, though, and get rid of everything before she gets back. I'll need to put the garbage bag in someone else's trash. If she sees it by our curb, she'll just bring it back in the house, and it'll all be for nothing. It feels so good to do this. I liked taking out Mrs. Fleming's trash, but this is much more satisfying. The trash bag is almost full when I hear a voice that makes my heart sink. "Ella, what are you doing?" It's my mother. Oh no, I didn't even realize she was home. She is coming down the stairs as quickly as she can in her high heels, considering the path down the stairs is so narrow. For a moment, she slips on one of the papers, and I secretly wish that she would fall the rest of the way down the stairs and break her neck. If that happened, I could throw these trash bags away without getting yelled at. I could throw anything I want away. Then a second later, I get freaked out that I even thought that. I don't really want my mom to get hurt or die. I love her. Also, she's all I have, and I don't want to be in one of those awful foster homes. I've heard terrible stories about those places. Anyway, she catches herself and makes it the rest of the way down the stairs. Disaster averted. "Ella!" Her voice is high and screechy, almost panicked. "What's in that bag? What are you doing?" There were a bunch of bottles all over the floor. My mom clip-clops over to me in her heels and yanks the garbage bag out of my hand. I should have gotten out of here with it while I had a chance instead of trying to get more garbage. I got greedy. "This is not garbage." Her brown eyes flash at me. I have blue eyes, and I learned in life sciences, which I got an A- in, that since hers are brown, it must mean my father has blue eyes. I asked her once, and she said she couldn't remember. I was saving these bottles. "For what?" "For lots of things," she shoots back. "I even rinsed them out because I wanted to save them. I can't believe you were about to throw them out." As my mom rifles around inside the garbage bag, I notice she is wearing makeup. Like, more than usual. And actually, she's kind of dressed up. Usually she just keeps on her uniform from the grocery store, but now she's wearing skin-tight blue jeans and a clingy top. "Oh my God, Ella," she shrieks as she pulls out one of the boxes of macaroni and cheese. "I can't believe you threw this away. This is perfectly good." I don't know what to say. We have more macaroni and cheese in the pantry than any human could eat in a lifetime. Plus, the stove is so covered in junk, we can't cook it, so it's useless. It's expired for more than a year. Macaroni and cheese doesn't expire. Nothing expires, according to her, even if it's growing mold. Those dates are just the way they trick you into spending money to replace food. That's perfectly good. It wouldn't help to tell her that based on personal experience, macaroni and cheese absolutely does expire. Eventually, the powdered cheese turns into one rock-hard block. Do you think I'm made of money, Ella? She shakes the expired box of food in my face. If you are too good to eat this, if you're throwing out perfectly good food, then maybe you shouldn't get to have dinner at all. I cringe at the hollow feeling in my stomach. I barely had any lunch today because the turkey in the fridge had turned a greenish color and I couldn't make myself eat it. So I just had bread for lunch. I'm sorry, I say softly. I threw it out by accident. By accident, she bursts out. Ella, I am so sick of your lies. Why are you so late getting home? I had detention. Of course, it would be too much to ask for you to keep from getting in trouble. She rolls her eyes. Anyway, I'm going out tonight. Going out? That must mean my mother has a date, which is her first date in practically a year. That explains why she is all dressed up and wearing so much makeup. I'm glad my mom has a date. Even though she is really pretty, she almost never goes out, maybe for the same reason I don't have any friends. We are both scared to bring somebody back home with us. But she's happier when she has a boyfriend. When I was younger, this guy named Chip used to live with us, and things were better then. The house was a little cluttered, but not like it is now, especially because Chip used to pick up after her. He even used to cook, and we made a game of all doing the dishes together right after instead of letting the plates and pans soak in the sink for days. Also, she didn't worry as much about money because he paid for stuff like groceries and gas. After he left when I was about 7 or 8, that's when things got bad. She was always anxious about running out of money, so she refused to get rid of stuff, because what if we needed a new one and couldn't afford it? When are you going? I ask her. She checks her watch. I'm meeting him in about 20 minutes. I should leave soon. She's looking at me, and I don't know why at first, but then I realize what she wants me to do. Oh no, no. 15. A ball of dread fills my stomach. It's been so long since my mother had a date, I forgot the rules. No, I say. No, Mom, please. You know the rules, Ella, she reminds me. We do this every time. Yes, but it's been a long time since her last date. I'm 13 years old now. I thought maybe things had changed. Come on. She jerks her head in the direction of the hall closet. Let's go. I promise I'll be good. My voice sounds high-pitched and whiny, like I'm a little kid again, and I clear my throat, trying to sound more adult. I promise. You can trust me. Please, Mommy, please. I can trust you, Mom repeats, her voice incredulous. I literally just caught you throwing away my stuff. You think I'm going to leave you alone here for an entire evening? What if I refuse? When I was little, it was easy enough for her to just pick me up and throw me in the closet against my will. But I'm bigger now. I look her up and down, from her heels to her dangly earrings. She's still a lot bigger than me, but I could put up a fight. Sometimes it feels like I'm not afraid of anybody. I'm not afraid of Anton, that's for sure. He's just a stupid bully. I'm not afraid of Principal Garber or getting detention, but I am afraid of my mother. I don't want to go in there, I say firmly. I won't do it. My mother's lips set into a straight line. Before I can react, she grabs me by the forearm, her long nails cutting into my skin deep enough to draw blood. I try to wrench myself free, but it's no use. Maybe if I wasn't the smallest kid in my whole class, I would be able to resist. But there isn't anything I can do when she decides to lock me up. She swings me by my arm into our hall closet. I stumble, tripping on a bunch more bottles that are stacked up in here. Oh my God, how many does my mother have? I try to catch my balance, but then something mysterious squishes under my foot, and I nearly slip again. That's when the door swings shut. I feel around in the dark, scrambling for the doorknob, but it's too late. The lock turns, which means I'm not getting out. I'm sorry, Ella. Mom's voice sounds hollow on the other side of the door. I won't be gone long. Frustrated, I pound on the door. Let me out, please, Mom. I'm sorry, Ella, she says again in that same flat voice, like she's not sorry at all. I pound harder. Please, I swear I won't touch anything. I swear on my life. She doesn't reply. Please, I scream, my voice rasping. Please let me out, Mommy. I'll be good, please. The only sound is the door to the house slamming shut. She's gone. I haven't been locked in this closet in a long time. There was a period when it seemed like she put me in here at least once a week, but now it's been a good year or longer. I forgot how claustrophobic it was in here. The space is small enough, but it's even worse because there's so much stuff packed inside. I take a step away from the door, knocking into what must be more plastic bottles. There have got to be at least a couple dozen in here. What does she think we're going to do with all of them? Build a bottle fort? I can't even imagine. I grope around in the darkness, feeling for the pull string for the light. I know approximately where it is, and after about a minute of searching, my fingers make contact. Except it's been a while since I've been locked in here. What if the light blew out? I take a deep breath and pull the string. Nothing happens. My breaths start coming in quick gasps. It's bad enough that I'm stuck in this closet, but it's much worse that I'm stuck in here with no light whatsoever. Like, I can't see anything at all. Also, there's a smell in here. A really bad smell. Our house doesn't smell great in general, but it's way worse in this closet. It's like somebody died in here. And because the stupid light won't turn on, I don't even know what stinks so bad. I have to just imagine what it might be. Please, please, please turn on. I wrap my fingers tightly around the pull string and give it another firm yank. This time, the bulb flickers and turns on. It's dim, like it doesn't have much life left in it, but at least I'm not blind anymore. And oh my God, what is that smell? I take a quick inventory of the contents of the hall closet. Really, it's a coat closet, and I think there are probably some coats somewhere in here. But right now, most of the space is taken up by all those empty bottles as well as thick stacks of paper. My mother has never thrown away an empty bottle, a piece of paper, or even a pencil worn down the nub, and I'm not even exaggerating. Sometimes I wonder if she stashes her used toilet paper somewhere. The smell is almost getting worse. The odor molecules seem to be multiplying, filling my lungs and almost choking me. Can a smell choke you to death? It seems possible while I'm standing in this closet. Mom will be sorry if she comes back and finds me lying dead in the closet. Or would she even notice? What could it be? It doesn't really smell like a dead body or anything like that. Not that I know what a dead body smells like, but it's more of a garbage smell. But it's also sort of sweet, and that's the worst part of it. It's sweet garbage. I don't have anything better to do, so I turn around as much as I can, craning my neck to search the closet. The right side is mostly papers, with some of those empty soda bottles stacked on top. I don't see anything that smells bad. I'm sniffing things, and it's really hard to tell because the stench is so strong. It's hard to know if it's stronger in one place or another. But paper doesn't usually smell like that. Paper doesn't rot. Finally, I check the left side of the closet. Again, there are a lot of papers, but on top of one tower of magazines, I spy a grocery bag. And when I look inside, there are peaches. Lots and lots of peaches. I remember my mom telling me about some sale at the grocery store on peaches, and she got a lot of them because they were so cheap. Practically free. When was that? More than a month ago, for sure. 2 months, 3. As soon as I bring my face closer to the bag of peaches, I know for sure that's where the smell is coming from. These peaches are rotting. They're almost liquid. Even worse, I can just barely make out little worms squirming in a puddle of fetid juice. Holy crap. The whole bag is teeming with larvae. I jump away from the bag, a sick feeling in my chest. I think I'm going to throw up. I am stuck in this closet with peaches that are rotting and growing worms. If the contents of the bag spill over the sides, I swear I'll lose it. This is not cool. I can't do this. Before, I hit the door with the palm of my hand, but this time I put both fists into it. I pound as hard as I can, hoping my mother hasn't left the house yet. "Let me out of here," I holler. "Let me out." Tears spring up in my eyes. This can't be happening. I can't spend the next several hours here. I can barely breathe. "Please let me out," I scream. "Please, please." I scream and pound on the door for another 10 minutes. By the end, my throat is sore, and my fists are throbbing. And the whole time, I don't hear a sound. My mother has left, and there's nobody else to hear me. I don't know what to do. If my mom is gone, my only chance is to get the attention of a neighbor somehow, which seems pretty unlikely considering my shouting is muffled by the closet, lined with paper and all her other crap. And even if it wasn't, say the police came and found me in here, then what? The second the police came into this house, they would take me away from my mother. And I don't want that. My mom isn't the best mother in the world, but I don't want to get taken away from her. I don't want to live with some pervy foster dad who is always groping at me, or somebody who beats me for real. Instead, I sink down in the corner of the closet. She'll be back before bedtime. In the meantime, I'll just breathe through my mouth. A smell can't really kill me. I'll get out eventually. 16. Now, Casey. When we get inside, the girl just stands there, hugging herself and dripping rain all over my floor. She doesn't make a move to take off her coat. She just stares at me with those big blue eyes that seem to take up half her face. "I'm Casey," I tell her as I shake off my own coat, hoping she'll reciprocate by either telling me her name or at least taking off her jacket. She gives me a look. "Yes, definitely a teenager." "I know, you told me." She doesn't offer her own name. Fine, I can't force her. She shakes out her hair, which is sopping wet. She also has a bunch of freckles spilling over the bridge of her nose that I never noticed before, but other than that, her face is deathly pale. In the light of the cabin, the blood on her clothes is even more terrifying. The dark red stains the entire front of her shirt and splatters all over her blue jeans. It's also on her palms, likely caked into the cracks and crevices. But nothing on her face. On top of that, she is drenched. Her coat appears to be hanging by the seams, with multiple buttons missing, and it doesn't look like it closes completely. She's not wearing boots, so her sneakers are completely waterlogged and her jeans are soaked from the knees down. A considerable pink-tinged puddle is forming beneath her. "Do you want a change of clothing?" I ask her. For a moment, it looks like she's considering it, but then she shakes her head no. She still isn't making a move to take off her coat, but she does retract the blade on her knife and places it in her pocket, which helps me breathe easier. "At least let me get you some slippers," I say, "so you can take off your wet sneakers." Before she can protest, I go into my closet and pull out the fuzziest, most comfy-looking slippers I've got. I place them down in front of the girl, and after a moment of contemplation, she sits down on the floor and peels off her soaking wet sneakers and socks. Her feet are very small and delicate, completely dwarfed by my size 7 slippers. I look at her, waiting for her to say thank you or something along those lines, but she does not. It's fine, though. I whisk away her sneakers and store them in my closet. I wish I had a dryer I could throw her clothes into, but I dry my clothes by hanging them on a clothesline. I duck into the living room to grab my own slippers, which I left in there, a necessity when living in a drafty cabin. When I brush by my phone, a look of panic fills the girl's face. "You told me you wouldn't tell anyone I'm here." "I'm not," I assure her. It feels like I'm talking to a wild animal. "I'm just getting my own slippers. I promise." She looks like she doesn't believe me. She's about 2 seconds away from running out of the house in my fuzzy slippers, so I add, "The phone lines are out anyway." Finally, she relaxes. I don't know what she's doing here or whose blood she is covered in, but it's very clear that she does not want to be found. I will keep her secret for now. Even though she's not as young as I thought she was, she is clearly a minor. She must have some sort of parent or guardian in charge of her. Yet I have been listening to the radio all afternoon for storm updates, and I did not hear an Amber Alert. Is it possible that her caregivers haven't noticed her missing yet? It seems unlikely they wouldn't be concerned about her whereabouts during a violent storm. And who on earth does all that blood belong to? She says in a small voice. You said theirs. Food. Yes, I confirm. Over this way, I just need to boil the pasta. I take a moment to grab a mop to clean up the puddle the girl left behind in my living room. After I take care of that, I lead her into my kitchen, where I have a small table with 2 chairs set up in front of it. To date, I have only ever used one of the 2 chairs. Even Lee has never eaten here. I point to the sink. You might want to wash your hands. She obediently runs her hands under the tap, and the blood staining her fingers and palms runs down the drain. She uses some of the soap, and when she's done, her hands are pink and clean. She settles down in the chair facing the front door, perching at the edge of the seat, like she might need to take off at any second to make a run for it. After I get the water boiling and the pasta is cooking, I leave the girl to go into my bedroom. I replace my Glock at the bottom of my dresser, below all my folded shirts. I don't think I'm going to be needing that tonight. Then I enter my narrow closet and pull out my warmest, fuzziest tan sweater for the girl to wear. As I'm coming out of the bedroom, I nearly trip over her backpack, which is in the middle of my living room. It's a light pink bag, which looks like the kind of discount backpack you'd get at Walmart. I don't know what's inside, but it's stuffed in there so tightly that the zipper is straining. And then just on the side of the backpack, I see it. Blood seeping through the cheap material. 17. My heart stops. What's inside that backpack? Or a better question, what is leaking blood inside that backpack? Casey, the water is boiling over. I tear my eyes away and push away a wave of queasiness. I return to the kitchen and quickly turn down the heat on the stove until the pot stops bubbling over. After that's under control, I remember the fuzzy sweater I brought out. I don't say anything, but I put it down on the chair next to her. She frowns. She glances between me and that warm sweater. She has got to be incredibly uncomfortable in her wet coat. It must be tempting. I focus my own attention back on the spaghetti. It's been boiling for 10 minutes, as per the instructions on the box, although my father used to say the directions on the box were never right. The only way to know if spaghetti is cooked is to throw it at the wall, he used to say. So that's what we would do. He'd extract a strand of pasta from the boiling water, and I'd toss it at the wall. If it stuck, the spaghetti was cooked. If not, it was still fun to throw food. My dad had a way of making little moments special. I do that now. I toss the single strand of spaghetti at my kitchen cabinet, and it immediately clings to the surface. When I look over my shoulder, the girl is staring at me like I've lost my mind. It makes me wonder if she ever had anyone teach her when pasta is done or how to be a little silly. As I'm draining the pasta in the sink, she shakes off her coat. She hangs it carefully on the back of the chair, and then she takes off her hoodie as well. I pretend like I'm not watching, but I notice she's wearing only a t-shirt under her hoodie, and her bare arms are scarred with small white circles. Old cigarette burns. My jaw tightens, but I don't comment. Now I understand why this girl does not want to be found, although it doesn't entirely explain why nobody is looking for her, though the blood might explain that. I pile spaghetti and sauce onto a large plate for my guest, and I make myself a much smaller portion. I lay the plate down in front of her, and even before it hits the table, she is shoveling noodles into her mouth. It's hard to imagine she's even taking time to chew. I twirl some around my spoon, just watching her eat. So, I say, what brings you out here? She doesn't even look up from her plate. She clearly isn't excited to answer, and I haven't even asked her the biggest questions on my mind. For example, why is she covered in blood? Whose blood is it? And what is in the backpack? But one thing at a time. I have to build trust, small steps. You don't see too many people out in the woods in New Hampshire, I go on. We're pretty far off the main road, you know. No answer. I think this girl has said fewer than 10 words to me since I discovered her in the shed. Do you live near here? I try again. She finishes her pasta, slurping up those last few strands of spaghetti. She looks down at the plate longingly. "Do you want a little more?" I ask. She nods quickly. I've got a few more scoops in the pot, so I pour that onto her plate, and I also grab some bread from the refrigerator to sop up the extra sauce. I place it down in front of her, and she continues eating with gusto. "I'm glad you like it," I say to fill the silence. I decide not to bother her while she's eating. A lot of animals don't like to be disturbed when they're in the middle of a meal, and right now, I'm going to put this girl into that category. I will let her eat. She's obviously starving. But at the same time, I can't let this go. She has clearly been abused, and this girl is not a battered woman running from her husband. This is a child. I can't allow her to leave here on her own without adult supervision. As a teacher, I was a mandated reporter of signs of abuse. But even though I'm no longer in that role, I still feel that same tug of responsibility. The next random adult she comes across might not be so nice, and she is a target for predators with no way to earn money. This girl needs help. A person in authority needs to be alerted to what was done to her. And also, I really want to know who that blood belongs to. As if reading my thoughts, the girl reaches into the pocket of the coat she removed and pulls out the switchblade. Although she doesn't extend the blade again, she wraps her fingers around it and holds it in her lap while continuing to eat with her other hand. I notice there's a word scribbled on the handle of the knife in permanent marker. I try to see around her fingers gripping the handle, but it's challenging. I can make out an E, then an L, then. I think it might be her name. She releases the handle of the knife for a split second to wipe her chin, and it's long enough for me to see what's written on it. "Eleanor, is your name Alina?" I ask her. She glares at me like Rumpelstiltskin must have when they discovered his name, but she doesn't deny it. "Nobody calls me by my full name," she says bitterly. "I hate that name." "Well, what do they call you?" She doesn't answer, but at least I've got something. I've got a first name to tell the police when the phone lines start working again. 18. While the girl, Alina, is finishing the spaghetti, I return to my pantry and retrieve a tin full of chocolate chip cookies. I place them on the table in front of her. As she finishes the last bite of her second plate of food, she glances at me, then reaches for a cookie. "Chocolate chip is my favorite," I tell her. "What's yours?" She lifts a shoulder as she chews on the cookie, her knuckles white as she squeezes the knife with her other hand. "Oreos," I ask. After a long silence, she says, "I really like double chocolate chip." We have added 6 words to the number she has said to me. It feels like a miracle. I love those too. The tiniest smile touches her lips. "Do you have any?" "No, but I can buy some for you when the storm calms down tomorrow." I can see the walls shutting down. I finally got her to open up a tiny bit, but now she's turning defensive again. "No, I'm leaving in the morning." "And where are you going?" She lifts her chin, flecked with a bit of red sauce. "That's none of your business." "Yes, definitely a teenager." There's a ribbon tied around the tin with a little card hanging off it. She taps open the card with her fingertip and reads the message inside. "Dear Casey, happy birthday. Lee." Who is Lee? "A friend." She raises an eyebrow. "A boyfriend?" "No, not a boyfriend." "Then why did he get you a box of cookies?" "Because that's what friends do. They buy each other birthday presents." She takes a thoughtful bite of one of the cookies as the wind rattles the kitchen windows. "These are really good. They taste expensive." "Maybe." I have no idea how much Lee paid for them, although they do look awfully fancy. But it's not like it's jewelry. It's just cookies. How much could they have possibly cost? Alina polishes off another one and then licks crumbs off her fingers. "My mom said that a boy will never do anything nice for you unless he's interested in you." So there is a mother involved. A mother who is apparently not looking for her. That's not true. Does he live nearby? Yes, just up the road. There's a path through the woods that leads right to his house. Is he married? No. Does he have kids? No, although now that I think of it, I don't know for sure that Lee doesn't have a child. I never bothered to ask. I mean, he hasn't mentioned any. Is he gross? No. What does he look like? I don't know why I am indulging in this conversation, but I just want to get her talking, even if she's picking on me about my love life. I don't mind. When I was teaching, my students used to ask me teasing questions about whether I had a boyfriend. He's about 6 feet tall. Does he have a mustache or beard? A beard. A gross, bushy beard. No, it's well-groomed. Alina grabs another cookie from the tin. What color are his eyes? Blue. Are they soulful? Soulful? I stifle a laugh. I don't know, maybe. Is he smart? Smart, that's hard to say. He's well-spoken, though. He seems educated, although we haven't discussed his educational background. I think so. Is he nice or a jerk? He's nice, I say. He bought me the cookies, didn't he? The cookies were part of a bigger gesture. It was my first birthday living out here, the first one since my father died, and since losing my job. I was feeling low and let slip that the day was coming up. Lee invited me to his cabin, and even though I was extremely reluctant, I finally agreed. He cooked me a lovely meal of steak and potatoes. Totally a man's dinner, but it was delicious. He even coaxed a bit of conversation out of me, although I managed to skirt any serious questions. He looked really good that night, I still remember. He wore a nice checkered shirt, and his face had this openness when he smiled. It made me want to tell him everything. And his blue eyes were, well, soulful. Then, when we were nearly done eating, Lee ran to the kitchen and grabbed a bottle of wine. I almost forgot about this, he said. Want to crack it open? I almost said yes. If we opened that bottle of wine, that would open the floodgates. The evening would end with him kissing me, and while initially the possibility triggered a little jolt of excitement, the more I considered it, the more anxious I felt. So I made up an excuse and got out of there as quickly as I could. Lee barely had time to grab his present for me and make sure I took it home. It was our first and only meal together. So why don't you want him to be your boyfriend? Alina asks me. I don't want a boyfriend right now, I say. I'm happier without one. Why? I shoot her a look. Do you have a boyfriend? No, but you're old. She shakes the tin and picks out another cookie. She is so tiny. Where is she putting all this food? Physically, this seems impossible. Anyway, my mom wouldn't let me. My ears perk up. Another tiny piece of personal information. Is there someone you'd like to be your boyfriend or girlfriend? It felt like we were having a nice, albeit slightly insulting conversation, but she shuts down quickly at the personal question. No, not anymore. She shoves another cookie in her mouth. Not anymore, so there is someone you. A bolt of lightning from outside makes her face glow briefly. I don't want to talk about it. But you could tell me if. I said I don't want to talk about it, she hisses as the entire house shakes with a crack of thunder, loud enough to make me jump. The storm must be very close. She's glaring at me now. I'm not going to get any more information out of her about her mother or this potential crush. I am desperate for any little nugget. Where she's from, how old she is, anything she's willing to tell me. Maybe I can give you a ride then tomorrow, I offer. Is there someplace you would like me to drop you off? No, thank you, she says. I'm almost there. That's very strange. How could she be almost there when we're in the middle of nowhere? It doesn't even make sense that she's out here. If she were hitchhiking, it's not like they would drop her off here, so far off the main road. She came here intentionally, looking for something or someone, and she's not willing to tell me a thing. But of course she won't. This is a girl who has been burned, literally, by adults. She doesn't trust me because I'm one of them, and I can't even blame her. Kids are so vulnerable, and when the most important adult in your life betrays you, it's hard to ever come back from that. I have to figure out a way to get her to trust me. Listen, I say, I'm not going to tell anyone you are here or where you're going if you don't want me to. Alina lets out a loud snort. Okay, fine. I tap my fingertips on the table as rain pounds against the window. So when I was a kid, my dad, and I had something called an infinity promise. She rolls her eyes, but she's looking at me with a degree of interest. What's that? An infinity promise, I say, is a promise that you can never break, ever, under any circumstances. Everyone breaks promises. Maybe in your life, but I will tell you that in my entire 35 years of life, I have never once broken an infinity promise. Never. Alina looks skeptical, but at the same time, I can see in her face that she wants to believe it. She wants so badly to have one adult in her life that she can actually trust. Children crave that. What happens if you break an infinity promise? She asks tentatively. Well, I'm not sure, I say, because my father never broke one, and neither have I, but I assume you die instantly. She arches an eyebrow. From dysentery, I add. What's dysentery? It means you get diarrhea until you die. Death from diarrhea. It's pretty awful. To my amazement, Alina cracks a smile. I don't know at what age poop jokes stop being funny, but she obviously has not reached it yet. More importantly, there are sparks of trust in her eyes. So, she says, you infinity promise you won't tell anyone I'm here. Well, I say, I won't tell anyone without your permission. For the record, I think there are adults out there who could help you, and I'd like to discuss it with you more. But yes, I infinity promise that I won't tell anyone you're here if you don't give me permission, on penalty of death from dysentery. I pause. Okay. Okay, she says. I look down at that knife, still gripped in her hand. Maybe it's my imagination, but she seems to loosen her grip just a little bit. Maybe she's becoming more comfortable with me, and she should. I have never broken an infinity promise, and I don't intend to start tonight. No matter what. 19. Before. Yelele. I hate science class. I get okay grades because I study, even though my desk is still occupied by the fish tank. But it's my least favorite class out of everything. And earth science, which is what we're taking right now, is especially bad because it's so boring. We are learning about rocks. Seriously, rocks. Mrs. Bush, whose name everyone in the class finds hilarious, is talking about some project we are supposed to work on involving rock classification. I'm only half listening because it already sounds super boring. It involves comparing two kinds of rocks. I'm not even kidding. Then she says that this is a group project, because comparing rocks is obviously something you can't do all by yourself. I'm going to assign you partners to work on this together, she tells us, and the class collectively groans. Still, getting assigned partners is better than picking our partners. Whenever that happens, I always end up not getting one, and then the teacher has to assign me anyway, and it's embarrassing. So I'm glad when she decides to assign partners alphabetically. She gets about a fifth of the way into the assignments when she gets to me. Ella, she says, you're going to be with Brittany. I sigh with relief. I'm happy about this. Being partnered up with the most popular girl in the grade is a good thing, especially since Brittany always gets top grades. She gets an A in every class. Probably because she can actually study since she doesn't have garbage taking up all the space on her desk at home. And also, she doesn't spend her evenings locked in a closet. Funny how that makes homework kind of tough, but Brittany does not look happy about this turn of events. She crinkles up her pert little nose, like she got paired with one of the worms climbing through the peaches that are still in our closet, and then her hand shoots up in the air. Mrs. Bush, she says, Crystal and I need to work together because we carpool after school. That is such a bullshit excuse. It's so obvious. If it were anyone else in the class who said that, Mrs. Bush would have for sure said no way. But all the teachers love Brittany, so Mrs. Bush looks down at the paper in her hand with all the assignments and gets out her red pen. All right then. Ella, you can be with the student I had assigned to Crystal. That's Anton. Being paired with Anton Peterson is like orders of magnitude worse than being with Brittany. First, he hates me and calls me Smella. Second, he is the worst student in the class and won't do any of the work on this assignment. And when I look at him at the other end of the room, he doesn't look any happier than I do. Like Brittany, his hand shoots up in the air. But unlike Brittany, he doesn't wait for Mrs. Bush to call on him. Mrs. Bush, he says, I can't be partners with her either. Our teacher peers at him over the upper rim of her reading glasses. Why not? Anton's brown eyes are wide and sincere as he answers. Because I can smell her from here, and it makes me want to throw up. A few people giggle at that, but it doesn't make Mrs. Bush change her mind. Even though I really wish she would, because we clearly don't want to work together. As soon as the bell rings for class to end, I walk over to Anton's desk. He is slowly packing up his stuff, like he has all the time in the world to get to his next class, but really, he just doesn't care about being late. The green he sprayed in his hair looks brighter today, like he sprayed on another layer. I can't even remember his real hair color. Hey, I say, when do you want to meet to work on this project? Anton throws his binder into his backpack. There's a hole at the bottom right corner, and the lower edge of his binder juts through. How about never? I grit my teeth. I don't want to fail this class because you're lazy. Fine, then do the stupid rock project by yourself. I start to protest, but Anton has already thrown his backpack over his shoulder, and he's walking out of the classroom. I guess I'm working alone, which is better than spending time with stupid Anton. Good thing I'm used to it. 20. It's a mile walk home. I used to have a bike, but the chain broke, and we never ended up replacing it. I asked my mom for another one, but she kept saying that one was perfectly good. Like our washer and dryer and every other broken appliance, it's still in our basement, waiting to get fixed. I'm hoping one day she will start dating a guy who is good at fixing things, and then I'll be able to get my bike working again. Anyway, in the meantime, I walk. At least all the streets are paved, and I take a shortcut through this park that's usually pretty empty, so that makes it take a little less time. I don't mind the walk, actually, and I like the fresh air. The more I walk, the less it bothers me that Anton told the whole class that I smell. Especially now that the winter is over, the spring weather is kind of perfect. I'd rather be out here in the park than in our house, which reeks of cigarettes and rotting peaches. Also, the park is really pretty in the spring. Everything is blooming. I got a book from the school library and learned the names of a bunch of the flowers, which was pretty cool, but I'm not allowed to take out books from the library anymore. Apparently, I lost too many of them, which wasn't my fault. I swear, I leave my books in a safe place, but when my mom dumps a bunch of stuff in my room, things get lost. I'm just about at the other end of the park when I hear a strange noise coming from a thick clump of bushes and trees where kids sometimes hang out to smoke. It almost sounds like somebody grunting, like scuffling feet. I'm in no rush to get home, so I wander over to investigate. I thought maybe it was a couple of teenagers having sex or something, but it's not that at all. It's the opposite. It's two kids, and one is totally beating the crap out of the other one. They are too distracted to notice me, so I get a little closer. I recognize both the kids because they're from my school. One of the kids is this guy named Devin, who is the one who currently has the upper hand. He is the one administering the beatdown. And the kid lying in the dirt, the one getting his ass completely handed to him, it's Anton. I can't say it's not satisfying to see Anton getting his butt kicked. After all the things Anton has said about me, the way he has tormented me, it's good to see him with a lip split open and blood pouring out of his nose. I don't know what he did to piss off Devin, who is much more popular and well-liked than he is, but it looks like he's paying the price. I can't help but smile to myself when Devin kicks him in the gut and he doubles over. It's nice to see someone else suffer for once. Take that, you asshole. But then something shocking happens. Devin reaches into the pocket of his baggy jeans and pulls out a Swiss Army knife. A freaking knife. He opens up the blade, and even though one of Anton's eyes is already swelling closed, the other one gets really wide. Even more when Devin takes a step toward him. What the hell? What is Devin going to do with that knife? No, Anton chokes out as blood drips out of the corner of his lips. He always acts like he doesn't care about anything, but right now, he looks really scared. Shit. Please don't. I stand there watching, not sure what to do. Devin has a knife, but Anton doesn't have anything at all. And that's not fair. That's like 2 against 1, except even worse. Whatever Anton did to piss Devin off, and Anton pisses people off like it's his job, he doesn't deserve this. Before I can think too much about it, I pick up a giant rock lying in the dirt. At first, I'm worried it might be too heavy for me to lift over my head, but actually, it is. It's just the right size. It's light enough for me to lift, but when I creep up behind Devin and bring it down on his skull, he goes down hard. I'm surprised at how easily that rock took him out. Devin dropped like a ton of bricks, and now he is lying in the dirt, right next to Anton, who is scrambling to his feet, breathing hard. Devin's eyes are closed, and he's not moving, not even a little bit. Holy shit, Anton wipes the blood from his face with the back of his sleeve. Ella, you killed him. 21. No, I did not just kill someone. That did not just happen. I stare down at Devin's body and the small pool of blood forming under his skull, a terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. Except then he groans and shifts slightly on the ground. Oh, Anton says, I guess he's still alive. He sounds disappointed. He draws back his Nike sneaker and kicks Devin as hard as he can in the ribs. Devin groans louder. Come on, Anton says to me. We better get out of here. You're the one he's mad at, I point out. He rolls his eyes at me. Yeah, and you think he's going to be thrilled with you after you slugged him with a rock. Come on, Ella. When I don't start moving on my own, he grabs me by the arm, and then we run for it. We get out of the park, and even after, we are still sprinting to get as far from Devin as we possibly can. Anton was right. It was smart to run. Devin may not be dead, but he's probably pissed off, and also, he has a knife. When we finally stop running, Anton grabs his side, wincing. Now that we are in the light, I can see how badly he's hurt. Devin really messed him up bad. His right eye is starting to swell, and so is his nose. There's blood all over the lower half of his face, both from his nose and his split lip, and it's staining the entire front of his gray t-shirt. He sticks his index finger in his mouth and flinches. I think he cracked one of my teeth. That sucks. Sucks more for him. Anton grins at me with bloody teeth, even though it must hurt a lot with his lips split open like that. That was awesome, Ella. Thanks. Today is the first day he's called me anything but Smella in the whole time I've known him. Well, it wasn't fair, I mumble. He had a knife, and you didn't. Yeah, you don't know that guy like I do. He's a complete psycho. I don't know what the hell he would have done if you hadn't come along. Anton shudders as he wipes his bloody nose with the back of his sleeve. Shit, I'm a mess. I gotta get cleaned up. You live around here. Yes, I answer without thinking before I realize I should have kept my mouth shut. Okay, he says. Let's go. I stare at him. Go where? Go to your house. To use your sink and shit. I don't want Anton at my house. It's out of the question. I don't want anyone at my house, but definitely not him. Sorry, I can't have visitors. Come on, Ella, he frowns. If my dad sees me like this, he's going to kill me. Please, can I use your sink for 2 minutes? The way he says it, I get the feeling he's not just being dramatic. That if his dad sees him beaten up like this, he's going to be in bad trouble. I know the feeling. Fine, I agree. But just use the bathroom and then you have to leave right away. Okay. Yeah. I'm not planning to move in or anything. Anton walks next to me as we travel the remaining few blocks to my house. The whole time, I can't shake the awful feeling in my stomach. What is he going to say when he sees my house? It's bad enough that he already tells everyone at school that I smell. What is he going to say to the other kids when he sees what the inside of my house looks like? Everyone will know. Maybe if I can get him in and out really quick, he won't notice. Oh, who am I kidding? He'd have to be blind and stupid not to notice. I should have just let him get stabbed. When we finally get to my block, my palms are slick with sweat at the thought of Anton coming into my house. But what can I do? He's still oozing blood out of his nose and lip, and there's no way he's going to walk all the way home like that when I live right here. We pass Mrs. Fleming's house first. It's dark inside. A few days after I took out her trash, she slipped and fell during the night, and she hit her head really badly. She's in the hospital now, and they're not sure she's going to get better. In other news, I've had money for lunch for the entire week. This is me, I say when I get to our house. It is the tiniest one on the block, built specially to rent to a low-income family, us. It looks fine on the outside, though. My mom is careful about stuff like that because she doesn't want to attract attention. But people aren't completely stupid. They know about us. Anton follows me up the steps. I almost want to tell him to close his eyes, but he's not going to do that. Better to stick to my plan and just get him in and out. My mom shouldn't be home now, although I almost wish she were, because that would be an excuse not to let Anton inside. Instead, I stick my key into the lock and ease the door open. All those plastic bottles are still in the garbage bag behind the door, so I can't get it open all the way, but enough for us to slip through. As soon as Anton steps into my foyer, he stops short. His eyes widen for a moment as he takes it all in. A couch made of mattresses, and also the other mattress propped up on the wall next to the couch. The papers stacked in piles on the floor, and even going up the entire length of the stairs. The rolls of toilet paper stacked next to the bathroom. The 20 or so pencil holders on the coffee table, each one packed with pens and pencils. 8 ashtrays, 4 boxes of never-opened Tupperware. I'm dying inside. This is so embarrassing. Bathroom is over there, I mumble, pointing in the general direction. I'm sure he'll find it. You got soap in there. I almost laugh at the question. We have so much in our bathroom we could theoretically never buy soap again for the rest of our lives, although I'm sure in a week or two, my mom will come home with a few more bars. The entire cabinet under the sink is stuffed with soap in every single form. I just give him a tight nod. Anton picks his way to the bathroom. It takes him a few seconds to find the little trail we used to get from the front door to the bathroom, through the papers and my mother's other junk. We have a lot of little trails like that, or else we wouldn't be able to get anywhere. He nearly trips on a clothing rack near the wall, but he makes it. When the door shuts behind him, I let out a breath. I hover at the bathroom door, listening to the water running inside. Anton is probably cleaning his face, but he's still got blood all over his shirt that won't wash off. He'll probably want a fresh t-shirt that isn't covered in blood, except anything that belongs to me or my mom would be too small for him. But I'm pretty sure my mom never threw out any of the clothing Chip left behind, and if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably in the basement. But that would mean I have to go down to the basement, my least favorite place in the whole house. The water is still running in the bathroom, and I figure it's better to grab the shirt now so I can get Anton out of here as quick as possible. With some effort, because the floor is such a disaster, I locate the trail that leads to the basement door. I haven't been down in the basement in a long time, not since the washer broke. I crack open the basement door. It's just as bad as I feared, maybe even worse. Now that the washer is broken, my mom has been dumping all the clothing down here to wash at some future date that will never come. As a result, every inch of the floor is covered in clothing. It's even on the stairs. I don't know how I'm going to find a t-shirt in this mess, but I've got to try. I wade through the sea of clothes, which mostly belong to my mom, although some of it is mine. Some of it isn't the right size for either of us or anyone who has ever lived in this house, and I'm not sure why we have it. My mom keeps insisting we're going to get the washer fixed any day now, and then it'll be convenient to have all the clothes down here. She's optimistic like that. Except how can we possibly wash everything? It would take us 1,000,000 years. Sometimes I have nightmares about our basement. I dream that I'm down here and the clothes are pulling me under. I'm trying to keep my head above them, but I keep sinking, fabric twisting between my ankles, making it impossible to move. Finally, my head goes under. I'm suffocated by the ocean of dirty laundry. Like I said, the basement is my least favorite room in the house. I'm about to give up when I find something that looks like it's an undershirt. I'm not sure who it belongs to, but it looks big enough for Anton, and also it doesn't smell too bad when I sniff it. I manage to wade back up the stairs to the first floor just as Anton is coming out of the bathroom. "Hey," he says, "how bad do I look?" He's managed to wash all the blood off his face and neck. His eye and nose aren't as swollen as I thought they were, although his lip definitely looks like somebody punched him in the face. Compared to other kids in our grade, Anton's skin is pretty clear of acne, and the truth, which I hate to admit, is that he is not bad looking at all. Even his green hair is kind of cute. Too bad he's such a jerk and is probably going to ruin my life tomorrow. Instead of answering his question, I thrust the shirt at him. "Here." He holds it up for inspection, then nods his approval. "This is your dad's." I consider telling him that yes, it is, but he's already seen my house. He knows my worst secret. "No, I don't know my dad." I'm not sure if he heard me because he's busy pulling off his bloody t-shirt. With his shirt off, I notice he's just as skinny as I am. I can count all his ribs. He pulls on the clean undershirt, and then his eyes meet mine. "That's okay," he says casually. "I'd rather have no dad than my dad." I'm not sure I agree, but then again, I don't know Anton's dad. Now that he's cleaned up and gotten his shirt on, I figure he's going to leave. But instead, his eyes dart around my living room, taking everything in. My face burns, imagining him telling everyone at school tomorrow how disgusting my house is, the smell, the stained mattresses, the teetering piles of garbage. When he opens his mouth, I'm sure he's going to say something along those lines or make a hasty retreat. But then he blurts out, "Is that your couch?" He's referring to the 2 mattresses. I'm seriously dying. Kind of. "Wow," he says like he means it. "That's really cool." "Okay." He plops down on the mattress on the floor like it's totally normal that our couch is made out of moldy old mattresses. Then he shoves over a stack of papers to make more room and raises his eyebrows at me, like he thinks I should sit down. So I do. "Hey." His gaze settles on the ashtray on our coffee table. The ashtray is one of the grossest things in the room, and that's saying a lot. It is filled with at least 50 cigarette butts of varying length. My mom never seems to smoke the entire cigarette, and then she puts them in the ashtray to save them. But then she never ends up smoking them, and they just stay there forever. "These yours?" "My mom's." He picks up one of the larger butts from the ashtray. Then he whips a lighter out of his pocket. I was out of smokes. I watch with a combination of horror and fascination as Anton lights up my mother's old cigarette. He holds it out to me, offering me a drag, but I shake my head. The thought of smoking a cigarette makes me physically ill. "So," Anton says, wincing when the skin of his split lip opens more, "what are we going to do for that project?" My jaw drops. "I thought you said you didn't want to help me." "I was just messing around." "No, you were." "You know what your problem is, Ella." He blows out a ring of smoke. "You can't take a joke." I stare at him. "Fine, I was being an asshole." He tugs at the old white undershirt, which is a couple of sizes too big. "I'm offering to help now though, are I?" I imagine attempting to divvy up the work for the project while surrounded by my mother's papers and all the other junk in this living room. The thought makes me sick. Even though he's not being a jerk about it at the moment, I want Anton out of here. Not here, I say. Let's work at your house. My house isn't much better. My little brother is super annoying. Not here, I say more firmly. He looks like he's going to argue again, but then he finally seems to get it. Okay, my house. Anton opens his mouth like he's going to say something else, but then he gets cut off by the sound of a key turning in the front door. My mother isn't supposed to be home for another hour, but somehow, here she is. And now I am in really, really big trouble. 22. Ella. My mother's voice floats in from the front door. I exchange looks with Anton, who seems to understand my panic. He mouths the words, "back door." I quickly point in the direction of the back. Anton leaps off the couch, and with surprising speed given the mess in the living room, he disappears through the kitchen. I hear the back door swing shut just as my mother materializes in the living room. That was close. It's an unspoken rule between us that I'm not allowed to have visitors over, and I don't know what my mom would have done if she caught a bruised, green-haired boy sitting with me smoking on the mattress sofa. Mom comes into the living room, a frown pulling at her lips. I act all casual, like I didn't just have someone here with me. She's got on her uniform from work, which is an ugly green blouse and khaki slacks. She's holding a shopping bag filled with junk, probably from the thrift shop. I wish somebody would burn the place down. Ella, there is a sharp edge to her voice that makes me really nervous. What were you just doing? I glance in the direction of the back door and then back at my mother. Does she know Anton was here? He took his shirt with him, so as far as I can see, there's no sign of him. Except, oh no, the cigarette. It's still smoking in the ashtray. Were you smoking? She shrieks at me. I don't know why she looks so upset. She smokes all the time. It's pretty much all she does. And anyway, I was. But the truth is much worse, so I'll have to lie for my own sake. I just wanted to try it, I say. She drops the shopping bag on the floor. And I didn't like it, I say quickly. And I'll never do it again. My mother's brown eyes are still laser-focused on that smoking cigarette butt. She comes around the side of the coffee table and picks it up. You know, this is only for adults. I know, Mom. I don't want to ever see you doing this again. Her eyes flash. Ever. I know she's only telling me not to smoke because she cares about me, but my mom can be scary sometimes. Right now is one of those times. I won't. I swear, Mom. No, you won't, she agrees. You're going to learn your lesson today. My mother picks up the cigarette butt from the ashtray and grabs my arm with her other hand. I squirm to get away. This is for your own good, Ella, she says in a firm voice. You don't want to pick up this nasty habit. Then she grinds the lit end of the cigarette into the tender skin of my forearm. The pain is instant and blinding. I feel it all the way down to the bone. I cry out involuntarily and try to yank my arm away, but my mother holds me there for a second before releasing me. Except even after the cigarette is no longer touching me, it still feels like my arm is burning. I've started crying without even realizing it. Next time, she says, it'll be your face. She wouldn't really burn my face, would she? Because if she did, then everyone would see it. Then again, I'm not sure what my mother would do sometimes. All I know is that I'm going to stay far away from her cigarettes from now on. 23. Now, Casey. After Alina has eaten about half a dozen cookies, she asks me, "Where's your TV?" I don't have one. She looks horrified. It's hard to throw stones, though, because I'm fairly sure I would have reacted similarly at her age. But what I didn't understand back then is how freeing it is to not have a television. There are so many better things to do with your time. Televisions weren't even invented until the early 20th century, and look how dependent we are on them. There are lots of things to do besides watch television, I say. She doesn't seem convinced. I admit it's a controversial decision to be television-free. Even Lee has a TV, and he seemed just as horrified as a leaner when I told him I didn't have one. We can play cards if you want. She crinkles her slightly upturned nose. If she weren't so painfully skinny, she would be very pretty. Cards. I feel about 1,000,000 years old. Yes, I don't usually have anyone to play with, but now I've got you. Great. We can play any game you would like, I offer. What games do you know? Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite. I mean card games. Oh, she rubs her nose with the back of her hand. War. What about Go Fish? That game at least will require some interaction on her part, which might get her talking. Do you know that game? Sure, I guess. I get up to find my pack of playing cards, which I have mostly been using to play solitaire. As I am sifting through the drawer of the desk in the living room, the lights overhead flicker and go out for a split second, but then thankfully come back on. The deck of cards belonged to my father. He loved to play. He taught me every game he knew, but our favorite one to play was poker. My father was an excellent poker player, and we spent hours playing Texas Hold'em. He said it might come in handy if I were ever low on funds. The key to being a good poker player, he always said, is knowing when to bluff. It's not as easy as you think. What it comes down to is you should only bluff when you know your opponent will fold. If your opponent is going to stay in the game no matter what, then it's not worth it to bluff. While I'm grabbing my father's deck of cards, I can't help but notice Alina's backpack again. Bloodstain is still there, but at least it hasn't gotten bigger. What is she hiding in that backpack? If her bloody clothes were something she was willing to show me, what is she hiding from me? For a second, I am seized with the almost irrepressible urge to rip the bag open and look through the contents. But I'm finally getting her to trust me. Violating her privacy like that would destroy all the goodwill from my infinity promise. Maybe I can worm the truth out of her. Do you want any more cookies? I ask her as I return to the table with the deck of cards. She looks down at the container of cookies. She's eaten about 6 of them, half the tin. Nah, I don't want to get fat like you. Wow, nice. I let the comments slide and pick up the half-eaten tin of cookies to put it back in the pantry. I grab a sponge to wipe down the table from dinner, and then I sit down across from her. I deal each of us a bunch of cards, but I barely look at mine. My eyes are on Alina's face. Do you want to go first? I ask her. No, you can go. My eyes flit down to the cards in my hand, attempting to focus on the actual game. Do you have any 7s? Go fish, she says. As I pick a card from the stack, I say, how old are you anyway? I stare at her pale face, waiting for her answer as the lights flicker one more time. She doesn't lift her eyes from the cards in her hand. Do you have any jacks? She says. I pass a single jack across the table. Do you have any 9s? Go fish. Are you 12? I ask. She grits her teeth. I said go fish. Are you 13? I've pushed too far. Alina has had enough. She puts down her cards and purses her lips. What's the difference? I was a teacher, I explain. I just wanted to see if I could guess your age correctly. We're a teacher. I'm taking a hiatus. Why? The last thing I want to talk to this girl about are the reasons why I am not allowed back at Brigham Elementary School. The last time I was in the building, I sat in front of Principal Lordo's desk flushed with shame as she peered at me over the edge of her half-moon glasses. What were you thinking, Casey? She said to me. How could you do that? I'm sorry. I got carried away. You're a good teacher, she acknowledged, and I know you were upset, but I can't protect you after what you've done. I'm afraid that you're terminated, starting immediately. I thought about getting down on my knees and pleading with her. My teaching job was everything to me, and I couldn't believe I had done something so stupid and impulsive as to get myself fired. But I knew the principal didn't have a choice. Her hands were tied after what I did. It's complicated, I finally say. Why is it complicated? She blinks up at me as a flash of lightning makes her face glow. Did you get fired? No, I lie, or is it a bluff? No, it's a lie. Were you a good teacher? I won Teacher of the Year 3 times, but I don't want to brag. Yes, I believe I was. Then why did they fire you? I told you, I wasn't fired. Her eyebrows shoot up. Did you lose your mind then? Is that why you're living out in the woods? Maybe a little bit, I want to say. If I told her the whole truth, how would she react? How about this? I'll tell you why I'm not teaching anymore if you tell me your last name. She put down the knife to eat and then to play cards with me, but now her fingers curl around it once again. No deal. My gaze darts down to the knife, then back up to her face. I'm not sure if I believe she would really hurt me, but then again, why was she covered in blood? This girl may be capable of more than I think. Although by the looks of her arms, whoever she did this to likely deserved it. You don't need to defend yourself against me. I won't hurt you. I don't know that for sure. I would never, I infinity promise. Alina stares at me and doesn't loosen her grip on the knife. Her voice is flat. It feels like you make those kinds of promises a lot. I'm not even sure if you can keep them. I swear. I lay a hand on my chest. I would never hurt you. You don't have to worry. Maybe, she says softly. You're the one who has to worry. I look down at her fingers gripping that knife. There is still blood caked in her fingernails. As I am staring at them, the lights overhead flicker one more time, and then they go out for good. 24. Before. Yalele. I am fiddling with the combination on my locker when Anton comes up behind me. I was dreading today because of him. I was sure he would tell the entire school about my weirdo house, and everyone would tease me about my biggest secret. But strangely enough, nobody has said anything, not a word. Except that doesn't mean he hasn't told. It just means that the word hasn't had a chance to spread yet. Anton looks better than he did yesterday, although he still looks like a kid who got beaten up very recently. He has a black eye, and his lower lip looks like it is one big smile away from splitting open again. He doesn't say hello. He just taps me on the shoulder and holds out a scrap of paper. I take it from him, and when I look down at the scribbled handwriting, I realize it's an address. That's where I live, he says. Oh. You said you wanted to come over to my house to work on the project. So. Oh, I squint down at the numbers of his address. Does that say 24 or 29? 29, sorry, my handwriting sucks. He frowns. If you're not doing anything right after school, I can show you how to get there. I usually take a shortcut. Okay. Okay. He shuffles his weight between his muddy sneakers. I'll meet you behind the school at 3:15. I nod and he starts to walk away, but then I call out his name and he stops. Hey, I say. Yeah. Did you? I gingerly rub my forearm, where the cigarette burn has turned into a blister. Eventually, it will heal and then leave behind a little white circle easily concealed by a long-sleeved shirt, or at least that's what I assume based on last time. Did you tell anyone about my house? Anton looks at me for a few seconds, then he lifts a shoulder. Nothing to tell. As he walks away, I feel a mix of relief and disbelief that Anton Peterson kept my secret. 25. Before I go outside to meet Anton, I run to the girls' bathroom. I don't know what the bathroom is going to be like at his house, so I'd rather use it at school. While I'm washing my hands with lots of soap, I stare at my reflection in the smudgy mirror. I showered last night, using one of the 5 billion bottles of shampoo and conditioner, so my red hair looks shiny, although a bit oily. I've got a couple of small zits along my hairline, but not too bad. Unlike my mother, I am fairly plain looking, except for my bright blue eyes, which are the same color as my jeans. It makes me think of my father's eyes, which must be blue like mine. I wonder if he even knows that I exist. Whenever I ask my mother, she won't tell me any details, and then she gets angry at me for asking. Why do you want to know about that loser anyway? I still believe that one of these days I'm going to meet him. One of these days I will find my father. And then everything will be different. I finish washing my hands, then I go out back behind the building to meet Anton. I don't see him right away, but then I remember there's this little nook where the kids go when they want to smoke without getting caught. Sure enough, I find him there, leaning against the red brick of the school building, taking a drag from a cigarette. I hate the smell of cigarettes so much, and I'm kind of upset that I have to walk with him while he's smoking. But then, thankfully, he stubs out the cigarette on the pavement before grabbing his backpack. He also grabs a spray bottle out of his bag and spritzes himself down, which gives him sort of a nice, fresh laundry smell. "Let's get going," he says. "You have to leave before my dad gets home." And we're off. I thought it might be awkward walking with Anton, but it's weirdly not. We have a lot of the same classes, and we hate all the same teachers. I overheard this rumor that Ms. Curtis is hooking up with Mr. Paxson. They're basically the two grossest teachers in the whole school. When I tell Anton about Katie Barnes catching them locked in Mr. Paxson's Jeep, he lets out a peal of laughter. It makes me realize that while I've heard Anton laugh many times before, I've never heard him laugh in a way that wasn't mean. Usually it's at me. But this makes me want to make him laugh more. Anton lives in a housing development, which, like mine, is for low-income families. But instead of having a whole house, his family just has an apartment. Although actually, his apartment is about the same size as our tiny house, just less vertical. Anyway, Anton's apartment doesn't have anything embarrassing about it. It's a normal apartment with the walls painted a dull off-white color, threadbare furniture, and a thin woman lying asleep on the living room sofa, his mom, I guess. Except when we get inside, this kid who looks about 8 years old runs up to us, practically levitating with excitement. The kid looks a lot like Anton, except he's about a head shorter. And his hair is a normal color. "Anton," the kid says, "can we play Nintendo?" "Can't you see I got company, Brad?" Anton says irritably. He doesn't seem interested in introductions. The little boy looks at me, then back at his brother, pouting. "But you said we could." "Yeah, later." Anton shoves his little brother out of the way, but he's gentle about it, almost playful. He's careful not to hurt the younger boy. "Quit bothering me, and we'll play after dinner." Brad follows us down the hallway, but when we disappear inside Anton's room, he doesn't bother us anymore. "Sorry," Anton tells me. "It's okay," I tell him, not bothering to say that I wish I had a little brother or sister. Anton's room is really small, and I wouldn't say it's neat, but it's better than mine anyway. There aren't any fish tanks, that's for sure. He's got some dirty clothes on the floor, but they are pushed to the side of the room, and you can easily walk through it without relying on trails. He's even got a desk that is mostly cleared to work on. I was worried the room might smell like cigarettes because he smokes, but it doesn't smell like that at all. "So tell me how you want to do this." Anton sits on the edge of his bed, letting me have the desk. Tell me how we're supposed to divide up the work. I take my binder out of my backpack and lay it out on his desk. It's so nice to have the space to work on rather than trying to get everything done on my bed. I take the cap off my pen and lay it down next to the notebook without having to worry it will get lost in the sheets. "Well," I say, "I guess it makes the most sense for each of us to take one type of rock and research it. Then we can compare them together." "Yeah, makes sense." He looks down at his watch. "All right, so we've got an hour to do this before my dad gets home. Well, he might be home later if he stops at the bar, and if that happens, you really don't want to be here." He flinches when he says it, then looks a little embarrassed, like he said too much. Except I don't know how he could be embarrassed about anything after seeing my house. Sorry, he says. My dad is a huge asshole, that's all. I tap my pen on my notebook. You know, I got my mom to stop drinking. His eyebrows shoot up. Really? How? Well, this is something I have never told anyone, and I can't believe I'm about to tell Anton, my sworn enemy. I used to do chores for my neighbor, and while I was at her house, I found this bottle of something called Ipecac. I looked it up, and it makes you throw up. So I put a few drops of it in all my mother's liquor bottles. Anton's mouth falls open. Seriously. I nod. Yeah, it totally made her throw up, and then she stopped drinking altogether. I guess she got sick of being sick. Wow. I could bring it for you, I say. I still have most of the bottle left. Yeah, I'll take it. He grins at me, but then winces and touches his split lower lip. You're actually pretty cool, Ella. I sniff. Glad you noticed. I always noticed. Yeah, right. Really. Then how come you called me names all the time? Well, because Smella rhymes with Ella, obviously. He looks down, picking at a hole in his bedspread. I don't know. Nothing ever seems to get to you, but when I called you that, your face would get all red, same color as your hair. I don't know what to say to that. He's right. Usually I let insults roll off me, but somehow when Anton called me out, it got to me. Anyway, I'm sorry. He lifts his eyes, the right one tinged with purple bruising from yesterday. I swear I won't call you that again. I don't know if I believe him, but I'll still bring him the bottle of Ipecac. If his dad is half as bad as my mom, he could use it. Anyway, Mrs. Fleming doesn't have any use for it anymore. She still hasn't been back home since her little accident. I'm guessing she hasn't woken up, or else the police might have shown up at my door. I start to make an outline, dividing up how we're going to do the work on the project. I didn't notice it, but the sleeve of my sweatshirt rode up as I was writing, and the angry red blister from the cigarette burn last night is now visible. Anton has been leaning over my shoulder, and his eyes widen when he sees it. What happened to your arm? He asks me. Nothing, I mumble. It looks like a burn or something. It's nothing. Anton opens his mouth, but he doesn't ask me any more questions about it. That's good, because I'm not going to tell him what really happened. I've already told him too much today. That's a secret I'm taking with me to my grave. 26. Now, Casey. Without electricity, the cabin has become very dark. I was dreading the moment when the lights went out, even though I had been expecting it for the entire evening. But I had previously imagined that, when it happened, I would be able to curl up in my bed with one of my paperbacks, reading by the light of my itty-bitty book light until I drifted off. Instead, I am sitting in the kitchen of my house, alone with a girl who I am 99% sure has killed or at least mortally wounded somebody in the last 24 hours, and she's feeling cornered, and we are sitting in pitch blackness, the wind screaming through the cracks at the windows. Casey, Aliner's voice floats through the darkness. A minute ago, I was feeling wary of her, but now her voice is tremulous. The lights. I've got candles, I say with more calm than I'm feeling. Let me light them. I curse the fact that I left my flashlight in the living room. I am feeling my way to the kitchen counter when a slice of light illuminates my way. I look over, and Aliner is holding her flashlight. It must be the same one I saw her with in the tool shed. I get the drawer open and pull out a lighter, then I start igniting the candles one by one. Aliner stands up too. I would never have offered her a lighter, but apparently she already had one. She uses her green lighter to light all the candles in the living room. I'm thrilled to know that this girl is in possession of an object that can set my house on fire. It's much better when all the candles are lit. It's not as good as the overhead lights, but at least I can see my hand in front of my face. Also, I can walk across the kitchen without bumping into anything. Well, that's better, I say with false cheer. Do you want to keep playing? Actually, she says, I'm kind of tired. Is it okay if I go to sleep? Poor girl, I can't even imagine what she's been through today. I'm sure murdering someone is very exhausting. No, I don't actually think she killed anyone, but admittedly, I'm struggling to explain all that blood. Of course you can rest, I say softly. Why don't you lie down on my bed? Her blue eyes widen. Your room. Sure, I can sleep on the couch. I don't mind sleeping on the couch. I know, but I'd like you to have the bed. It's a lot more comfortable. Alina looks between me and the bedroom, like she's not quite sure what to make of this act of hospitality. Finally, she nods. Okay, thank you. She thanked me. It's a miracle. I'm hoping she'll leave her backpack behind in the living room so I can search it while she's asleep, but of course, it's the first thing she grabs when she goes into the bathroom, and I'm sure she'll take it into the bedroom with her. I have a feeling she's not going to let that bag leave her side. Is the blood stain on the bag darker? I can't tell. I can't help but think that it's the perfect size to fit a human head. Or failing that, a hand or foot. Anything could be in there. I imagine opening the bag and finding a pair of dull, lifeless eyes staring up at me. Or it could be something benign like clothing. Or books. Or drugs. At this point, I'd be thrilled to find drugs in there. While Alina is gone, I work on getting the fire going. I'm hardly an expert, but my father showed me how to start a fire years ago, back when I was Alina's age, and now I'm finally using that knowledge. He'd be proud, although maybe not so proud of the fact that I got fired from my job. God, I still can't believe it all went down like that. While I'm poking at the embers with the fire poker, I notice a scrap of paper on the floor. I'm certain it wasn't here before. I would never leave a scrap of garbage lying around, which makes me think that it must have fallen out of Alina's pocket. Before she can come out and realize she's dropped it, I pounce. Once it's in my hands, I identify it as a piece of lined paper, which looks like it was ripped out of a notebook. The ink on the paper is slightly smudged from the rain, but it hasn't run so much that I can't read it anymore. I look over the paper, examining the contents. It's a drawing, most likely scrawled by Alina herself. And when I realize what I'm looking at, my jaw drops open. This is much worse than I thought. 27. Before. Yalele. There's nothing to eat in our refrigerator. It's ridiculous because there is actually a lot of food. Possibly more food than any other refrigerator I've ever seen in my life. Like, the vegetable crispers at the bottom are stuffed to the brim, but most of the vegetables are brown, and some have kind of turned to liquid. And there are probably 24 condiments, although most of them are hard to open because the caps are all sticky and sealed shut. We've also got a bunch of the little sauce containers that come with takeout meals, but because there are no dates on those, I don't know how old they are. But they're old. Really, really old. And don't get me started on the freezer. It's one big frozen block of gray mystery meat. The thing we have most of is yogurt, though. My mom is obsessed with yogurt. She will come home from the grocery store with like 20 little containers of yogurt. She says yogurt is good pretty much forever, unless the top of the container is puffing out. I think it tastes bad after the expiration date, but my mom says I'm being dramatic. She eats it herself, though, and it hasn't killed her, so maybe it really is okay. I don't know what I am supposed to eat in this refrigerator. I don't want expired yogurt. There are some boxes of dry food in the pantry, but my mom got another fish tank, if you can believe that, and she is storing it on top of the stove, so it's hard to cook anything right now. Maybe we can get takeout. My mom comes into the kitchen, and she's dressed up again with lots of makeup and a short sundress. Another date, I guess. I wonder if it's the same guy. I hope it is, and that it works out for her. She was so much happier when Chip was living here. Things were actually kind of good back then. She used to tell me that they were probably going to get married, and he would be my new father, and then after he left, all I can remember is her crying nonstop for the next month. The only thing that seemed to make her feel better was going shopping. I'm going out, she tells me, in case I couldn't guess. My stomach churns, wondering if she's going to lock me in the closet again. She probably will, because she's too scared about me throwing out her stuff when she's out of the house, especially after she caught me trying to throw away her precious bottles. She also says she doesn't want her boyfriends to know that she has a daughter, because a lot of men don't want to date a woman who has children, although it might be okay if she springs it on him later. Is it the same guy? I ask. Her face lights up. My mom is pretty, but she looks 10 times prettier when she's happy. Yes. His name is Harvey. I really like him a lot. If this goes well, he could be your new father. She likes to say that, but it's not really accurate to say anyone is my new father if I never had a father to begin with. Since she is in such a good mood, I wonder if she might be willing to answer some of the questions that have been swirling around my head more and more lately. I shift between my sneakers, knowing I shouldn't ask, but I can't help myself. Mom. Yes. Can you tell me who my real father is? Instantly, her good mood evaporates. The smile drops off her face. Why would you want to know that? Because he's my father, and he has the same blue eyes as me. Maybe he likes the combination of chocolate and peanut butter like I do, or the smell of pine cones. Maybe he could give us money so you wouldn't have to worry so much. I can provide for my family, Mom says stiffly. Look at how much food there is in the fridge. And anyway, he's a deadbeat and would just suck us dry. Can't you tell me his name? I told you he's a loser, she says through her teeth. Even if he wanted to have anything to do with us, which he doesn't, we're better off without him. I wish I could say I'm surprised she's refusing to tell me, but I'm not. Someday I'm going to find out who he is, though. There's got to be a way. Shut the refrigerator door, Ella, my mother says, with considerably less cheer than when she first walked into the kitchen. You're wasting electricity. I can't find anything to eat, I say. Mom raises her eyebrows, which look like they have been penciled in. Ella, the refrigerator is full of food. I wish I could order a pizza. Just the thought of that crispy crust and gooey cheese makes my mouth water, but I don't dare even ask. My mother marches over to the pantry and pulls out a box of protein bars. Why don't you take this with you in the closet while I'm gone? I take a step back, wondering if I could possibly make a run for it. What if I did leave the house? What would she do? Would she call the police to bring me back? I doubt it, because she doesn't want the police coming into her house. But if I did leave the house, where would I go? I don't have any friends whose houses I could hide out at. And also, it's raining. Come on, Ella, she says impatiently. I don't have forever. Let's go. I don't want to spend the evening in the closet. Yes, I did manage to throw away those peaches that were rotting, but the closet still smells terrible. And it's dark and scary, and there's nowhere to sit that's comfortable. Ella, she growls, come on. Mom, I swear I won't throw anything out. I take another step back. Please let me stay in my room, please. She shakes the box of protein bars in her hand. You can either sit in the closet with this food, or you can sit there without it. It's your choice. My stomach rumbles painfully. The idea of sitting in the closet all night without even getting any dinner is too awful for words. My father wouldn't do it. If he were here, he would tell her that it's not right to lock a child in a closet. And then he would order a pizza for dinner. Ella, she shakes the box at me again. Come on. Now. So I follow her. In less than 5 years, I'll be 18 years old, and she won't be able to put me in the closet ever again. Or maybe before that, I'll find my father, and he will put a stop to all this. 28. Today I meet Anton again after school to work on our project. I find him leaning against the building, his bag slung on his shoulder, but he's not smoking like he was last time. Out of cigarettes? I ask him, hoping he won't ask me to steal some of my mother's. His brown eyes meet mine. His black eye has faded in the last few days, but you can still see it. Devin has been out all week, and people are saying he fell off his bike and got a concussion. I quit, actually. Really? He runs a hand through his green hair. They were always making me cough, and they stunk up my clothing. Except when he says it, he's looking down at my arms, where he saw the cigarette burns. Was it hard to quit? I ask him. My mom tried to quit once, and she was going out of her mind with cravings and snapping at me even more than usual. As much as I hate the cigarettes, it was even worse when she was off them. Kind of. His grin is lopsided. I'm trying not to think about it. In fact, he fishes into the pocket of his baggy jeans and comes up with a lighter the same color as his hair. Can you take this for me? I just need it away from me. I take the lighter and stuff it into my own pocket. My mom has a bunch of lighters, but she usually keeps them in her purse. You never know when something like this will come in handy. We walk back to Anton's apartment together. This time, we play a game where we try to skip over the entire distance between two cracks on the street. Anton is several inches taller than me, so he's much better at it than I am. But it's not really a competition. It's just something we're doing for fun during the walk. By the way, I say when we're a few blocks away from his apartment building, I never asked you what you did to piss Devin off so bad. Oh, he brightens as if pleased by the question. I grabbed his backpack during gym and emptied it all over the floor. That's it. He had some history project in his bag that got pretty messed up, especially when I stepped on it. Also, when he got angry, I told him his mother was butt ugly. That's enough to make me bust out laughing. Why would you do all that to him? He shrugs. I don't know. I hate those football jocks, and I thought it would be funny to mess with him. Then he adds, Devin didn't think so. I don't get it. Why would you mess up somebody's backpack like that when they didn't even do anything to you? Especially when that kid is a lot bigger than you are. Sometimes it seems like Anton can't stop himself from doing bad things. When I do bad things, it's always on purpose. If I mess with somebody, it's only because they deserve it. When we get to Anton's apartment, it's completely empty and quiet. There's no sign of his mother or his brother. I follow him to his room, and I notice the closet is open. At the bottom of the closet is a bunch of free weights. That's when I look over at Anton's arms and realize for the first time that even though he's skinny and on the short side like I am, he's got decent muscles, especially compared to most kids our age. Do you work out? I ask him. Trying to. He picks up one of the 20-pound weights and lifts it over his head. One of these days, when my dad comes at me or my brother, I'm going to be ready for him. I bet he will. I get the feeling that Anton is not the kind of kid to be underestimated. He lets me have his desk again, and I spread out my materials while he digs around in his own backpack. He finally pulls out one crumpled page of notes about igneous rocks and passes it over to me. He wrinkles his forehead while I look it over. I can barely read it. His handwriting is really bad. So is his spelling. Pretty much every other word is misspelled. If I didn't know he did it, I would say this was written by a 3rd or 4th grader. I glance over at him. It's bad, I know. Anton drops down against his bed, staring up at the ceiling. I suck at school. When I look at the notes he wrote, it makes me wonder if there's more to it than just sucking at school. A bunch of letters are written backward, which is super weird. I mean, even if you are bad at school, you should know which way the letter R is written. But he tried. I wonder how long it took him to come up with this page of notes. Probably forever. It's okay, I say. Let me copy it over. We go through it together, and I tell him the parts that I think we can use, and also the parts we need more information about. He listens the whole time and even agrees to go with me to the school library tomorrow. Unlike me, he is still allowed to check out books. You're good at explaining things, Ella, he says. Thank you, I say, and I feel happy because I enjoy helping Anton, especially since he seems to care about doing a good job on this project more than I thought he would. You're really smart, he says, and I realize it's the first time anyone has ever said that to me, even though I get plenty of A's in school. Not like me. You're smart too. Nah, he avoids my eyes. I'm really not. Everyone's brain works differently. Just because the teachers don't explain stuff to you in a way you understand it, that doesn't mean you're not smart. He doesn't say anything, but a smile twitches at his lips. I like making Anton smile even more than I like teaching him. We've been working for about an hour when there's a knock on the door. My heart speeds up, terrified that it's Anton's dad, but then a child's hopeful voice says on the other side, Anton. Anton rolls his eyes. I'm studying. We can play later. Except Anton's brother doesn't listen. A second later, the door swings open, and the little boy I saw last time I was here bursts into the room, full of energy. He beams at the sight of his big brother and immediately scrambles onto the bed next to him. Anton grits his teeth. I told you, get out, squirt. Brad's eyes rake over me, and he giggles. Anton, is this your girlfriend? Anton's whole face turns bright red. Between his face and his hair, he looks like a Christmas tree. Okay, that does it. He grabs his brother around the waist and hauls him off the bed, mussing his hair as he goes. At first, I'm not sure what he is doing, but then he throws the younger boy into the closet. He slams the door shut and then uses a key that was in a pen holder on his desk to lock it. There, he says to the closed door. Let's see you bother us now. Anton just locked his brother in the closet. I jump out of my chair, panic rising in my chest. I imagine the poor kid hunched in the dark, grasping for a pull string to turn on the bulb, finding only air. A cold sweat breaks out on my forehead. What are you doing? I scream. Why would you lock him in there? That's horrible. You're horrible. Anton stares at me with his mouth hanging open as I reach for the doorknob to the closet, wrenching it with all my might. But it's no use, it's locked. Instead, I grab Anton's arm, trying to get the key away from him. You have to let him out. Ella, let him out right now, I shriek. The key is enclosed in his fist, and I grab his fingers, trying to pry them open. Anton holds it out of reach, keeping his other hand on my shoulder. Ella, calm down, okay? You just locked your brother in the closet. I'm close to tears. How could Anton do something like that to a little boy? You can't do that. It's not right. He likes it, though. Anton nods at the closet door. I would never hurt him. He's my brother. This is just a game we play. I taught him to pick locks, so he can get out anytime he wants. You what? I taught him to pick locks. He shrugs. It's a useful skill to know. As if on cue, the door to the closet pops open, and Brad looks incredibly proud of himself as he darts back into the room, and they high-five each other. After another minute of coaxing while Brad peppers him with questions, Anton manages to get him to leave the room with the promise of playing Nintendo later. I, on the other hand, can't stop shaking. Even though it wasn't happening to me, it was somehow almost worse to see that little boy trapped. It happens to other kids, too. Plus, Anton probably thinks I'm nutso the way I was screaming. Although there's one thing that keeps sticking in my head. You know how to pick locks? I ask Anton. Of course, he says, like that was a super stupid question. Can you show me? 29. Anton is really excited to teach me how to pick a lock. It's easy, he says. All you need is a paperclip, especially if it's an old, crappy lock. This time, I sit beside him on his bed while he shows me how to straighten out the paperclip, except it can't be completely straight, he explains. You want the end of it to be bent so you can push on the binding pin. The binding pin. He nods eagerly. That's the first pin in the lock that stops the lock from turning. Anton explains that what you need to do is picture the interior of the lock and how it works. As he explains it to me, it's hard to imagine this is the same kid who could barely scribble out a page of notes on igneous rocks. But one thing is obvious. Anton is a smart guy, smarter than I gave him credit for. So, he says when he finishes his long-winded explanation. "Wanna try it?" "Yes, definitely." We practice it with the closet door open. Anton locks one side of the door, then he shows me how to pop the lock. He makes it look so easy. He has it open in seconds. But when I give it a try, it's a lot harder. He keeps telling me I need to feel for the pin, and I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm starting to get frustrated, and just when I'm about to tell him that I give up, the lock pops open. "Nice job." Anton holds up his hand, and I high-five him. "Okay, now try it again without me telling you what to do." I try it 2 more times, and by the 3rd time, I feel like I've got the hang of it. I'm able to get it open in less than 5 minutes, which feels like a miracle. "Now," Anton says, "we have to try it with the door closed. It's different that way, so you need to get a feel for that." I freeze, my fingers wrapped around the paperclip. "How do we do that?" "You go into the closet, I lock the door, and then you get out." I shake my head. "No, I'm not doing that." "But I showed you how to pick the lock. You should be able to." "No. But, no." Anton rubs his chin. "What if I got my little brother to lock the door, and I'll stay in the closet with you?" "Your brother?" "Yeah, he'd be into helping. He's got a crush on you or something." I'm not thrilled about this idea. I don't want to voluntarily get locked in a closet after everything I've been through. Yet he's right. If I want to learn how to do this, I have to do it all the way. It's not a very useful skill if I can only pick a lock on an open door. "Fine," I agree. "Only if you're with me." Even so, I've got this bad feeling in my chest when Anton and I get into the closet. Same as in my hall closet, there's a pull string to turn on the light, and just like in my closet, it's still really dark. But at least it isn't full of junk. It's mostly clothing and shoes, and instead of rotting fruit, it smells like Anton, maybe his laundry detergent, which is not so bad. Brad locks the door to the closet and then leaves us to it. The second I hear the lock turn, my stomach drops. A cold sweat breaks out on my palms. I try to stick the paperclip in the lock, but before I can even get it in, I drop it. "Sorry," I mumble as I fumble around the floor, searching for the tiny metal rod even though it's hard to see what I'm doing. Anton crouches down beside me and helps me look. It's a tiny space, and his arm and knee keep bumping against me. He finds the clip first. He holds it up to the dim light, then hands it over to me. "Do it just like you did with the door open," he says. Easy for him to say. My hands are so sweaty, I'm scared I'm going to drop the paper clip again. It's a miracle when I manage to fit it into the hole, but my heart won't stop beating quickly, and I'm having trouble focusing. And then I start smelling something sweet and rancid. Anton does not have any rotten peaches in his closet. I know that. I have never smelled them before in his room, so I recognize this is all my imagination. But it feels really real. It permeates my nostrils like the fruit is right in front of me. And I feel that same panic that I feel when I'm in my closet at home. I start to gasp for air. I don't think I can." I pause to wipe my hands on my jeans. "I don't think I can do this, Anton. I need to get out of here." "Ella," Anton drops a hand onto my shoulder and gives it a squeeze. How is he so calm? "Don't give up. You can do this. You just did it before, 3 times. "No," I whisper. "I ca." "You can," he insists. "You got this." "I don't got this." "I swear you do." He squeezes my shoulder again. "Ella, you're the most badass girl I know. You gave Devin a concussion and saved my ass. Because of you, my dad has been puking all week, and he poured his whiskey and bourbon down the drain. You can do this." He's right, I did it before and I can do it again. Besides, I need to learn to help myself. It's not like anyone is ever going to come rescue me. Anton keeps giving me words of encouragement, and after another 60 seconds, I hear a click. The door to the closet is open. I can't even believe it. "You did it," Anton cries. At first, I think he's going to give me another high five, and I'm waiting for it, but then he surprises me by throwing his arms around me. I'm so surprised, I just stand there, stiff as a board, while I guess he's hugging me. My mom isn't a hugger. I can't even remember the last time she hugged me. Maybe in his house, hugs are more normal. Although looking at his mom and from what he has told me about his dad, I kind of doubt it. Anyway, he quickly realizes he got carried away and backs off, his face all pink. Sorry, he says. I shouldn't have. That's okay. He rubs the back of his neck. You did good. I can't hold back my smile. Thank you. I can't believe I did it. I can't believe Anton taught me how to pick locks. I have learned a lot of things in my life, including the difference between sedimentary and igneous rocks. But this is the first thing I have ever learned that I am certain will be extremely useful. Now I know how to free myself. 30. Now. Casey. It's a map. Alina is carrying a handwritten map. The blue scribble has a childlike quality to it, which makes me think that she drew the map herself. She drew the directions and wrote in the names of the roads. She painstakingly created this all by herself, and she has made a star at the top of the map, at what appears to be her final destination. This house. Alina is carrying a map leading right to me. She didn't just randomly wander here from the road. She followed the directions on the map until she arrived in my yard, dripping with blood and clutching a knife in her right hand. Except why? Casey. It's Alina's voice coming from the bathroom. I quickly stuff the map into my pocket, hoping she doesn't notice that I have it. She emerges from the bathroom, her hands finally free of the knife. Do you have an extra toothbrush? She asks. I'll give you an extra toothbrush if you don't kill me in my sleep tonight, I want to tell her. But before I can say anything, my thoughts are interrupted by a scraping noise outside the house. Alina notices it too, and she looks alarmed. What is that? I flash a confident smile that belies the dread in the pit of my stomach. There have been a lot of ominous sounds coming from outside since the storm started, but none of them have seemed quite as immediate as that scraping sound. It sounds like the outside is clawing its way in. I grab the flashlight off the coffee table. Alina follows me to the front door, which I crack open. It's still extremely windy, and I'm scared that if I let go of the doorknob, the door will blow away. I squint into the night, shining my flashlight around the yard. I stop when I get to the tree by my house. The tree is practically out of the ground. It's tilted heavily to one side, and that side happens to be in the direction of the house. And with each gust of wind, it tilts a little bit more. Alina is staring at the tree, her eyes huge. Is that tree going to fall, Casey? I'm sure it won't, I lie. It will be fine. She shivers and hugs her skinny chest. Do you infinity promise? I can't infinity promise that the tree won't fall, because I've never broken one of those promises, and I think there's a decent chance the tree might fall tonight. Look, I say, I won't lie to you. The wind is really strong tonight, and the tree might blow over. Alina's face falls, which almost makes me wish I just lied about it. She's really just a little girl, and all she wants is my reassurance. But, I add, I'm going to keep a close eye on it through the window. If it really looks like it's going to fall, I'll wake you up. But I bet it won't. You're going to watch it, she asks in a tiny voice. I will. And what if it does fall? I don't want to answer her question. It depends entirely where the tree ends up falling, which depends entirely on the direction of the wind gust that knocks it over. If it falls in my yard, it will be a nuisance. If it falls on the house, it might kill us. And earlier today, it was leaning toward the house. We can hide under the bed, I say. That should protect us. Or not. I honestly have no idea, and that terrifies me. I'm trying to act confident for Alina, but that tree is scaring the crap out of me. Why didn't I go with Lee when he offered to let me come to his house? As far as I can remember, he did not have any giant trees threatening to fall on his house. He would be smarter than to put himself in this kind of situation. I could have been safe and sound in his living room right now. But no, I had to keep my boundaries. Although if I had gone with Lee, Alina would have had to spend the night in that cold, wet tool shed, all alone. Let's go back inside, I say. Okay, if that tree falls on us tonight, there's nothing I can do about it. There's nowhere else to go. It would be much more dangerous to attempt to get to Lee's house at this point. I'll get you some extra blankets, I say to Alina. The heat is out, so it's going to get real cold in here. Thank you, she whispers. I leave her to go to the hall closet to grab some blankets. Alina told me she was planning to take off first thing in the morning, but I don't believe that anymore. She was carrying a map directing her to my house. She didn't just coincidentally end up here. She came here for a reason. I just don't know what that reason is yet. 31. I give Alina an oversized t-shirt to sleep in so she doesn't have to spend the night in a blood-stained hoodie. It was slightly large on me, but when she comes out of the bedroom, it looks like she's wearing a nightgown. Her bare legs are protruding underneath, and they are so skinny, it makes me want to cry. I know teenage girls get eating disorders, but based on how she went to town on the spaghetti, I don't believe that's what this is. Somebody was responsible for feeding this girl, and whoever that person was, they dropped the ball. I wonder what she's been through. I wonder what brought her here. I wish she would trust me enough to talk to me. She disappears into the bathroom again, and it suddenly hits me that she didn't bring her backpack with her. She left it in the bedroom. This is my chance. I tiptoe into the bedroom as quickly as I possibly can. Her overstuffed backpack is leaning against the bed, that bloodstain still present on the side. The water turns on in the bathroom. She's surely going to be in there for at least a few more minutes. But I find myself hesitating. What if there really is something horrific inside? If I see a decapitated head in that bag, I will have nightmares for the rest of my life. Moreover, I have been working hard to gain Alina's trust. If she catches me rifling through her belongings, that trust will be gone in a split second, and I'll have no chance of ever regaining it. But at the same time, if there's something terrible in that bag, I need to know what it is. And I need more information about Alina if I'm going to help her land safely on her feet after this storm is over. It's not like I infinity promised I wouldn't look. I take one more quick peek at the bathroom. The door is still closed. It's now or never. My hands are shaking as I unzip the larger pouch. I feel a rush of relief when I discover that it is stuffed with clothes. It's clothes, nothing more. I start sifting through the clothes, searching for a phone or a wallet or anything that might have personal information. But as I dig deeper, I notice the clothes have more and more blood on them, and my hands are becoming wet with it. It seems strange until I discover the culprit. A small washcloth, completely drenched in dark red liquid. I haven't gotten any more clues about what happened to Alina to bring her here tonight, but whatever it was something bad. There's no doubt in my mind. I avoid touching the washcloth so I don't get more blood on my hands. I zip up the larger pocket on the backpack and try the smaller pouch next. The first thing I see is that cigarette lighter she used to help me light the candles. I'm tempted to pocket it, but I don't think she's going to do much damage here with that thing. What I'd really like to get my hands on is that switchblade and check it for blood, but I don't see it. She must have hidden it somewhere else in the room. Maybe she keeps it within arm's reach at all times. The only other thing stuffed in the bottom of the pouch is a green notebook, which is damp but readable. I pull it out, and I'm about to crack it open when I hear a voice call from the bathroom. Casey. As quickly as I can, I zip her backpack up again, but I don't put the notebook back. I dart back into the living room and stuff it under the cushions of the sofa, just as Alina pops her head out of the bathroom. Casey, she says again. I whirl around to face her, my heart doing jumping jacks in my chest. Yes. She comes all the way out, my t-shirt ridiculously large on her delicate frame, the sleeves nearly down to her wrists. Do you have a Band-Aid? Yes, of course, just a second. The first thing I do is run to the kitchen sink to wash off the blood that got on my hands. If she sees that, she will for sure know I was nosing around her backpack. When my hands are clean, I grab the entire first aid kit, which has Band-Aids and antiseptic, from under the sink. I try to bring it into the bathroom, but a leaner stands in my way. It's fine. I just need the Band-Aid. For what? I have a cut on my arm. I'd like to see it. I have a lot of experience administering first aid to kids. She frowns up at me. I can do it myself. I'm sure you can, but I'm here, so you should let me help you. Leaner stares at me, and I can't tell if she's considering it or not. But then she reluctantly pulls up the sleeve of the t-shirt. She has an impressive abrasion on the back of her left elbow that is still oozing blood, although nowhere near the amount that is in her backpack. She must have fallen at some point and scraped it up. It's going to take more than just a Band-Aid, and I'm glad she's letting me disinfect it. That looks painful, I comment as I open up the kit. She nods wordlessly. I roll the sleeve of her t-shirt all the way up so that I can get at the wound, and that's when I have to stifle a gasp. She's got a dark bruise on her upper arm, and it's in the unmistakable shape of somebody's fingers. I struggle not to react because I don't want to upset her, but inside, I am absolutely fuming. It's bad enough that somebody was starving the girl. The cigarette burns were horrible, and now this angry bruise. If she were one of my students, I would have called CPS the minute I laid eyes on her. You know, I say, if somebody is hurting you, you don't have to go back to them. Alina shoots me a withering look. Really? There is something very jaded about her expression that makes me sad. I mean it. I know it might seem like you don't have any options, but you do. I promise. She doesn't answer me. Instead, she is staring up at a painting I have hung on the wall of my bathroom. It's a painting of two bluebirds and a birdcage, one bird slightly larger and about to fly out of its cage, and another smaller bird waiting for the other bird to join her. It's a very simple, amateur painting, nothing you'd ever see in an art gallery, but I feel happy every time I look at it. I like your painting, she says. Actually, I say, my father painted it. He gave it to me when I moved out to get my first teaching job. I hope this makes you think of me in your new place, he said. You're about to do great things. She winces as I brush iodine on her abrasion. Are you close with him? I was, I say. He died last year. I'm sorry. Thank you. As I open up a bandage, I allow myself to think about my father. After my mother passed, it was just him and me. He wasn't perfect, but he did the best he could. I miss him so much, it's painful. If he were still around, I wouldn't have gone off the rails. I would probably still have my job, and I wouldn't be stuck in a cabin in the woods during a storm with a dodgy roof. Even now, my first instinct is to pick up the phone to ask him what to do for this girl, and it aches to know that I'll never be able to ask for his sage advice ever again. I don't know my father, Alina pipes up. It's the first piece of personal information she has shared with me, and I eat it up, happy to have more of a distraction. Oh. He abandoned my mother before I was even born, she says casually. He's a terrible person. If you never met him, how do you know he's a terrible person? Well, I know somebody who abandoned their baby daughter is a terrible person, right? Maybe he had a good reason. No, her voice is suddenly seething with hatred. He did not have a good reason. Some people are just rotten, you know. Looking at the bruises on her arm, I can't argue with that. Anybody who would do that to a child is just rotten. And the man who left his daughter to that fate is likely also rotten. But I believe, she goes on, that bad people always get what's coming to them. I secure the bandage on her arm and step away to examine my handiwork. It looks good. Alina turns to look at me. Do you believe that, Casey? Believe what? Her blue eyes bore into me. Do you believe that bad people get what's coming to them? I don't like the way she is looking at me. This was not a hypothetical question. She showed up on my property, covered in blood, with a knife in her hand, and a map leading to my house. Part of me is frightened that my answer to this question could determine my fate. I believe, I finally say, that everything happens as it should. She doesn't blink. Do you? I do. Then, she says, you're very stupid. With those words, she pushes past me, out of the bathroom. She walks back to the bedroom and closes the door behind her, shutting me out. But I've still got her notebook. 32. Before. Yalele. I'm on my way to my room when I notice the smell. I just got home from school, and my mother will be home within the hour. She won't leave me alone for the whole evening here, but she doesn't think I can do that much damage in less than an hour. I have managed, on occasion, to fill up a garbage bag worth of stuff and dump it down the block where she can't get it back. But even that is a stretch. I have to work quickly. I used to try to sneak garbage out in my backpack and throw it away at school, but some kids saw me doing it and told everyone, and now I won't risk it. I wasn't planning to take out any garbage tonight, though. I have homework to do. Everything takes twice as long when I'm trying to focus while working on my lumpy bed. But it's even harder to focus now because of the smell. I have been noticing it a little bit the last few weeks. I mean, I'm going to be honest, my whole house smells bad. The cigarette smell is the predominant one downstairs, but anywhere you go in my house, there's an unpleasant odor. It's musty and a little sour. That's why I'm so paranoid about people at school thinking that I smell, although Anton now swears he made it up and that he thinks I smell good. Anyway, even though I noticed it the last few weeks, it's worse today. Like, much worse. It's really bad in the hallway as I'm walking to the bathroom, but I can even smell it in my room. It's at the point where I'm breathing through my mouth to stop from gagging. Finally, I give up studying to investigate. The smell is strongest in the hallway and seems weaker when I go into the bathroom, so I know it's not coming from my room or the bathroom. And although there are a lot of papers stacked in the hallway, I don't see anything that looks like it could smell. That only leaves one other place. My mother's bedroom. I am completely forbidden from going into her bedroom, but there's no lock on the door, and the smell is driving me nuts. I will leave the door open, and if I hear my mother entering the house, I will hightail it. As slowly as I can, like I think somebody is hiding inside, I crack open the door to my mother's bedroom. Of all the rooms in this house, my mother's bedroom is the worst one. Her bed is just a double mattress on the floor, and half of it is covered in papers and cardboard. She is literally sharing her bed with junk. She also has an open card table covered in papers and like half a dozen laundry hampers scattered around the room, filled with a combination of clothes and more junk. If it wasn't so disgusting, it would be horribly sad. Also, the bad smell is definitely coming from this room. No doubt. Well, at least the fact that her bed is just a mattress on the floor means it can't be coming from underneath the bed. I creep inside the room, keeping my fingers and toes crossed that my mother won't come home. I don't know how she has been sleeping in this room. The smell is so bad, I have to breathe through my mouth. And even so, I still feel like I can smell it. It's this awful, decayed smell. I really do think there's a chance there could be a dead body in here. Oh my God. What if my father has been dead all along and his body is rotting somewhere in this room? No, that's not too likely. I would have noticed it before now. I look through the laundry basket, and I don't see anything that's a likely culprit. I suspect the smell is coming from the closet, but I have been told not to go in there, under penalty of death. But right now, I actually feel like the smell might kill me. So I have to enter the closet. It's self-defense. I try not to breathe as I pull open the closet door. Like the rest of the house, my mother's closet is packed to the brim with clothing. It's hung up on hangers, stuffed in so tightly that I don't even know how she can see what's in there or pick stuff out to wear. Mostly, she wears her uniform anyway. The bottom of the closet contains more clothes and a bunch of shoes, and one other thing. I remember back in October, my mom was bragging about how the supermarket had this great deal on pumpkins. So she brought home 2 of them, talking about how we were going to carve them together. Well, I didn't really have any interest in that because I'm not 5, and she lost interest because she doesn't seem to like me very much. I never really thought about the pumpkins or where they went until now. It's been at least 5 months since my mom brought them home. 5 months of 2 pumpkins rotting at the bottom of her closet. What is wrong with her? How do you allow pumpkins to rot in your closet for months? How is it possible she didn't notice it or care? Because the smell is so bad that I clamp a hand over my mouth. I can't take it anymore. I run as fast as I can to the bathroom, and then I throw up in the toilet. That was one of the worst things I've ever smelled in my whole life, and now I have to clean it up. Because if I don't, my mother definitely won't, and it will only get worse. Also, I have to do it quickly. She won't want me messing around in her closet. I mean, she will recognize the pumpkin needs to be cleaned up, but she will feel a need to do it some specific way, and she won't have time for it right now, so she'll put it off, and the smell will never go away. I've got to get rid of these pumpkins right now before she can turn it into a whole thing. She might not realize they're gone, but if she sees me getting rid of them, she'll definitely freak out. I push away another wave of nausea as I walk downstairs to get some garbage bags. I also find a box of rubber gloves under the kitchen sink, and for once, I'm glad my mom has literally everything you could possibly need. Well, I would really like a mask to cover my face, but I don't see anything like that. I grab 2 garbage bags and a pair of gloves, and then I race back upstairs to my mother's bedroom. I shovel the rotting pumpkins into the first garbage bag. It's basically all liquid at this point, or at least there's nothing solid. I'm trying my best to suppress my gag reflex, but it's really hard. The smell is so overwhelmingly awful, and I can't get it out of my nose. I can almost taste it. Once I've scooped the orange and black goo into the garbage, swearing the whole time, I contemplate what to do with the rest of the closet. Some of my mother's clothing is definitely ruined, but I'm scared to throw it out. The worst damage, though, is to a bunch of papers that were under the pumpkins. Most of them are wet and sticky with pumpkin juice, the ink blurred or illegible. I check my watch. My mother isn't supposed to be home for at least half an hour. I'm throwing these papers out. There's no possible use she could have for them because they are all destroyed. I shove as many pages as I possibly can into the garbage bag. If my mother were here, she would want to check every single sheet, and it would take hours or even days, but they are all wrecked. There's no point in even looking. Finally, after I have gotten rid of most of the papers, I come across a manila envelope. The outside of the envelope is slightly soggy, but I can still make out the word written on it in black ink. Yalele. It's an envelope with my name on it. I've never seen this before, and it's the first thing I've come across in this closet that looks like it might be worth saving. Of course, I can't know that unless I check what's inside. I look at my watch again. 15 minutes. I ease open the clasp on the envelope, knowing I will have to put it back exactly as I found it. There are a few papers inside, which seem to be relatively untouched by the pumpkin juices. I don't know what the documents are, but I recognize the one right on top. It's my birth certificate, with my father's name on it. 33. I forget all about the ticking clock. I forget all about the pumpkins stinking up the whole hallway. I forget all of that, because I know who my father is. I know his name now. John Carter. Not only that, but he must know that I exist. You can't just put somebody on a birth certificate without their permission, right? I don't think so anyway. He must know that he has a daughter, and he has chosen not to be involved in my life. John Carter. Carter. My head is spinning, and I know I don't have time, but a thought hits me. And I know I won't be able to do anything else until I figure out the truth. I shove my birth certificate back in the folder, and then stuff it in the back of the closet. I tighten the drawstrings on the garbage bag filled with rotten pumpkin and drag it to my room, even though it kills me to bring it into my own space. If I leave it behind in my mother's room, she will never get rid of it. I have to take it with me. Once I am safe back in my room, I sit on my bed and grab my binder out of my backpack. I rifle through the folders until I come up with the class list from 8th grade. It's a list of all the students in the class, as well as their parents' names, phone numbers, and home addresses. Under my own name, my mother is listed as well as our phone number, but no address because she didn't want anyone to know where we live. But I'm not looking for my own name. There's another name close to mine on the class list, Brittany Carter. She's the one I'm looking for. My heart is pounding as I run my shaking finger across the spreadsheet to where the names of Brittany's parents are printed. And it's just as I remembered. Vanessa and John Carter. John Carter is Brittany's father, and apparently he is also mine. It makes a horrible sort of sense. After all, Brittany and I might not look alike, but we have the same bright blue eyes that I definitely did not inherit from my mother. And I remember in 4th grade, Brittany had this huge blowout birthday party at her house, and she invited the whole class except me. At the time, I took it personally, but it makes sense that her parents wouldn't want her to invite me if I was her father's illegitimate child. Ella. Uh-oh, my mother is home. I slam my binder shut, my heart pounding. I want to confront my mother about what I have discovered, but at the same time, if I admit I've been going through her papers, she will be furious. I don't even want to think about what she will do. Better to keep my mouth shut and do my own investigation. Ella. My mother's voice is louder this time, coming from the stairs. And now she sounds angry for some reason. Quickly, I review in my head how I left her room. I was in such a hurry, and all I could think about was that I needed to bring the garbage bag with me. But did I leave something incriminating behind? I consider hiding the garbage bag, but before I have a chance to do anything, my mother bursts into my room. Her eyes are flashing, and the lipstick she's wearing is slightly smeared. Ella, she growls, were you in my bedroom? I nod my head wordlessly, too scared to even deny it. Just for a second. I don't know how she does it, but her eyes instantly zero in on the bag. My heart sinks. She's not really going to take that back and want to keep it in her room, is she? What is that? She demands to know. It's rotten, Mom. She crosses my room, wading through the clothing and stacks of paper that she told me she would be storing here, because I have so much space. She grabs the garbage bag while I hold my breath, partially because I'm scared and can't seem to make myself move, partially because I know how bad it smells. Did you get this from my room? She snaps at me as she shakes it. I hug my knees to my chest. It's just garbage, Mom. Mom opens the drawstring on the garbage bag. She must have gotten used to the smell, but even she flinches when she opens it up. Still, she doesn't react with disgust. She just seems angry. You had no right to go into my room and take this, she snarls. I'm sorry. Her lips curl down, although because of her smudged lipstick, it almost still looks like she's smiling. I chew on my lower lip, waiting to see if she'll let me throw it out. Please, please let me throw it out. Please, I don't want that in my house anymore. Then she does something unthinkable. She overturns the garbage bag and dumps the contents all over my floor. It goes everywhere. It splashes. There's sludge on my clothing, the stacks of papers, it's seeping into the floorboards. It takes every ounce of my self-restraint not to throw up again. It helps that my stomach is empty. You want it so bad, she says. Well, you can keep it. She storms out of my room, slamming the door behind her. Now my room has that same sickening smell that has already permeated the hallway. It was bad enough before that I couldn't focus, and now I don't know how I will ever get rid of it, even if I manage to throw it all out. I'm just going to have to live with this terrible smell in this rotten house. Brittany Carter doesn't have a decaying pumpkin in her room. Her dad is a professor at the university, and I'm sure she has a beautiful room with no fish tanks or mold or stacks of old bills. She has a loving mother and father who give her everything she could ever want. Oh, and she's beautiful like a Disney princess. It's not fair. John Carter is my father too. It's not right that she gets everything and I have to live like this, just because her father happens to be married to her mother. And I intend to do something about it. 34. Now, Casey. I wait until I'm sure Alina is asleep to look at the notebook. Even though I'm still tired from being up with nightmares last night, it's not difficult to stay awake. First of all, I've still got all my clothes on from the day, having left them on in case I needed to get out of here in a hurry. If I actually wanted to fall asleep, that would have been a challenge. I can't get my thoughts to stop racing. I invited a strange girl into my house, trying to help her, but now I'm the one who might need help. There's something about having Alina here that makes me think of the day I got fired from my teaching job. I've been trying not to think about it since I've been out here, but there's something about lying awake on my lumpy sofa that brings back the painful memories. It all started with Cara Saharil. She didn't deserve any of it. I walked that little girl out of the school building, and the next thing I knew, I closed my eyes for a moment. I can still feel the heavy wood of the baseball bat in my hands, hear the glass shattering everywhere, the screams. I'll never forget that day. No chance. After an hour of lying on the lumpy sofa, wallowing in my own thoughts, I pull myself into a sitting position. I don't know for sure that Alina has fallen asleep. For all I know, she is lying awake in her bed the same way I am lying awake on the couch. But her room is quiet, and when I creep over to the door, I imagine that I can hear her deep breathing. I return to the sofa and take the green notebook out from under the cushions. The glow provided by the candles is relatively dim, but the fireplace gives me enough light to see what I'm looking at. The cover is the same color as a Christmas tree, except for the smear of crimson that my fingers must have left behind. The first thing I look for is a name or address written on the cover. Isn't that what kids do at that age? They label their property. But there's nothing. Just as I am about to open the notebook to the first page, there's a rustling sound from behind the closed bedroom door. I quickly shove the notebook back under the cushion, just in time for the bedroom door to swing open. Casey. Alina is standing in the doorway, rubbing her eyes. She has put my sweater on over the oversized shirt, and she's wearing the fresh pair of pants I gave her, also too big. I don't blame her for bundling up, because the room is too cold to just be wearing a t-shirt. Hey! I smile up at her, trying not to look guilty as hell. What's wrong? I can't sleep. Even though I have now pegged her to be about 12 or 13, there's something very childlike about her declaration. After all, only children think to fetch an adult to help them sleep. As an adult, you just lie in bed, struggling with your insomnia and trying to stave off your own dark thoughts alone. I feel a stab of guilt that she trusts me enough to elicit my help after I went through her stuff. I stand up from the couch. What's wrong? Is it too cold? She shrugs. I follow her into the bedroom. It is fairly cold, but it can't be freezing, or else the rain would have turned to snow. A gust of wind rattles the window frame, and I wonder if the sound of the wind is what's keeping her awake. Or maybe it's just being in an unfamiliar bed in an unfamiliar cabin in the middle of nowhere. Can I get you anything? I ask. Another blanket. She shakes her head. I've got like 5 blankets on top of me. If I had another one, it would crush me. Some milk. Why would that help me sleep? I have no idea. I have plenty of experience with reassuring children during the daytime, but never in the middle of the night. I don't have any children of my own, and I never will, but isn't warm milk what you are supposed to offer people who can't sleep? Except I have no way to heat it. Can you just, she chews on her lip, can you sit with me? Her request tugs at my heartstrings. I remember being at that tender intermediate age where you're almost an older kid, yet still sometimes feel like a little kid. Sure, of course. Alina climbs back into bed and gets under her 5 covers. It's definitely a little chilly in the room, and I shiver in my sweatshirt. But I'm afraid that if I get up to grab something warmer, she might change her mind about me staying. So I perch at the edge of her bed, even though goosebumps are popping up on my arms and legs. She pulls the covers up all the way to her chin. In the dim glow of the few candles in the room, her face looks so tiny. I can still make out the freckles on her nose. "Casey," she says. "Yes." "Can you tell me a story?" I have read many stories to my class over the course of my career. Not to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty good at it. "Sure, I've got a bunch of books I can read to you." "No," she says stubbornly. "I want you to make up the story." Seriously, I have to make up a story. That's going to be more challenging. I don't consider myself a creative type. Whatever I make up will likely be a conglomeration of stories I have read over the years. "Sure," I say, and now she's staring at me, waiting for me to tell her a bedtime story. "Great. Okay then," I clear my throat. "So, once upon a time in the kingdom far away, there was a princess named—" "No," Alina crinkles her nose. "No princess stories." "No. I'm not 5 years old, you know." "I'm sorry," I say. "What sort of story would you like me to tell you?" She thinks for a minute. "A scary story." "I don't think that is going to help you fall asleep." "Yes, it will," she insists. "I love scary stories." Okay then. I rack my brain, trying to think of all the scary stories I have heard in the past. I'll have to do my best. "Once upon a time," I begin. "Scary stories don't begin with once upon a time," she interrupts me. "Well, this one does." I pick at a loose thread on my sleeve. "Okay, once upon a time, this girl and her boyfriend were riding in his car together. Unfortunately, the car breaks down, and he has to pull over on the side of the road. He tells her he's going to go walk to the nearest service station, and she should stay in the car." I pause, making sure she's paying attention. Her blue eyes are wide, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like this story is making her tired. Anyway, while she is waiting in the car, she hears this scraping sound on top of the car, like somebody is trying to get inside. It starts really freaking her out, so she moves to the driver's seat and drives away. "Wait," Alina says. "I thought the car was broken down." "It started working again, I guess," I say after a pause. "Maybe the engine overheated and just needed to cool down a bit." "It feels like you don't know very much about cars." "I know plenty about cars. My father taught me to change my own oil when I was 17, and I can swap out a flat tire with my eyes closed. But I also know enough about kids that age that I realize it's pointless to defend myself. Anyway," I give her a look. She is driving this car to get away from the scraping sound, and that's when she notices there's a truck behind her. It's basically tailgating her, and it keeps flashing its lights and freaking her out. She drives as fast as she can to get home, but when she gets there, the truck is right behind her. She gets out of the car, and the truck driver gets out too, and he fires a shot at her. Except the shot doesn't hit her, and instead this other man behind her falls to the ground dead. I pause. Apparently, there was a man in the back of her car with a hook hand, and he was going to bludgeon her with the hook. But every time he tried, the truck driver flashed his high beams. What happened to the boyfriend? Well, I think quickly. When the girl went back to the place where the car broke down, she saw that her boyfriend was murdered and hanging from a tree, and the scraping sound was his sneakers scraping against the top of her car. Also, I add, he was wearing a tie, and when she took it off, his head fell off. His head fell off. Yes, the tie was the only thing holding it in place. Alina looks at me thoughtfully. That was a terrible story, Casey. I bark out a laugh. What? I thought it was pretty good. No, you just mashed a bunch of campfire stories together, and it didn't even really make sense. I can't say she's wrong. Well, can you tell a better scary story? Definitely. Then by all means, go ahead. Alina licks her lips, deep in thought. I'm curious to see what sort of story this girl is going to come up with. With my students, the stories they write for class are always a great window into what's going on in their lives. Children write what they know. It was a dark and stormy night, she begins. This old woman named Cassie was at her cabin in the woods when she heard a noise coming from outside. Old woman. Okay, whatever. I lean in, eager to see where this particular story is going. Okay, good beginning. It turned out, she continues, there was a girl hidden in her tool shed. Was there? Alina shoots me another of her withering looks. Can you please stop interrupting me every 2 seconds? I'm trying to tell the story. Right, sorry, I say, hands up defensively, thinking about how I miss my third graders. Anyway, she continues, Cassie didn't know how she got there, but because there was a big storm, she invited the girl into her house. She pauses dramatically. Once the girl was in the house, Cassie tried to be nice to her. Cassie gave her dinner and cookies, which were a gift from some man that she didn't want to go out with for some reason. Ouch, I'm beginning to suspect this whole story is a blatant dig on my personal life. Is it really so awful that I don't want to start something up with Lee? This story seems very judgmental. Cassie tried to be nice, Alina says. She made the girl something called an infinity promise, saying that she would never betray her. But Cassie was also very nosy. She kept asking the girl a lot of questions, and the girl did not like that. She pauses. And then, when she thought the girl wasn't paying attention, she went through her backpack. Oh crap. After that, she goes on, the girl couldn't trust Cassie. The infinity promise was just a lie Cassie made up to trick the girl into trusting her. As soon as the storm ended, Cassie planned to tell other people that the girl was staying with her. She planned to betray her. My mouth is suddenly very dry. That isn't true. She narrows her eyes at me. Did I interrupt you this much during your story? Actually, she did, multiple times, but it wouldn't help to point that out. Cassie gave the girl her bed to sleep in, she says, and then she drifted off in the living room. But when she woke up, the girl was standing over her. A candle in the room flickers, casting an eerie glow on Alina's face. The girl didn't want Cassie to tell anyone about her, so she had cut off her arms and legs, and she used them to feed the fire, which had started to die down. I feel like I'm about to choke. This is the worst bedtime story ever. But the arms and legs made the fire too powerful, she says, and it jumped out of the fireplace. The girl made a run for it, but Cassie couldn't, because she was stuck bleeding on the couch. So she burned to death in her own cabin just as the sun was coming up. She pauses meaningfully. And of course, she was never able to tell a soul about the girl staying with her, so I guess she did kind of keep her promise. My jaw feels like it's going to become unhinged, as if I wasn't already afraid of burning to death. On the plus side, at least the story didn't end with me dying of dysentery. Did you like the story? Alina asks me. I can only stare at her. I've got to keep a close eye on this one. What's good about that story, she patiently explains, is that what's happening in the story is similar to what's happening here, right now. And it makes you worried that maybe those things could happen to you. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. I definitely understand. She lets out a loud yawn. I'm feeling tired now. I think maybe I'll try to go to sleep again. Alina pulls the covers up so that they are nearly covering her head. I can't help but wonder if she was ever really having trouble sleeping to begin with, or if she just wanted me to hear her horror story about what would happen to me if I told anyone she was staying with me. Suffice it to say, that story is not going to make it easier for me to fall asleep tonight. 35. Before. Yelele. I don't know, Ella. It sounds nuts to me. Anton and I have finished our project about the rocks, but we're still hanging out. It was his idea. He started asking me if I'm free after school, and then we would walk over to this small playground that is midway between both of our houses. It's usually pretty empty, except for a few little kids who are too young for school. Right now, we are on swings next to each other, kicking at wood chips while I tell Anton what I discovered. The rubber seat of the swing digs into my thighs as I explain to him that Brittany and I have the same dad. Why is it nuts? I ask. It makes total sense. Anton sways back and forth on his swing, tousling his green hair. He doesn't smell like cigarettes at all anymore, which means he really did quit. I wonder if it was hard for him. I just think if he were your dad, wouldn't you know about it? Not if he didn't want me to. Maybe he's paying off my mom with child support. He scuffs at the ground with the heel of his sneaker. I don't know. What's not to know? It was right there in black and white. John Carter is my dad. Brittany is my half-sister. I just don't think it's very likely. I frown. Why? You don't think I'm good enough to be Brittany's half-sister? Are you kidding me? Anton snorts. Brittany Carter is a total stuck-up bitch. She's the worst. Why would you even want to be her half-sister? She's the prettiest girl at school. No way. He digs his sneakers into the dirt on the ground as he backs up with his swing. Brittany is average. She just thinks she's the prettiest girl in the school. Who's prettier than she is? Anton looks at me for a long time without answering my question. I know he can't think of anyone. Finally, he says, "Look, I'm just saying Brittany sucks. Don't act like she's better than you are." Well, either way, she might be my half-sister. I still don't see how it could be true. We both have the same blue eyes, I point out. And my mom has brown eyes, so they had to come from somewhere. That's bullshit. Both my parents have brown eyes, and my little brother has blue eyes. I pause mid-swing. Really, is he adopted? I wish, but no. While I am contemplating genetics, a woman with a baby carriage shoots us a dirty look from over at the slides. That usually happens at least once while we're hanging out here, even though we're not hurting anyone. I guess we look like trouble. "You kids are too old to be at this playground," she shouts at us. Anton flips her off, which makes me laugh. He grins back at me. "Anyway," he says, "let's say this asshole is your dad. Then what?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, what do you want to happen? Like, do you want to hang out with Brittany's family or something?" I chew on my thumbnail. I don't know, maybe. It would be better than my mom at least. It sounds awful to me. What do people like that do anyway? They probably just sit around discussing books they like. And watch documentaries, I add, in other languages. With subtitles. We are both laughing, but I actually think it's probably really nice at Brittany's house. At this point, I would just take a refrigerator that isn't full of rotten food. Except if John Carter really is my dad, he must know it. He must have told my mom he didn't want to have anything to do with me. If I can somehow convince him I'm a good kid, maybe I can change his mind. I have to try. "If you do become Brittany's half-sister," he says, "promise me you won't become all stuck up and awful like she is." I don't think Brittany is stuck up or awful, but he's waiting for an answer, so I say, "I promise." Oh hey, I just remembered. He digs around in the pocket of his worn jeans. "I got you something." "You got me a present?" I try not to sound as shocked as I feel. "No." His voice is defensive. "I mean, it's something I saw and thought of you, so I bought it. For you." That's literally the definition of a present. But okay, if he doesn't want to call it a present, I won't make a big deal out of it. I just hope whatever it is, he didn't steal it. But then Anton pulls a silver chain out of his pocket, and it's so pretty, it's hard not to make a big deal out of it. "Oh my God," I cry. "Do you like it?" he asks. He's trying to sound casual, but there's a hopeful expression on his face. "I love it." I take the delicate chain, prettier than anything I own, and I don't even care anymore if he stole it. Anton helps me put it on, but I know I'll need to keep it tucked under my shirt because my mom doesn't approve of jewelry. Then Anton says he's got to go home, and so do I. He hops off his swing first, and then he offers me his hand to help me off mine. It surprises me that he always does it, because I wouldn't think Anton would be a gentleman like that or buy me a present for no reason. He has surprised me in a lot of ways, actually. Anton squeezes my hand before letting it go. Same time tomorrow. Sure. He smiles at me again. It's funny because before I got to know Anton, I don't know if I ever saw him smile before, but now I get to see it all the time, and I really love it. His eyes get all crinkly, and you can see all his teeth, even the one on the right that is a little bit chipped, probably from a fight. I hope when I do get to be part of Brittany's family, he and I can still be friends. 36. I can't keep my eyes off Brittany. I've always admired her, envied her. I mean, who would? She is beautiful, she dresses really nice, she gets great grades, and she's the most popular girl in our class. Every girl at the middle school wishes she was Brittany Carter. And she's my sister. Today I get in line behind Brittany and her friend Meredith in the cafeteria line for the hot lunch, even though I brought a bagged lunch, and also, I don't have any money. But Brittany and I don't sit together in any of our classes, so it's the only opportunity I have to be close to her. I have to try. Brittany has the shiniest, glossiest black hair I've ever seen. Actually, up close, it's more like very dark brown. She has one little pimple right at her hairline, but other than that, her skin is really clear. She's not all oily like a lot of other kids in the class. I wonder if she has some special skin regimen she does. I wonder if she'd tell me. And she has very clear blue eyes, identical to mine. She glances over her shoulder, noticing me standing behind her. My heart speeds up. Hey, I say. She pauses for a moment, as if trying to decide if she should answer. Hey, she eventually says. I open my mouth, trying to come up with something interesting to say to the great Brittany Carter, but before I can, she turns back to Meredith. She whispers something in Meredith's ear, who whispers something back, and then the two of them burst into hysterical giggles. I wonder if they're talking about me. When we get to the front of the line, where we pay at the cash register prior to getting a hot lunch, Brittany and Meredith hand over their money to Glenda, the lunch lady. Then Glenda looks at me. I check my pockets, even though I know I don't have anything in them. Sorry, I think I forgot it in my locker. Brittany and Meredith are watching the entire exchange. They look at each other and start giggling again. My face burns and I step out of the line. I don't know why I even did that. It's not like I thought some money would materialize in my pocket while I was standing in line. Now Brittany just thinks I'm even more of a loser than I was before. At least I've got my bag lunch, so I won't starve. As I trudge back to the tables of the cafeteria, I catch sight of Anton, who is sitting by himself instead of with his friends, who all get in trouble about as much as he does. He waves me over to him, which is something he has been doing a lot lately. I join him at the table and drop into the seat across from him, my face still stinging with humiliation. Anton takes a bite from what looks like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You need to stop thinking about Brittany and her stupid family, he says, reading my mind. He's good at that lately. He's the only person I have told about any of this, and I wish he would be more supportive. But it's at least nice to have somebody to talk to about it. It's my family too, I point out. He shakes his head. Forget about her. She's not worth it. I dig into my brown paper bag and pull out the 3 pieces of bread I packed for lunch. But as soon as I pull them out, I spot the telltale brownish-green color. Mold. Damn. I really thought I checked them. I should have just brought Power bars, but the first 3 boxes I found were expired, and expired Power bars hurt my teeth. I push away the bread, my stomach growling angrily. I don't know how I'm going to be able to concentrate in my afternoon classes when I'm starving. My body feels like it's going to start eating itself soon. Hey! Anton reaches into his own brown paper bag and pulls out a square wrapped in clear plastic. I've got an extra sandwich if you want it. Peanut butter and jelly. Yes, of course I want it. So badly. It's an effort not to snatch it out of his hands and shove the whole thing in my mouth in one bite. But I also don't want to be a charity case. Anton notices the look on my face and nudges the sandwich so that it's in front of me. "It's no big deal," he shrugs. "Just a sandwich." And when he says it's no big deal, suddenly it is no big deal anymore. Like he said, it's just a sandwich. I grab it and start eating, careful to remind myself to chew. "Hey, Ella," he says, "wanna go to the movies after school?" I make a face at him. I don't want to sneak into the movie theater. Everyone knows Anton and his friends sneak into the theater all the time. I heard them bragging about it. But I don't want to get caught doing something like that. I don't want my father to think I'm a criminal. "We don't have to sneak in," he says. "We can buy tickets." Buy tickets? I can't even afford school lunch. I don't have money for movie tickets. "I'll pay for the tickets. I got money." "I can't pay you back, though." "You don't have to." I take another bite from my sandwich. Anton already gave me part of his lunch. I don't want to owe him movie tickets, too. I don't really feel like going to the movies. Anton looks disappointed, but he doesn't push me about it. He doesn't understand. Even though he hates his dad, at least he knows who his father is. At least his father is willing to acknowledge that Anton is his son. He doesn't know what it's like to be me. Nobody does. 37. Now, Casey. There's absolutely no chance of sleeping. Not when there's even the tiniest possibility that I might wake up to find Alina feeding my arms and legs into the fire. I can't stop thinking about that green notebook I've got hidden under the cushions. I'm dying to look at it, but I also don't want to risk being caught and losing her trust, especially since she already knows I was going through her bag. Alina is angry at me for asking too many questions. She knows I went through her bag, but I'm not sure if she realizes I took her notebook. If she had, she would have mentioned it, wouldn't she? I can't even imagine her reaction if she caught me flipping the pages, but I have to look. I have a feeling that whatever is inside is something important. I mean, all she brought with her are clothes and this notebook. An hour passes by before I feel brave enough to grab the notebook from under the cushion. The plain green cover with the smear of red stares back at me. I want to open it up, but I've gotten a window into Alina's mind, and I haven't liked what I have seen. And those were the things she chose to share with me. What would she put in a private notebook? I take a deep breath and turn the cover. It's hard to see much with the only light provided by the fireplace, but the first few pages just look like scratch work from a math class. Nothing too exciting there. Aside from some equations where she seems to be solving for X, Alina seems to be decent in math, based on her work here. But as I turn the pages, it looks like she has started using this book for her artistic expression. The pages contain drawing after drawing, sketched in red, blue, and black ink, and they are all horrifying. Moreover, they all feature the same thing: a woman with shoulder-length hair, a solid build, and a square jaw, and in each drawing she is being tortured, stabbed, beheaded, hung from the ceiling by a noose, her tongue protruding grotesquely from her mouth. The fire crackles at my feet. I flip through the pages, my stomach roiling. And with each page I turn, I become more and more certain of one thing. The woman in these drawings is me. After all, she came looking for me. But why? Why does this little girl hate me so much that she would sketch picture after picture of my gruesome death? I don't even know her name. I've never even seen her before. Have I? I teach elementary school, and over the years, quite a large number of children have been in and out of my classroom. I pride myself in remembering each and every one of them, and Alina isn't familiar to me, and neither is her name. But I teach 3rd grade, and Alina is at least 12 or 13 years old. She may look different than she did back then. What if I was her teacher and I missed the signs of what somebody was doing to her? And now she blames me. Granted, that seems extreme. Am I really to believe this girl is some sort of vigilante, exacting systematic revenge on all her former teachers? That seems outside the realm of reality. Plus, it's hard to imagine I would have missed something like that for an entire school year. That definitely doesn't sound like me. And yet, why is she here? And what is she planning to do to me? Despite the fire raging in front of me, a chill goes through me. I try to remind myself that these drawings are just that, drawings. And now that I suspect her intentions, I will be on guard. I could outrun her easily, and if it came down to it, I believe I could overpower and disarm her even if she's got a knife on her side. I could almost certainly keep her from beheading me. But then a terrible thought hits me. And I realize how stupid I have been. When I went out to the tool shed, I brought my gun with me. And then when I came back, I put the gun back where I found it, at the bottom of my dresser drawer, in the bedroom, where Alina is sleeping. 38. I've got to get my gun back. How could I have been so stupid as to leave an unsecured gun in a room with a child? Even if the child didn't want me to die a gruesome death, that's a bad move. Whatever else, Alina has been through a major trauma and is scared and confused. She's the last person who should have access to a firearm. But just because I left it there, it doesn't mean she has discovered it. It was deep in the drawer, under all my clothing. It's probably still there. Well, I'm definitely not going to be able to go to sleep until I get it back. Really, this is my bedroom and my gun. I have every right to march in there and take it. However, my instinct is to try to get in and out of that room without Alina knowing. I have made a lot of incredibly poor decisions tonight, and I am not going to make another one. I stuff the notebook back under the cushions of the sofa. Then I kick off my slippers, thinking I'll be quieter without them, and I creep across the living room to the door to the bedroom. Naturally, the hinges on the door make a loud whining noise when I push the door open. It sounds a lot like a fire alarm going off. I hold my breath, directing my gaze at the queen-size bed in the center of the room. Alina is lying in the center of it, and I can just barely make out her chest rising and falling. She must be exhausted. The bedroom is cold, colder than before and even worse than the living room because there is no fireplace. I can almost see my breath. I hope Alina is okay here, although I certainly gave her enough blankets. And she was able to fall asleep, so she can't be that cold. Anyway, I need to stop worrying about this girl who wants to kill me and get my damn gun back. Every floorboard I step on creaks maddeningly under my feet, and the sound echoes through the room. Every time I take a step, I look over at the bed, certain she has woken up. But so far, I'm good. When I get to the dresser, I carefully ease open the top drawer, which protests with yet another loud squeak. I never realized how noisy this house was. I've been alone here for so long. I get it open just enough to stick my hand inside. I fumble around the bottom of the drawer, waiting for the cold, reassuring feel of the Glock's handle. I don't find it right away, so I have to pull the drawer open a little bit farther, pushing clothing away. My hands run over the entire base of the drawer, but I don't feel anything. Where is my gun? Looking for this, Casey. I swivel my head. My jaw drops open as I see Alina sitting up in bed. She's wearing my cozy, fluffy sweater over the t-shirt, and she's got her jeans on. A moment ago, I was certain she was fast asleep, but now she's wide awake. And she's pointing a gun at my head. 39. Before. Yalele. I can't sleep. I keep tossing and turning, but I can't get comfortable in my bed. I mean, my bed isn't super comfortable in general, but for some reason, it feels worse tonight. Also, my room still has that smell of rotting pumpkins. I got rid of as many things as I could that had been tainted by pumpkin goo, but the smell is still there. Sometimes I don't even notice it, but right now, I do. It'll probably never go away entirely. Finally, I sit up in bed. I wonder what the Carter household is doing right now. Well, Brittany is probably asleep in her room, but maybe John and Vanessa are awake. Maybe they're lying in bed together, watching a TV show before they drift off. If John is my father, does that make Vanessa my stepmother? I don't entirely know. She would probably be mad at my mother since he was obviously having an affair, but none of that is my fault. I saw Brittany's mother once at a bake sale, and she had a very motherly look. She smiled a lot and had a blonde bob and was kind of chubby, and she looked like she gave good hugs. Maybe she would be kind to me. One thing is very clear now, though. I'm never going to fall asleep if I keep thinking about this. I climb out of bed and pull on a pair of relatively clean jeans and a hoodie. Once I'm dressed, I reach into the top drawer of the small dresser next to my bed, which is mostly filled with pens and pencils. In fact, the whole dresser is mostly pens and pencils. Whenever my mother finds a sale on stuff to write with, she buys it and stuffs it in this dresser. She's always so excited about it. She keeps saying she'll never have to spend money on pens ever again, except every few weeks. She brings home more of them. But I'm not looking for a pen or pencil. I'm looking for something stuffed all the way in the back of the drawer. Something my mom doesn't know about and she'll never find because she never bothers to wade through all the crap. It's an X-Acto knife with a retractable blade. I stole it from my arts and crafts class last year. The weird thing is that the teacher didn't even notice it was gone. Or maybe she noticed, but she was scared she'd get in trouble if she reported it missing. Anyway, by the next morning, the knife was safely tucked away in my room. And now, I stuff it into the pocket of my hoodie. I creep out into the hallway. It looks like my mother is either asleep or has gone into her bedroom. As quietly as I can, I move past her room and over to the stairs. The stairs are kind of scary to walk down in the dark with all the crap on them, but I hold on to the banister, and I make it down okay. I follow one of the little clear trails to the front door, where I put on my sneakers. I'm not planning on going anywhere in particular. I just need to take a walk to clear my head and get some fresh air. It's perfectly safe. We live in a good neighborhood. And just in case something happens, I've got the knife to protect me. It's a little chilly, and I'm glad for the light jacket I took with me. I meant to just walk around the block, but once I get to the end of the block, I don't turn to follow the circle. I find myself going somewhere very specific. I still remember Brittany's address from the class list. It's not even that far. I'm not sure why I'm going there. I can hear Anton's voice in my head, telling me I'm being stupid and I should forget about that family. But how can I when they're my family? Family I was never allowed to be part of. It takes me only 15 minutes to walk to Brittany's house. It's 2 stories, white with a blue trim, and a lot bigger than my house or the apartment where Anton lives. It's not a mansion or anything, but it's nice. There's even a white picket fence surrounding the property, although it doesn't lock or anything. I can easily just go down the walkway and up to the front door. I'm not sure what exactly I'm doing as I sneak around the side of the Carter's house. I mean, it's the middle of the night. It's not like I can knock on the door and they're going to invite me in for cookies. That is definitely not going to happen. I guess I just sort of want to see inside. I want to see what my life would have been like if I were John Carter's legitimate daughter instead of the result of some affair nobody is allowed to know about. I want to see what could have been mine. What should have been mine? Maybe they left the back door open. As I creep around the side of the house, a little voice in the back of my head, possibly belonging to Anton, is telling me not to do this. This is a bad idea. A really bad idea. I should turn back. But then I wrap my fingers around the X-Acto knife in my pocket and keep walking. 40. The back door of the Carter house leads to the kitchen. There is a large window on the back door, and I can see the refrigerator and stove. It doesn't look anything like my kitchen, though. It's hard to see much because it's so dark, but I can tell that the floor isn't sticky and cluttered with cans and plastic bottles. The counters are clean, and you can actually put food and plates on them. You can actually cook. It looks like a normal kitchen. I wonder what they have in their refrigerator. I bet they don't have any expired yogurt at all. Not even one container. I wonder what breakfast is like in the Carter house. I bet Mrs. Carter makes something fresh on the stove every morning because hers isn't covered with pots and pans and expired food. I bet when she makes pancakes, they have smiley faces formed from blueberries or even chocolate chips. If I were eating with them, I would ask for chocolate chips in my pancakes. As I imagine it, I can almost taste the chocolate morsels melting in my mouth. My stomach rumbles. My left hand is still gripping the knife as I place my right hand on the doorknob to the back door. I didn't really think it would be unlocked, but to my surprise, the knob turns. Gently, I push open the door. I shouldn't do this. I really shouldn't. But would it be so awful just to take a quick look around? I mean, if John Carter is my father, it's really sort of my house too, isn't it? I wonder what Brittany's room looks like. I bet her bed is neatly made by her mother every morning. Her dresser is probably filled with folded clean clothes, which smell of nothing but laundry detergent. She surely has a desk, which might have a few of her textbooks on it, maybe a computer, and definitely not a fish tank. All of a sudden, there's nothing I want more in the whole world than to see Brittany's room. And it would be so easy. The door to the house is unlocked, so it's not like I'd have to break in. If I'm really quiet, I bet I could creep upstairs and find her bedroom. It's so late, she's surely sound asleep. I bet I could look around without her ever waking up. And if she does wake up, well, I've got my knife. Not that I'd stab Brittany or anything like that, but if I showed her the knife, I bet I could persuade her not to scream or tell her parents. But before I get the door more than cracked open, I hear a burst of angry barking. My legs turn to liquid as I slam the door shut, my plan to visit Brittany's room completely forgotten. Oh my God, they have a dog. A big angry dog with lots of saliva dripping from its mouth. That is my cue to start running. Thank God, the dog is shut inside and can't come after me. I run as fast as my legs can carry me, far away from the Carter's house. I only dare look back once, and when I do, one of the lights in an upstairs bedroom overlooking the backyard has turned on. I wonder if they saw me. The thought is extremely unsettling. I would be in so much trouble if I got caught sneaking around some house in the middle of the night. I don't know what I was thinking. I just wanted so badly to meet my father. I'm so amped up from almost getting eaten by that dog that there's no way I'll be able to fall back asleep. I check my watch, it's 2 a.m. If my mother woke up and discovered I wasn't in my bed, she'd be worried. But my mother sleeps so soundly. You'd think she was dead except for the loud snoring. Anyway, I don't feel like going home, so I wander around aimlessly for a while. At least I think I'm wandering around aimlessly, but then I realize I'm almost at Anton's house. Since I'm already almost there, I walk the rest of the way. It's late, but maybe he's still awake. The housing complex where Anton lives is quiet at night, and I'm glad I've got my knife for protection. His apartment is on the 2nd floor, and it takes me a second to figure out which of the rooms is his. The light looks like it's off in the room, but it's not completely dark. Maybe he's still awake. Before I can change my mind, I grab a pebble from the ground and toss it at his window. I stare up at the window, and nothing happens. So I grab another pebble and toss that one too. After the second throw, the lights come on in the room. I don't see anyone at the window, and for a moment, I'm worried I got the wrong apartment. Then Anton's face appears behind the glass, and his eyes bug out when he sees me standing there. He wrenches the window open. "Ella," he's whispering, but loud enough for me to hear. "What the hell are you doing here?" Before I can answer, he shakes his head. "Don't move, I'm coming down." I wait in front of Anton's building, my fingers wrapped around the knife in my hoodie pocket, and about 2 minutes later, he comes out wearing a sweatshirt and ripped jeans. Even though he looks wide awake, he lets out a yawn as he walks up to me. "What are you doing here?" he asks me again. I flash back to standing outside the Carter house and feeling that knife in my pocket. I was almost inside, almost about to do, well, I don't know what. Then the dog scared me. Now that I think of it, it was probably a really good thing. As I mull it over, I start shaking, and I hug my arms to my chest to try to stop. He frowns. "Ella, are you okay?" I wish I could tell Anton what I did tonight, but he wouldn't get it. He thinks it's dumb that I want to be part of Brittany's family. Even though he hates his father, at least he has one. He even has a brother. His home isn't like mine. I'm fine is all I can manage. I'm sorry I woke you up. You didn't wake me up. Yes, I did. You didn't, he insists, but his bedhead says otherwise. I look down at my sneakers, which are a size too small, and pinch my toes. 3 years ago, there was a sale at a shoe store, and my mother bought 5 pairs of sneakers, a size too big for my feet. I spent a year wearing shoes that were too big, then a year when they fit, and now they're too small. But Mom says we can't get more shoes since we have so many perfectly good ones. Let me walk you home, Anton says softly. It's okay, I say. It's not that far. It's not safe for you to walk alone. I'll be safe. I reach into the pocket of my hoodie and wrap my fingers around the handle of the X-Acto knife, then pull it out to show it to him. I've got protection. Holy crap, Ella. Anton's jaw drops open, and I can't tell if he's more surprised or impressed. Do you walk around with that? Not all the time. Don't let them catch you with that at school. You'll get expelled for sure. He pauses. And school would suck if you weren't there. I'll be careful, I say, and I mean it. He jerks his head in the general direction of where I live. Come on, I'm going to walk you home. I want to. I still feel kind of shaky if I'm being honest, so I decide to let him walk me home. We don't talk much because Anton is still sleepy, but it's nice to have him with me. A few times, his shoulder bumps against mine as we walk, and each time, he smiles at me. 41. Today Anton has detention. It wasn't even his fault this time. I saw the whole thing. Some kid came up to him in the hallway and started being a jerk, and of course, Anton dished it right back. But the other kid was the one who hit him. Anton didn't even hit him back. He told me he's trying really hard not to get detention anymore so we can hang out, but it's hard for him not to get into fights because he has something called bad pulse control. I don't really know what it means exactly, and Anton wasn't entirely sure either. I know your pulse is like your heartbeat, though. So does that mean there's something wrong with Anton's heart? He seems healthy to me. Anyway, it didn't matter. Anton didn't even hit the other kid and still ended up with 2 days detention, and today is the second. At least he wasn't suspended, though. So instead of going to the park or doing something else with Anton, I'm all alone. At first, I'm planning to go home. Lately, I can't even breathe in my house anymore, especially with all the smoke. I can't take it anymore. Living anywhere else would be better than living there. And anyway, my mother isn't expecting me home for a while. I end up wandering in the direction of the university. I heard Brittany talking about how her dad is a professor there. He teaches sociology, whatever that is. It sounds sort of like zoology, although I guess a lot of the subjects end in ology, like biology and astrology. I wasn't exactly planning to go there, but somehow, half an hour later, I'm at the university campus. When I arrive, I'm not entirely sure where the sociology department is, but I ask around, and finally, somebody points me in the direction of a light-colored brick building that's about 5 stories high. When I get to the sociology building, you need a key code, but somebody holds the door for me, and I'm able to walk right inside. There's a directory on the building, and I look for the name John Carter. Luckily, it's in alphabetical order, so I find it pretty quickly. John Carter, PhD. My dad has a PhD. That's amazing. My mom didn't even graduate from high school, although she gets mad if you bring it up. I wouldn't ordinarily have the courage to visit my father at his work, but the X-Acto knife hidden in the small pouch of my backpack gives me confidence. Anton warned me not to bring it to school because it would be bad if I got caught, but I doubt that would happen. Plus, it's not like I'm planning to use it or anything. It's just that having it with me makes me feel safe. I take the elevator to the 3rd floor. I don't entirely have a plan as such, but I do know that I want to see my father. I want to tell him that I know who he is, and I want to tell him how my life has been for the last 13 years. Once he hears the whole truth, he's going to want to help me for sure, unless he's a horrible person. When I get to the 3rd floor, I wander around a little bit, but then I find the door. There's a gold plate on it that reads John Carter, Ph.D. Then underneath, Professor of Sociology. My dad is a professor, an actual professor. I feel a surge of something I've never felt before in my whole life. Pride. I hesitate for a moment before knocking on the door. I listen for the sound of him coming to answer, but it's quiet. I think the lights aren't on inside the room. Maybe he's not here. I wonder if I should wait. Brittany, is that you? My head jerks up at the sound of a woman's voice. A heavy-set, middle-aged woman with dark brown hair cut short is coming toward me. I hug my arms to my chest and take a step back. I can't believe I got caught before even getting to talk to my father. Brittany. The woman blinks at me, a pleasant smile on her face. My gosh, is that little Brittany? I haven't seen you in ages. She thinks I'm Brittany. She must have absolutely no clue what Brittany looks like. Hi, I say timidly. My goodness, she sighs. Well, I think the last time I saw you, you were only 5 years old, and you were wearing the cutest little ballerina outfit. Naturally. I'm Bettina, she tells me. I'm Dr. Monroe's assistant. I'm sure you don't remember me. I shake my head. How old are you now? She asks me. 10, 11. 13, I manage. 13. Bettina clutches her chest. Lordy, time goes fast, doesn't it? You always were a tiny one. The real Brittany Carter is quite a few inches taller than I am. Probably because she actually has food in her house that she's able to eat. I heard you get straight A's in school, Bettina says. Your daddy is always bragging about you. I wonder if my mom ever bragged about my good grades. I doubt it. Yes. What's your favorite subject? Science, I answer truthfully. I really liked learning about genetics last year. That makes her smile wider. You've always been a smart one, smart and pretty. What must it be like to grow up with people giving you compliments all the time? I can't even imagine it. I wonder if Brittany ever gets sick of it. I wouldn't. Well, your daddy is at a staff meeting right now, she tells me. But why don't you come with me? I'll get you some snacks to munch on while you're waiting for him. The voice that screamed at me not to sneak around the Carters' house the other day is now telling me that I should get out of here while I still can. No good can come of pretending to be Brittany Carter. But then again, she said she has snacks. And I am really hungry. Thank you, I tell her. I'd like that. Bettina beams at me. You are such a polite one. I can tell your daddy raised you right. This is going so well. I won't need that knife in my backpack at all, I bet. 42. Now, Casey. Aliner has the gun. If there were a prize for the stupidest person alive, it should be awarded to me for my exemplary work in making a firearm available to a young girl who is clearly quite troubled. Before she came here, all she had was a knife. Yes, you can kill somebody with a knife, but it's not nearly as easy as it is with a gun. And now she has both, thanks to yours truly. Hey, I raise both my hands in the air. That's mine. It's yours. Her voice is slightly mocking. Should I give it back then? The window shakes as a gust of wind hits the cabin. If only the storm would stop. Then I could get in my truck and get out of here. Of course, she might not let me get that far. Please, I want to help you, I say. You don't want to do this. Do what? In the dim light of the bedroom, I can just barely make out the arch of her eyebrow. You don't even know what I'm going to do to you. Well, I have some idea. I saw the notebook. Do you even know how to shoot that thing? I ask her. I can figure it out. I know where the trigger is. Yeah, I'll bet she does. Look, I have to try to talk my way out of this. Could this possibly be a matter of mistaken identity? How could she really hate me so much that she would want to do those terrible things to me when we've only just met for the first time? Whatever you're thinking, whatever you're planning to do. Before I can get out the words, a loud crash rings out through the house. The entire foundation shakes, and despite the fact that she is the one holding the gun, Aliner's eyes widen in fear. What was that? She whispers. She sounds so young all of a sudden, like a scared little girl. I'm not entirely sure, but I have a good idea. It was coming from outside. We need to go look. She narrows her eyes at me. She doesn't trust me right now, and I can't blame her after everything she's been through. My brain is running a mile a minute, trying to think of how to get that gun away from her. If I can get her to put it down for a moment. You lead the way. She shakes the gun at me. Let's go. I start to turn around and she snaps, keep your hands in the air. I do it. This girl is extremely frightened, and people do stupid things when they're scared. Like flinch and pull the trigger on a gun. I have to stay calm, because that's the only way to calm her down. I walk slowly out the bedroom door, and Alina follows closely behind. I can't see her, but I can feel the gun pointed at my back. As I walk past the living room sofa, I notice the cushions are slightly off-center from the last time I stashed the notebook under there. I pray Alina doesn't notice. Because if she does, well, I don't want to think about that. I take the lead, walking to the front door. Neither of us are wearing coats, and I don't even have anything on my feet. I left my slippers in the living room, and my boots are stacked neatly at the bottom of the closet next to my other shoes. Rain is still pelting the windows, so we won't get far without some sort of protective gear. Can I get my boots? I ask her. Alina thinks for a moment. No. It occurs to me that she wouldn't even necessarily have to shoot me. If she shut me out of the house in the storm, wearing only a sweatshirt and jeans without shoes or a coat, I may very well not make it through the night. And it would be a terrible night. If that happened, I would have to try to make it to Lee's house. He would welcome me in, and it's only half a mile. But even that short distance in a serious storm like this could be deadly. Alina pokes me in the small of my back with the gun just as a crack of thunder shakes the foundations of the house. Open the door. It's hard to even get the door open with the wind pounding against it, and my hands are shaking. I throw my weight, shoving it to try to get it open. Finally, the wind dies down for long enough to allow me to crack it open enough to go outside. I raise my eyes to the sky, which is heavy with ominous black clouds. Lightning splits the clouds, and that's when I see what caused that terrifying crash. The giant tree in front of my house has fallen. I worried that it might fall during the night, and that there was a chance it might crush my house and everyone inside, which is why I refused to infinity promise it wouldn't fall. Despite what Alina thinks, I really do keep my promises. But that is what happened. It didn't fall on my house. It fell on the tool shed. Alina stands beside me, blinking away rainwater, staring into the storm at the muddy pile below the tree that crushed my tool shed. I can't tell if there are tears in her eyes or just rain. She does seem shaken by what she's looking at, an alternate universe in which she is lying dead beneath that giant tree. You saved my life, she breathes. I nod. I told you it wasn't safe. She doesn't seem to know what to say to that. She just keeps staring at the tool shed, blinking furiously. She's still holding the gun, but her grip seems to waver. I can't tell if her hands are shaking from the cold or something else. Let's go back in the house, she finally croaks. Ever since I found that notebook filled with drawings of my own demise, I have been sorry that I allowed this girl into my house. But right now, I'm not sorry. She would have died in that tool shed. Whatever happens to me next, I don't regret keeping that from happening. She was a kid who needed help, and I helped, although I might feel very differently in an hour or two. 43. I want you to go to your pantry, Alina says to me, and get out the roll of duct tape. At the mention of duct tape, my legs turn to liquid. Nothing good can come of giving this girl a roll of duct tape. If she had asked me if I had it, I would have lied and said no. She must have seen it. I wish I had never bought that stupid duct tape. Of course, what kind of person doesn't keep a roll of it in their pantry? I'm not a housewife from Beverly Hills. In any case, I do what she tells me to do. I grab the tape, then I turn around to hand it to her. Alina is at least a head shorter than me, and I'm not exactly tall. She has to tilt her head up to look at me, and her blue eyes seem gigantic on her face, which is very pale except for the freckles on her nose. She has a slightly pointed chin and a delicate nose, all of which make her look more like a pixie than a killer. If I hadn't seen the telltale blood, I'd never believe she was capable of hurting a fly. "Sit on that chair in the kitchen," she instructs me. Oh no. She's going to bind me to the chair. I flash back to one of the drawings in her notebook. It was this exact scene, me duct taped to a chair. But that wasn't all. In the drawing, I was bound to the chair and bleeding from the side of my head, where my ear had been sliced clear off. There was also blood running down my lips and a bloody hole where my right eye should have been. I gave Alina the gun to make this happen. "No," I gasp. "Please don't do this, please." She shakes the Glock, pointing it directly at my face. I said sit. I almost consider going for the gun. Getting shot might be preferable to living out the scene in that drawing. But I can't make myself do it. I'd rather buy time. I sit down in the chair, my hands clasped in my lap. But she shakes her head. "Behind your back," she says. Damn. I was hoping she would bind my wrists in front of me. But Alina still has the gun pointed at my head, so I'm not in any position to say no. I try to keep my wrists as far apart as I can, hoping I can wriggle out later. It occurs to me that now might be my only chance to escape. There's no way Alina can bind my wrists while holding the gun, at least I don't think so. I can try to turn around and wrangle the gun away from her. But what if she shoots me? Or even worse, what if I end up accidentally shooting her? No, I can't risk it. Once my wrists are bound, I realize how helpless I've become. She can do whatever she wants to me, and I can't do a damn thing. Even worse, the next thing she does is bind my ankles, which she then secures to the legs of the chair. And then she puts one more piece all the way around my chest. I'm basically glued to the chair now. Why did I buy a fresh roll of duct tape last week? I curse myself for always being so dang prepared. The only positive thing I can say is that she doesn't put any tape over my mouth. But why should she? If I screamed out here, nobody would hear. Even Lee is much too far away to save me at this point. When Alina is done, she steps back to admire her handiwork. "Try to get free." I stare at her. I can't. She squints at me like she's not quite sure. But finally, she nods and lowers the gun. Good. The candles in the kitchen have burned nearly half of the way down. It must be 2 or 3 in the morning. But I can still see the features of her face, which look even more menacing, partially obscured by the shadows. I can't stop thinking about that drawing. The woman bound to the chair, bleeding from her missing ear and her gouged out eye. I can't let that happen to me. But what can I do? I can't move. "Please," I whisper. "Why are you doing this?" Alina looks at me, cocking her head. "It's nothing personal." Nothing personal. She targeted me. She came to my house from God knows where, and she's carrying a notebook full of horrible pictures of me. How could that not be personal? Whatever I did, I'm sorry. I said it's not personal. She sounds irritated. Okay. I don't know what she's talking about. The only way it could not be personal is if she is some sort of hired killer. And I really don't think this little girl is being paid to be here. The only reason I'm in this position at all is because I was stupid enough to invite her inside and give her a gun. "I'll be back," Alina tells me. Oh no, she's getting her knife. 44. Before. Yalele. Bettina is grudgingly impressed by how much food I put away. Over the next half hour, I devour most of the contents of a platter that was left over from lunch. It's mostly cold cuts and cheese, but everything tastes so good. None of it has a weird sour taste that I have to try to ignore. It's all fresh and delicious. "Gosh, you were hungry," Bettina exclaims. "How do you keep yourself so tiny?" I suck down the remainder of an apple juice box that doesn't even taste like it's turning into alcohol. "I missed lunch today," I say, which is true. Just as I'm chewing on another piece of ham, the sound of male voices floats down the hallway. Bettina perks up. "Sounds like the meeting ended. I bet your daddy will be here in a second. I'll let him know where you are." The cold cuts churn in my full belly. These are not the circumstances under which I wanted to meet my father. I don't want him to think that I'm a liar, but I never exactly said that I was Brittany. I mean, that woman just assumed. I was only answering her questions. That's not my fault. Your daughter is in the kitchen, Bettina is telling my father, her voice distant. It's not entirely a lie. Brittany, he sounds stunned. What's she doing here? I have another couple of seconds before he gets to the kitchen. I swallow the ham in my mouth and take a second to smooth out my hair. I'm not as pretty as Brittany. I never will be. But that shouldn't matter, should it? The footsteps grow louder, and I straighten up in my chair. I have to look absolutely perfect so he'll know I'm a good kid. After all, it's clear that Brittany never visits her father at work, and here I am, taking the time out of my busy day to come see him. He's got to appreciate that. A few seconds later, a man appears in the doorway. I recognize him, probably from school events and maybe from around town. He is tall and distinguished looking, with brown hair that is turning gray at the temples and a well-groomed gray beard. When he sees me, his eyes widen behind his spectacles, filled with recognition. I attempt my best smile, but it feels crooked. "Hi," I squeak. "You." His voice is hoarse and not at all kind. "What are you doing here?" My palms feel very moist. I wipe them on my jeans, suddenly wishing I had thought to put on something nicer. "I wanted to talk to you." His jaw tightens. "Was that you sneaking around our house the other night?" My wife heard the door open and then saw someone running through our backyard. Does Vanessa Carter know about me? That would make it easier, I guess. But if his whole family knows he has another daughter, it feels even more hurtful that he has failed to acknowledge me. He shakes his head, his blue eyes dark. The same blue eyes that Brittany has, the same blue eyes that I have. And telling Bettina you're my daughter. I am your daughter, I want to say, but my mouth has gone dry. You need to leave my family alone, he says in a firm voice. Do you understand? My lower lip trembles. I don't know what exactly I was expecting when I came to him, but it wasn't this hostile reaction. I thought at least he would give me some sort of explanation as to why he didn't want me to be part of his life. But instead, he just seems angry and kind of embarrassed. My father's shoulders sag. "Come on, I'll drive you home." I leave the platter of cold cuts behind, even though I'm tempted to take it all with me. Instead, I follow my father out of the sociology building. He's tall enough that I barely come up to his shoulder, and he has really good posture. He doesn't talk to me, but he doesn't walk ahead of me and force me to catch up with him. Also, he smells nice, like cologne or aftershave or whatever it is that grown men wear. He's parked in a lot behind the sociology building. He drives a blue Prius, and he opens the passenger side door so I can get in. I'm not actually tall enough, but my mom always lets me sit up front, and it seems like Dr. Carter doesn't care either. "What's your address?" he asks me, his fingers hovering over the GPS display on his dashboard. I thought he'd know where I lived, that he'd be keeping tabs on me. Guess not. I give him my address, feeling even more dejected. "I'm not sure what you're thinking," he says as he navigates the streets from the university to my house in Medford. "But this can't happen again." I pick at a hole on my t-shirt, making it large enough for my finger to fit through. I'm sorry. I just wanted to talk." He glances at me as he comes to a halt at a red light. "About what?" His voice is so sharp, it makes me flinch. Obviously, he doesn't have anything to say to me. I want to ask him why he doesn't want to have anything to do with me. I can understand not wanting to have anything to do with my mother. I mean, I don't want to have anything to do with her sometimes. But I didn't do anything to him. Would it be so awful if he had to admit that I was his daughter? But I can't get out any of those words, because the second I start talking, I'm going to cry. So instead, I just sit there in the passenger seat, clutching my backpack in my lap. I can feel the reassuring outline of the knife in the pocket of my bag, and for a moment, I think about taking it out. I wonder what he'd say if I had a knife in my hand. I have a feeling he'd stop being such a jerk. but I don't take out the knife. In fact, we don't say another word to each other as he drives me the rest of the way home. He parks in front of the house, and I cringe when I realize he's going to walk me inside. My mom won't be happy about that either. But he gets out of the car and follows me to the door. I fit the key in the lock, hoping that once I get the door open, my father might leave me alone. But he's just standing there, waiting for me to go inside. This is so embarrassing, but maybe it's good. Maybe once he sees my house, he'll understand what I'm going through. Maybe he'll feel like he needs to rescue me. Maybe he'll step up and be a real father to me. I take it as a good sign when I manage to get the door almost all the way open without knocking into any bottles or other garbage. My mom is already home. I can hear the TV, and when she hears the door opening, she calls out, "Guess what, Ella? I ordered pizza." Great, on the one night I'm not even remotely hungry. Unfortunately, my father decides to follow me into the house. He sucks in a breath when he sees the state of our living room. He looks like he's practically going to be sick, or maybe that's just from the smell. My mom is sitting on the mattress smoking a cigarette, but she jumps off the sofa and puts it out when she sees my father come into the house. "Ella," she cries, "I didn't know you were bringing company. You should have told me." My father stiffens. "Desiree, I need to talk to you about your daughter." Your daughter? Not a good sign. My mother is making adjustments to her dirty work uniform, as if that's the problem. It's not like tucking in her shirt is going to change the fact that our house is a disaster. "I am so sorry, John," she glares at me. "What did she do this time?" "She was creeping around the back of my house 2 nights ago." My father's jaw tightens. "And then today, she came to my office and pretended to be Brittany. As you can imagine, it was very upsetting." "Of course, I am so sorry." My mother wipes her hands on her tan work slacks. "Ella, what on earth got into you?" I am so sick of this. I am so sick of the lies and pretending. Now that everyone is here in one room, I refuse to lie anymore. I'm going to force them to come clean. One way or another, we're going to be one big happy family, even if I have to take out my knife to make it happen. "I know that Dr. Carter is my father," I say. All the color drains out of his face. "What?" "Ella," Mom snaps at me. "Where on earth did you get a ridiculous idea like that?" I lift my chin. "I found my birth certificate you were hiding from me." "Jesus Christ," my father says, running a hand through his hair. I look between the two of them. My parents together in one room like I always dreamed. Except my mother looks furious and my father looks, well, I'm not even sure. He looks a little dazed. "Ella," my mother says, "Dr. Carter is not your father. My God, how could you think that?" She says it with such authority. If I didn't see my birth certificate, I would think she was telling the truth. "You're lying. I saw it. My father is named John Carter." "Right," she says, seemingly giving up and relighting her cigarette. "He is. Your father is named John Carter, but this isn't him. It's another guy with the same name." Her words are like a slap in the face. Could it be true? I was so sure this man had to be my father when I saw the birth certificate, but John and Carter are both pretty common names, I guess. It didn't even occur to me that it could be another John Carter. Except so many things don't make sense. How does Dr. Carter know who I am then? Why is he acting so weird around me? "I am so sorry, John," my mom says to Dr. Carter, who apparently is not my father. Lucky him. She walks him to the door, and he looks like he can't wait to get out of here. When I brought him home, I had this idea in my head that maybe he was going to save me, but that is not going to happen. He doesn't want to have anything to do with me, which I guess is fair if he's not related to me at all. As soon as Dr. Carter is gone and the door is closed behind him, my mother turns on me. I brace myself for her to start screaming at me and maybe throw me into the closet. She might even hit me, but instead, she bursts out laughing. "Oh, Lord," she cries, gasping for air. "Ella, did you really think that man was your father? Do you think if you had a father like that, you would be so dumb?" My face burns. I don't understand. How come he knew who I was and who you are? You really don't remember, she is still chuckling. When you were in 4th grade, you pushed that pretty little daughter of his off the top of the jungle gym, and she broke her arm. It was a whole big thing, and we had all these meetings about it. She shakes her head. And then you were all upset because she didn't invite you to her birthday party, as if she would invite you after you broke her arm. Why would anyone want you there? Now that she's saying it, I do kind of remember all that. It didn't seem like that big a deal to me, although I guess I wasn't the one in a cast. And you thought he was your father, she snickers. Boy, you're delusional. I hate that she is laughing about this. I almost wish she were angry instead. The fact that she's not angry is getting me angry. So angry that my hands have balled into tight little fists, and I almost want to hit her. But of course, I'd never do that. So who is my real father then? Who is the other John Carter? My mother stops laughing. She folds her arms across her chest. Fine, you're 13 now, old enough to know the truth. My heart speeds up. This is what I've been waiting for. Except now that she's about to tell me, I realize I'm not sure I want to know. Your father was in prison, she says. He got sent there when you were 2 months old. In prison, I breathe. For what? The idiot got into a fight in a bar and beat a guy unconscious. Her face darkens. Is that what you do when you have a girlfriend and a baby at home counting on you? What a jackass. No impulse control, just like you. Anyway, Johnny got sent away on assault charges, and then when he got out, he didn't want to have anything to do with us. Didn't even try to contact us, and I can't say I know where he is. Over the course of the day, I went from thinking my dad is a professor of sociology to realizing he's a convict. No wonder my mom can't stop laughing. I swallow the lump in my throat. Can I see a photo of him? She narrows her eyes at me. What do you want to see a photo of that loser for? I just do. He's my father. Well, I tore them all up. When she sees the stunned look on my face, she shrugs. He's never going to be part of our lives. It's better this way. He's my father. Tears spring to my eyes. You had no right to do that. You're welcome to go searching for him, she retorts. But I wouldn't expect him to want to have anything to do with you, and I couldn't even blame him. Who would want to be stuck with a kid like you? It's all too much for me now. Finding out that Dr. Carter isn't actually my father, my real father is an ex-con, and my mother finding it somehow hilarious. But I don't want to cry in front of her, so I push past her and run up the stairs as quickly as I can without slipping on all the stupid papers she's got on them. I don't stop until I get to my room, where I throw myself down on my bed and sob into my pillow until I pass out. 45. Now, Casey, I've got to get out of these restraints. Whatever Alina is doing in the bedroom, she is taking her sweet time. It's been about 10 minutes, and I am still sitting here, waiting for her to come out and dismember me with her switchblade. My heart is beating so violently, it almost hurts my chest. I might have a heart attack before she comes back out here. Duct tape is possible to cut through. If I could locate something in my kitchen that is sharp that I could rub against, I could get my hands free. And once my hands are free, I'll be able to get my legs free too. Except how am I supposed to do that when I can't even move? I push my feet against the ground, testing to see if I could slide across the kitchen, but instead, the chair just tips backward. I quit pushing, scared that if I fall over, I could break my wrists. I remember when I was a kid, my dad was repairing our sofa with duct tape, of course. He loved the stuff. If I had gotten married, he would have made my wedding dress out of duct tape. Or at the very least, if it had torn, he would have repaired it with tape. While he was taping together the sofa, he said to me, "Do you want me to show you what to do if somebody ever binds your hands together with duct tape?" It's not the sort of thing that most fathers would have spoken to their daughters about, but it was exactly the sort of thing my father would say to me. I sat in a chair in our living room, and my father taped my wrists together tightly. He took a step back. Okay, try to get free. I did try. I struggled with it for 5 minutes while he watched. By the end, I was sure that I was going to peel my skin off before I got myself loose. When he saw me getting frustrated, he stopped me. The key is acceleration, Casey, he said. If you bring your arms all the way up over your head and then bring them down as fast as possible against your rib cage, it breaks the tape. I tried it, and even though I was only 14 years old, not much older than a leaner, I successfully broke the tape on my first try. I was free. Even though my wrists are bound behind me, maybe there's still a way I can get free. I stretch my arms out behind me as much as I can, even as my shoulders whine in protest. The key is acceleration, Casey. I take a deep breath, and with as much force as I can, I bring my wrists back against the chair while simultaneously pulling them apart. A jolt of pain goes through my wrists, white hot, and enough to make my eyes water. I have to just sit there for a moment, waiting for the pain signals to abate. I take deep breaths, trying not to panic. I will get free. I'm going to get free. Then I try to separate my wrists, seeing if the tape has more give than before. It takes me less than a second to realize I've made no progress. My eyes fill with frustrated tears, thinking about how my father taught me to free myself from this very situation. And if only my arms were bound in front of me instead of behind me, I could actually do it. But Alina has made absolutely certain that I can't move. I can't move. I'm trapped. She is far smarter and crueler than she looks. I think of the cigarette burns on her skinny arms as well as the bruises. I took the girl for a victim when I first saw her. But now I'm starting to wonder. I've got to get out of here. 46. I spend the next 2 hours waiting for Alina to return. 2 hours of struggling against the duct tape, hoping to loosen its grip on my wrists just enough to get free. I work up a sweat in the process, even though the cabin is cold, but no luck. My wrists and shoulders are throbbing, but my wrists are as tightly bound as they were 2 hours ago. She did a damn good job taping me up. The storm has finally settled down. It's still raining, but the wind has died down considerably. The power is still out, and I imagine the phone lines are too, but if I had my arms or legs free, I could easily make a run for it. Instead, I am being held hostage here, and I still have no idea what Alina has planned for me. Well, I have some idea. At some point today, Lee will surely come by to check on me. He'll worry that the roof got blown off or that the giant tree landed on my house, and he'll walk over here to make sure I'm okay. I wish I had taken him up on his offer to stay at his house last night. I can't believe I thought he was the bad guy when there was something much worse waiting for me. Then again, if I had gone to Lee's house, Alina would have spent the night in the shed, and that tree would have killed her when it fell. Even after everything she did to me, I don't feel good thinking about that turn of events. Anyway, given the sun still hasn't come up, it will be a long time before Lee comes looking for me. If I had to guess, I would say it's around 5 in the morning. It could be 5 or 6 more hours before he thinks to stop by here. And then I hear the doorknob to the bedroom door turning. The fireplace has gone dark, but a few of the candles are still flickering, and the sky has cleared enough that the window provides some light. Alina emerges from the bedroom, fully dressed and wearing her coat, her red hair pulled into a ponytail, her backpack on her shoulder. And in her right hand is the switchblade, with the blade extended. "Hello, Casey," she says. I stare at her. I don't know whether to be furious that she kept me tied up here all night or terrified about what she is going to do next. A cold sweat breaks out on the back of my neck, terrified it is. Where's my gun? I have it, she tells me. I'm sorry, but I need it. At least she isn't pointing it at me. I stare down at the knife clutched in her right hand. The sight of it sends a chill down my spine. Every time I close my eyes, I see that drawing in her notebook. The woman duct taped to the chair, being tortured, dismembered while still alive. "What are you going to do?" I ask hoarsely. "I told you." Her blue eyes meet mine. "I'm going to make sure justice has been served." She drops her backpack on the floor with a loud thump, then walks toward me. Panic swells in my chest. No, no, please don't do this. Casey, she says, where is my notebook? If she knew, I went into her backpack. It's not surprising she figured out I took her notebook. But this is the worst possible moment for her to have that revelation. All I can do is deny it. Whatever she's angry at me for, I don't need to add theft to my list of crimes. Notebook. She takes another step toward me, the knife gripped tightly in her right hand. Stop playing dumb. I had a notebook in my bag. Where is it? I can only shake my head, my mouth too dry to speak. My heart is pounding so hard my chest aches. It would be easy enough to give her back the notebook, but somehow I don't want to. She keeps coming at me. The blade flashes in the candlelight and I feel like I'm going to faint. I have a decent pain tolerance, but I don't think I'm going to be able to handle a knife sinking into my flesh. Fine, she says. Have it your way. Keep the notebook. I don't care. She's a foot away from me. If I were able to extend my arm, I could reach out and touch her. I'm begging you, I say. Please, whatever I've done, give me a chance to make it right. She doesn't say a word. She just keeps coming. Please. Tears are stinging my eyes. I swear I'm a good person. I saved your life, didn't I? I want to help you. Whatever you need, I'm here for you. I promise. I'm a good person. I am. Okay, fine. I've done a few things in my life that were not so great. One of them was enough to get me fired and blow up my life. But I always meant well. Truly. Alina is behind me now. I can see her shadow on the floor, which is how I know she's bending down. I can feel her hot breath on my neck. The drawing showed a woman with a missing ear and a missing eye. That's what she intends to do to me. And bound like I am completely helpless. More helpless than I've felt in a very long time. I close my eyes, bracing myself for that first cut. I can almost feel the sharp edge biting into my skin, cutting through skin, fat, muscle, maybe even bone. The fear is enough to make my eyes fly open again. So I watch her shadow as she raises the blade into the air. Then she brings it down hard. 47. Before. Yalele. I don't want to tell Anton what happened in the middle of the cafeteria, so we agree to meet behind the school after the bell. He was really careful not to get in trouble today, just to make sure he doesn't get detention again. He's working very hard on his pulse control. I hope he can do it. I don't want anything to go wrong with Anton's heart. If something happened to him, I don't know what I'd do. He's my only friend. When I get out back, Anton is sitting on a bench waiting for me, his backpack between his legs. When he sees me, his face lights up, although his smile falters slightly when he catches the look on my own face. Ella, he says, what happened? I sit beside him on the bench, and then I tell him everything. Everything. I tell him about sneaking around the Carter's house, about showing up at Dr. Carter's office, and even about the revelation that my real father was in prison. When I tell him that last part, I almost regret it. That's not the sort of thing you're supposed to go around telling people. Anton isn't going to want to hang out with me once he knows where I come from. Except, weirdly, it doesn't seem to bother him at all. You're lucky you're not part of that stuck-up family, he says. I'm not sure about that. It's true, he insists. People like that act like they're so much better than everyone else, but they're not. Trust me. Well, they're better than a guy who was in prison. I drop my eyes. I can't believe my dad is a criminal. Please don't tell anyone. He lays a hand on his chest. I would never tell anyone, I swear. You can trust me, Ella. I know. I scrape at the wood of the bench with my fingernail hard enough to leave a mark. It's just so unfair. People like Brittany get born into this amazing family with parents who love her no matter what. It's not like she earned it or anything. It is unfair, he agrees. I grit my teeth. We should do something to even the score, you know. Anton scratches at his green hair. I know. We could sneak some hair removal cream into her shampoo so all her hair will fall out. My mom has a ton of it in the bathroom. I think about it for a moment, then shake my head. Nah, if we do something like that, it will freak her out, but her hair will just grow back. I raise my eyes. We want to do something to her that's permanent. That ruins her life forever. Whoa, his eyebrows shoot up to his hairline. Remind me never to get on your bad side. I'm just saying if we're going to do something to Brittany, we should make it count. Really make her pay. Or he offers me a lopsided smile. We could forget all about Brittany because she sucks and is completely unimportant. And I like you way better now that I know you're definitely not related to her. A tiny bit of my anger fades away, and somehow I find myself smiling back at him. Anton's smiles are seriously contagious. You like me better now. I do, he confirms. And I already liked you a lot before. You do. Of course I do. He sounds surprised I'd even question it. You're completely badass. You're smart. You don't take crap from anyone. And his cheeks turn slightly pink. I think you're the prettiest girl in the whole school. And when he says that, he reaches across the bench and takes my hand. It's not the first time Anton has taken my hand. He's done it a few times when leading me somewhere or helping me off the swings. But this is the first time he just randomly reached out and grabbed my hand. And I don't dislike it. It's kind of nice, actually. Anton is right. It doesn't matter who my father is. Screw that jackass who got himself tossed in prison. I'll do just fine without him. And who cares about stupid Brittany Carter and her fake smile and perfect life? Anton scoots a little closer to me on the bench while we continue holding hands. I've never held hands with a boy before, not like this. I keep worrying about my hand getting too sweaty, but he doesn't seem to mind or notice. And then he leans in toward me. My heart speeds up in anticipation of what might happen next, and then the back doors to the school swing open. It's bad enough being interrupted, but even worse when I discover that the people who have intruded on us are none other than Brittany Carter and her BFF Meredith. Great. Oh. Brittany's pretty blue eyes widen when she notices Anton's and my hands intertwined. So are you two, like, dating now? She looks over at Meredith, and the two of them burst into giggles. That is so cute. Anton's face goes bright red. I yank my hand away from his and shove it into my jacket pocket. I can't believe after everything that's happened, Brittany is continuing to ruin my day. Just leave, I beg her silently. Leave us alone. By the way, Brittany adds, I'm sorry about that whole misunderstanding about my dad. I overheard him telling my mom about it. That kind of sucks for you. My face feels like it's on fire. I want to say something just as terrible back to Brittany, but I can't think of anything. What retort can you give to someone who's perfect? Anyway, it's Anton who speaks up. Believe me, Ella didn't want to be part of your shitty family. That's not how I heard it, Brittany says in a sing-song voice. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Anton's right hand ball into a fist. Pulse control, Anton. Don't get in trouble. But he's not going to do anything. He wouldn't hit a girl. Anyway, Brittany says, I'll leave you two lovebirds alone. You two really are meant for each other. I rise to my feet. What is that supposed to mean? She lifts a shoulder. Well, his dad is a drunk and your mom is a hoarder. That's what my dad said anyway. And you're both poor. Seems like a good match. Hoarder, in my heart, I always knew that's what my mom is. But somehow, I never heard anyone say that word before. Anton sure never said it. And hearing it come out of Brittany's mouth hurts more than I thought it would. I take a step toward her. Take that back, I spit at her. Why should I? She blinks at me. It's true, isn't it? I grit my teeth. No, it's not. Of course it is, she says, like it's not even worth discussing. That's why you come to school in dirty clothes that smell. And that's why you have to steal other kids' crappy lunches. A blood vessel throbs in my left temple. That last part isn't even true anymore, because Anton been bringing sandwiches for me every day. I open my mouth to tell her so, but nothing comes out. And the worst part is that she isn't even finished. "Do you even shower?" she continues. "Or wash your hair?" I shower every day. One thing we have in our house is plenty of soap and shampoo. "Ella smells great," Anton blurts out, even though he's the one who used to call me Smella. At least she's not a stuck-up bitch. "Ooh, is that the best you've got, Peterson? No wonder you're failing every class." Brittany laughs to herself, revealing teeth that are perfectly straight and white. It's clear her parents could afford braces. "You two deserve each other. You're both totally pathetic." It's so unfair. So unfair that somebody so pretty could have a perfect family too. And even so, still be so mean. I feel this pulse throbbing in my temple, and maybe my lack of pulse control is what does it, because I find myself shoving Brittany in the chest, hard. She's just lucky I left that X-Acto knife back at home today. The shove barely throws her off balance. I expected Brittany to walk away. It's not like she would want to get into a fist fight with me. Girls like Brittany don't do that. But to my surprise, she pushes me back hard. Brittany is only about average size for our age, but I am one of the skinniest and shortest kids in the class. So when she pushes me, I stumble backward, trip over my own feet, and then I go down. I hear the sharp inhalation of breath coming from Anton as he glares at Brittany. He was upset that Brittany was trash-talking me, but now that she pushed me, his face is turning red with fury. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "I'm all right," I say quickly, brushing off my hands. But he's not even listening. His attention is completely focused on Brittany. "How could you push her like that?" "She pushed me first," Brittany cries, her voice shrill. "Your girlfriend is a total psycho." His face is almost purple now, and whatever pulse control he had, it's gone. He moves toward Brittany, and I remember all those weights he's got in his closet and how he's been lifting them every day. And a split second later, he slams his fist into Brittany's pretty face. "You stuck-up bitch," he hisses at her. "You're going to pay for everything." Brittany goes down harder than I did. And if that is all that happens, maybe it all will be okay. She'll have a black eye, and Anton might get suspended for the zillionth time. It won't be great, but everything will go back to the way it was before in a few days. But Anton isn't thinking straight anymore. He's too angry. His pulse control is gone. He picks up a large rock from the ground, about the same size as the one I used to knock out Devin way back when, and he raises it over his head. "You're not better than anyone, Brittany," he says, "especially not Ella." And then he brings it down on Brittany Carter's beautiful face, again and again, and again. Meredith won't stop screaming and crying as we hear the sickening sound of the fragile bones in Brittany's face cracking and then falling apart. He's knocked out all her straight white teeth. I shout Anton's name over and over, and I try to grab him, but he just shakes me off. It's like he's in a trance. He keeps hitting Brittany with that rock, and by the time a teacher comes over and they manage to pull him away, there's so much blood. So much blood. When the paramedics load Brittany inside the ambulance, she is still unconscious, and her face is unrecognizable. Anton has his head down the whole time, and two teachers each have their hands on him, keeping him from moving. The police arrive next, and when they show up, one thing is very clear. I will never see Anton ever again. 48. Now. Casey. I brace myself for the flash of blinding pain, the sting of the blade entering my flesh, the blood dripping down my neck. I have spent the last 2 hours expecting this, but that doesn't make it any less horrific. Except, strangely enough, I don't feel any of that. What I do feel is that I can now move my ankles. That's when I realize Alina has cut the duct tape binding my legs and chest to the chair. "You let me go," I breathe. Obviously, she changed her mind. Maybe after I saved her life, she decided not to torture me after all. Alina comes around the side of the chair. "Doesn't look like people come by here much, and I don't want you to die. I'm sure you can eventually get your arms free." With those words, she picks up her bag from the floor. She takes one last look around the living room, then she cracks open my front door. She stands there for a moment, staring at what I'm sure is the wreckage of my yard, a flicker of naked fear on her smooth features. "Are you leaving?" I call out. She whips her head around to sneer at me. "Wow, how did you guess?" I was certain Alina bound me to the chair with the intention of torturing me. I spent the last 2 hours imagining my slow and agonizing death. And now not only has she not done that, but she has given me a way to get free. And now she's leaving. 5 minutes ago, I would have given anything to be cut free like this. But now that I see Alina walking out the door, I realize I have failed her. I betrayed her trust, and now she's disappearing into the wilderness all alone. What will happen to her? What if she meets someone even worse than the person who put out their cigarettes on her skin? "Wait," I say. "Can we talk for a minute?" She stares at me in disbelief. "Talk? You want to talk?" She's still got that switchblade in her right hand. My gun may very well be in her backpack. She's extremely dangerous. And yet, "It's not safe to walk around out there," I say. "Lots of fallen branches, lots of mud, and all you've got are your sneakers." Again, a look of uncertainty crosses over her face, but she shakes it off. "I'll be fine." "Take my boots then," I offer her. She looks down at my bare feet. "They won't fit me." That's probably true, but I take it as a plus that she even considered it. "Let me at least make you some breakfast before you go." "Why?" "So you can wait for the phone lines to come back on and then call the police." "No, I infinity promised I wouldn't remember." "That," she says, "is bullshit and you know it." I call out once again for her to wait, but she's not listening. Instead, she walks out the front door, slamming it behind her, hard enough that the whole cabin shakes. Damn. Okay, I failed at getting through to Alina. I'll probably never see her again, and I just have to hope that the next person she comes across has a good heart. As for the drawings in her notebook, well, I may never know why she drew those things, but she didn't actually hurt me. Not one hair on my head. Now that my legs have been freed, I struggle to get into a standing position. It takes some amount of effort, but I eventually manage to rise from the chair. Of course, my wrists are still bound together, so I back up until I hit the kitchen counter. Do you know how people say something is so easy, they could do it with their hands tied behind their back? Well, I will definitely never be using that expression ever again. Nothing is easy with your hands tied behind your back. I manage to get the kitchen drawer open, and I'm about to feel around for a knife, but then I notice that the edge of the drawer is fairly sharp. I rub it against the duct tape around my wrist until I feel it start to give. I give it one good yank, and then I'm free. My arms are free. I spend about 15 seconds rubbing the circulation back into my arms, and then I grab one of the flashlights I left on the kitchen table and make a beeline for my bedroom. I look around at the sloppy pile of blankets on my bed, but what I'm really interested in is the contents of my dresser. I open that first drawer, feeling around inside. It's not surprising that the gun hasn't been returned. Alina must have taken it with her. Great. But on the plus side, she didn't shoot me with it. I'm not entirely sure what to do next, so I strip the sheets off my bed and then put them in the laundry hamper. I'll wash them once the power turns back on. The sun has not yet peeked out from under the horizon, but at least the storm has calmed down. It's still raining, but it's more of a drizzle. Eventually, I've got to get in my truck and drive to the police station to let them know what happened. I wish I had a last name or some other identifying information about Alina. All I can tell them is that a girl named Alina with red hair and freckles, and who was clearly abused, approximately middle school age, showed up at my cabin, threatened me, tied me up, and now she's gone. Maybe it will be enough if someone is looking for her, but if they aren't, the information might be useless. The power is still out. I pick up the phone, and I'm not surprised to find that the finicky phone lines are also still non-functional. I plop down on the sofa, knowing that I need to get the fire going again because the cabin is an icebox, but I don't have the energy. I feel like I could sleep all day. I reach under the sofa cushion and pull out the green notebook that I found in Aliner's backpack. I shine the beam of the flashlight on the pages as I flip through them again. God, that girl has a disturbed mind. I'm glad she never went through with doing any of these things to me. I still don't understand why she decided to target me in the first place. What could I have done? I turn to one of the pictures, and I happen to notice that the woman's eyes are drawn as black circles. I flip through more of the drawings, and this time I notice that the woman's eyes are drawn the same way in each of the pictures. And I also notice one other thing. In every drawing, Aliner made a little dot just below the curve of the woman's lips, like a beauty mark. That's strange. Why would she draw me that way? The more I look at these drawings, the more I feel like I've made a terrible mistake. My stomach sinks. Now that Aliner is gone and I'm no longer scared for my life, I become more and more certain. The woman in these drawings is not me. I have blue eyes, and although Aliner clearly had access to blue ink, she did not draw them that way. There is no beauty mark under my lips, and now that I'm looking more carefully, the woman's nose is drawn as a sharp line, different from mine. I allowed myself to panic, but there was no reason to. Aliner never envisioned my torture and death. Her wrath was aimed at another woman, someone who resembled me in scribble form. That doesn't mean I'm not worried about her. That doesn't mean I'm not intensely concerned about the woman featured in these drawings. But that girl never wanted to hurt me. I scared myself over nothing, although it doesn't explain the map leading to my home. I flip through all the pages again under the beam of the flashlight. When I finally get to the end of the book, I discover a page I didn't see the first time around. Possibly the most important page in the entire book. If she wanted the notebook back, it's because of this page. I stare at the contents of the paper, my head spinning. Oh my God, I finally understand. This changes everything. 49. Before. Yalele. My mother has to come get me at school. That's what happens when your boyfriend beats another kid half to death. Not that Anton was my boyfriend. I keep trying to tell everyone that. But Meredith's account of the situation is what everybody is listening to. I pushed Brittany, then my boyfriend lost his mind and started beating the living daylights out of her. I don't know what happened to Anton. I keep asking, and nobody will tell me. The police took him away. My mom spends forever in the principal's office, talking to Mr. Garber. I wait in one of those plastic chairs outside the office where I spent many hours during my middle school career. This is the worst, though. All that other stuff was small potatoes compared to what they are accusing me of now. When my mom comes out of the principal's office, she looks really flustered. She grabs me by the arm and hauls me to my feet. "Let's go, Ella." "What happened?" I ask. Her nails dig into my skin. I said let's go. She's obviously not going to tell me anything else while we are here, so I follow her out to her car, the used Buick that is easily the most beat-up car in the whole parking lot. As I climb inside, I can't help but think of Dr. Carter's Prius. "Am I going to jail?" I ask my mother as she starts the engine. "No." She shoots me a disgusted look. "You're suspended for a week. It doesn't sound like anyone is pressing charges, yet. So it could still happen. You know," my mother says, "that poor girl is going to need extensive facial surgery. Your boyfriend broke half the bones in her face." It seems like a million years ago that I was telling Anton that I wanted to do something to Brittany that would cause permanent damage. He was the one who told me to forget about her, that she wasn't important. Why did he let her get to him? Why? Of course, the answer is obvious. It's because she pushed me, because she knocked me down, because she said terrible things about me. I try to swallow my tears as I think about what must be happening to Anton right now. His hands were bleeding when they took him away in handcuffs. We drive the rest of the way to our house in silence. I'm glad, because I know that if I say anything else, I'll start crying. And I have vowed never to cry again in front of my mother. But then, After she parks the car and we're walking to the front door, she breaks the quiet. "I can't believe you had a boyfriend," she grunts as she digs around in her bulging purse for the keys. Her purse is as big of a disaster as our house, so it always takes her forever to find them. Worse, it was that hooligan Peterson kid. "What the hell is wrong with you, Ella?" "He wasn't my boyfriend," I mumble. "Well, he's not anymore." She finds her keys and unlocks the door, pushing her way inside. "He's definitely getting locked up in juvie for this, as he should be." A bunch of bottles topple to the floor as the door swings open, and I'm hit with a powerful whiff of rotting fruit. "Kids like that, they're trouble." "Anton's nice," I say. "He's a good guy." "He's nice." My mom looks up at me in surprise. "You saw what he did to that poor girl, didn't you?" "She provoked him." "Don't be stupid, Ella." She drops her purse on the floor of the hallway on top of a stack of paper, which is the official place for it. "Anton Peterson is not nice. If he was acting nice to you, it was only because he wanted to get in your pants. He's a bad apple, just like you." I don't know what she's talking about. Anton wasn't a bad apple, and he definitely wasn't trying to get in my pants. We never even kissed. But if Brittany hadn't walked in on us, everything could have been different. "All men are awful anyway," my mother goes on, sniffing haughtily as she turns to face me in the hallway. "Better to stay away from them completely, that's my advice. They act like they want to be with you forever, but as soon as they get what they want, they take off." Her lips twist into a bitter sneer, and I think of that guy she's been dressing up for the last few weeks. I guess he got what he wanted, and now he stopped calling. I know what that means. A lot more shopping, a lot more collecting junk. Probably another fish tank that she'll want to store on my bed so that I have to sleep on the floor. "It's not my fault nobody wants you," I say. "It doesn't mean all boys are awful." That was the wrong thing to say. My mother's eyes flash, and her hands ball into fists. "Excuse me." I'm making her furious, but I don't even care anymore. I want to make her furious. I want to have a huge fight with her so I can feel something besides this awful raw sensation in my chest. "You drove off my dad," I point out, feeling more confident as I think it all over. "You drove off Chip, and now this new guy. It's your fault we're all alone." "You got some nerve." My mom takes a step toward me, but I won't back off this time. "It's all your fault. No man wants a woman with a little brat. That's why I have to hide you in the closet, to keep you from wrecking everything." "You're blaming me," I shoot back. "You can't be serious. Who would want to live here like this with you? I sure don't." "You ungrateful little bitch," she shouts at me. "You better apologize for that right now." "I'm not going to apologize," I shout. "It's true. The only reason we're alone is because of you." If I had crossed the line before, now I have stomped all over it. And I'm glad, because she deserves it. This is all her fault. Everything bad in my life is because of her. My mother's pretty features fill with rage, and I take a step back, realizing how close we are to the hall closet. But she is too quick for me. She grabs me by the arm, hard, and even though I am fighting her as much as I can, she manages to throw me into the open closet, hard enough that my shoulder bashes into the wall. I barely feel it, I'm so angry. I bounce back, ready to fight. She slams the door closed, and a second later, the key turns in the lock. "You can stay in there until you apologize for what you said." "I'm never going to apologize. Never." "Fine," my mother's voice is seething. "Then you can just stay in there all night." With those words, my mother's footsteps disappear down the hallway. She's leaving me here without any dinner. Maybe to spend the night. It wouldn't be the first time. I stand in the middle of the tiny space, reminding myself not to panic. My fingers brush against the silver chain around my neck that Anton gave me, which I've been wearing every day. I gently tug it out of my shirt. Hanging from the chain is the small paperclip I've been keeping with me at all times. This isn't the first time my mother has locked me in the hall closet. but it will be the last. 50. I wait until I'm pretty sure she is asleep. I have to be careful. The second my mother realizes I can get out of the closet even though she locked the door, she will probably reinforce it. Maybe put some sort of chain lock at the top to make sure there's no way I can get out. So really, this is my only chance. I've got to make it count. I sit in the closet for about 4 hours, until after midnight. It still stinks of rotting fruit, even though I managed to throw out the moldy peaches when my mother wasn't around. To take my mind off the stink, I hum to myself, and I also take my time shaping the paper clip exactly the way Anton showed me. It has to be perfectly straight with that little hook at the end. That's the key. Eventually, I get to my feet and press myself against the door. I put my lips close to the wood surface. "Mom," I call out. "Mom." No answer. She's asleep. Her shift started early this morning, and she's usually asleep by midnight on early days. I'm safe. Now I've got to get out of here. This lock is slightly different from the one in Anton's closet. I practiced it a bunch more times, and I've gotten pretty good at it, but that doesn't mean I'll be able to open this one. A sweat breaks out on the back of my neck when I realize there's a chance I might not be able to open the door and I might actually have to spend the entire night here. I wish Anton were here. He would help me. He'd be able to get this door open. "You got this, Ella. You're the most badass girl I know." For a second, my eyes blur over with tears. I don't got this. I can't do it. Anton believed in me, but he was wrong. He was wrong to believe in either of us. How did everything go so wrong so quickly? It's not fair. It's not fair that people like Brittany Carter get everything and people like me get nothing. Of course, Brittany has her own problems now. Just when I'm about to throw the paper clip down in disgust, I hear a click. Oh my God, the lock is open. I did it. I told you that you could do it. I stumble out of the closet, my heart pounding. I'm almost expecting my mother to be standing in front of the closet, waiting to throw me back in there. Except this time, she'd do something so that I can never get out. But she's not here. The house is dark and silent. She must be asleep. That means I have to be very quiet. I creep over to the stairwell. As always, the stairs are crowded with papers, but there is still that path to get up and down. I climb to the top step, glancing at my mother's bedroom to make sure the lights are out. And then I carefully tip over the giant stack of papers on the top step, controlling it with my hands so it doesn't make much noise when it falls. I repeat the process on every subsequent step until every single one is almost obscured with my mother's papers. By the end, the stairs are a waterfall of old paperwork. The next thing I do is creep into the living room. The mattress couch also has a bunch of papers and clothing thrown on it, and I kick all that off so that I can get at the top mattress. Thankfully, it's a twin mattress and well worn, so I'm able to lift it without much of a problem. I mean, I have to grunt a bit, but I'm able to carry it over to the stairwell. It fits perfectly on the steps, tilted just a little. If the steps were hard to get down before, it's much harder now. Finally, I take the second mattress and lean it against the bottom of the steps, closing them off completely. I step back, examining my handiwork. At this point, the steps would be pretty hard to get down, but not impossible if somebody were motivated enough. No, more work needs to be done here. I spend the next 20 minutes stacking as much clothing and boxes of mac and cheese and power bars as I can in front of the mattresses, blocking the bottom of the stairwell off completely. The pile is almost as large as I am, coming up to my shoulders. If I wanted, I could make it twice my height. There's that much trash in just the living room. But I don't want to be doing this all night. Now there is only one more piece of the puzzle. Aside from the paperclip, there is one other item I have been carrying around in my pocket at all times. The lighter Anton gave me when he decided to quit smoking. I reach into my pocket now to fish it out. The lighter is green, like his hair. I crouch down by one of the many stacks of paper. I pick up the sheet at the top of the pile, examining the contents. Ironically, it's an email from the middle school guidance counselor, and it's about me. Ella is exhibiting significant emotional issues, and once again, we strongly urge you to sign her up for counseling. As you have not yet gotten her a therapist, we are again including a list of counselors that will work with you to see her within your budget. I almost laugh. Of course, my mother wouldn't want me to get counseling, because then I might tell someone about the way we live. Then she'd have to acknowledge what she's done to me. It's tempting to set this email on fire and toss it into the pile. But I worry about how that will look. I have to be smarter about this. My father might not be a professor of sociology, but I'm not stupid. Instead, I pick up one of my mother's cigarettes from the ashtray full of cigarette butts. I place it in my mouth to light it. For a second, my mouth fills with that awful stench, but then it's lit, and I can take it out. I throw the lit cigarette onto the stack of papers, and I wait. It takes a few seconds for the entire thing to ignite, but once the first paper catches fire, the entire stack goes up very quickly. The whole first floor of my house is filled with paper. It will burn fast. I drop Anton's lighter on our coffee table. I hate to leave something behind that he gave me, because I have so little to remember him by, but I don't have a choice. I don't want the police to find a lighter in my pocket. A second stack of papers goes up in flames. Soon, the whole house will be on fire, and I realize that there is not one thing in here that I want to save, not even one. So I walk out the door. As I stand outside the house watching the fire crackling in the window, spreading throughout the first floor of our house, the full magnitude of what I have done finally hits me. I have sentenced my own mother to burn to death, and my father is next. 51. Now, Casey. The final page in the book is another drawing. All the other drawings were of women, more specifically, one woman being tortured, but this one is a man. He is lying on the floor in a pool of blood, and there's a girl with red hair and freckles standing over him, holding a knife. And then above the drawing is a name and address. I reach into my pocket to pull out the map that I found on the floor of the living room. I unfold it and look at it more carefully under the glow of the flashlight. I realize now that I read the map wrong. I looked at it quickly by firelight, and I assumed that since the girl was here, the final location was my house. But now I realize that my house wasn't the destination at all. The final destination is another house, just half a mile away from here, Lee's house. Alina was never looking for me. She drew a confusing map and ended up here instead of at Lee's house. But he was the one she was looking for. He's the one she intends to torture, to kill. She kept asking me questions about him while she ate those chocolate chip cookies. I thought she was giving me a hard time about my love life or the lack thereof, but I was wrong. She had a different kind of interest in him, although I don't entirely understand why. And now she has left my house to go find him, and I have given her a gun. Oh my God, Lee. Not only that, but the sun still hasn't risen in the sky. Lee is probably sound asleep in bed. She'll be able to surprise him and do whatever she wants. I've got to warn him. I pick up the phone, but before the receiver even gets to my ear, I know there isn't going to be a dial tone. The phone lines are still out. They probably won't come back for days. I've got to get over to his house. It's the only way. It's possible to drive from my cabin to his, but I'd have to go out to the main road and circle back. And I don't know what the dirt roads look like right now. There's a very real chance that the truck could get stuck, blocked by a fallen tree. No, the best way to get there is on foot. I bring my flashlight to the closet and grab my warmest coat and my waterproof boots. Under the best circumstances, it takes me 10 minutes to walk to Lee's cabin. Now that all the dirt has turned to mud, I'll have to be more careful so as not to fall and twist my ankle. It will take at least 20 minutes, maybe longer. And when I make it there, it could very well be too late. When I get outside the cabin, my yard very much looks like a hurricane hit last night. Between the fallen tree and the smashed tool shed, scattered in pieces all over the grass, it does not look good. I told Ruddy yesterday that the tree was unstable, and now he's going to have to deal with it sooner rather than later. But I can't worry about that right now. I'm just glad it didn't destroy my truck. The path to Lee's cabin is through a small clearing in the woods. I start down the path, wondering if Alina took the same journey when she left the house about 45 minutes ago. She cut the binding on my ankles so that I would be able to get free, but didn't give me enough time to stop whatever is going to happen. That means whatever she is going to do, she plans to do it quickly. I've walked several yards into the woods when I see it, a footprint. This means I'm on the right path. This is where she went, and if I keep going, I will find her. As I continue walking through the woods, I start to wonder if I'm making the right decision. Say I make it to Lee's house, and by some miracle, she hasn't yet shot him dead. Then what? She has the gun. I have no way to stop her. I should have gotten in my truck and driven to the police station. That would have been the smart thing to do, but that would have taken forever. It's a 20-minute drive to the nearest police station under the best circumstances, and once I found somebody and convinced them to help me, then they would have to drive out to the cabin. That's an hour for Alina to shoot my friend in the head, or to cut off his ear and blind him. No, this is the right thing to do. I've got to get over there and somehow convince that girl that she is making a mistake. After all, why would she want to kill Lee? It doesn't make any sense to me. But then again, I always got a strange vibe from Lee. Even though he seemed nice enough and said all the right things, I never trusted the man. He knew a little too much about me. He was too interested. Also, what man remembers the birthday of a woman he isn't trying to sleep with? That alone was suspicious. If Alina hates him that much, she must have a good reason. I'm not saying he deserves to die, but someone hurt that girl badly, and whoever did it ought to get what's coming to him. After what feels like an eternity of picking my way through the woods, Lee's cabin comes into view. I quicken my pace, my boots splashing through the mud, drenching the bottoms of my jeans. Orange rays of sun are starting to peek out from the horizon. It's just about morning, but the windows of Lee's cabin are still dark, except for the one window that is wide open. I calculate the possibility that the window might have been left open independent of Alina. It seems extremely unlikely, since when he went to bed, there was a storm raging outside. He certainly closed all the windows, but he might not have latched them. If the window is open, then she must have found an unlatched window and crawled inside. She's in his home. The question is it too late? As I walk over here, I rack my brain to try to figure out why Alina could possibly be so angry with Lee. After all, it seemed like she hardly even knew him, so it seems unlikely he's responsible for the burns on her arms. Yet she despises him. She came after him with a knife, and now she has a gun. She wants him dead. It doesn't entirely make sense to me, but now I remember the conversation we had in my bathroom when she was admiring that painting of the two birds. I don't know my father. He abandoned my mother before I was even born. He's a terrible person. I believe that bad people always get what's coming to them, and now it all makes perfect sense. Alina, who never met her father, set out on a quest to find him and make sure he got what was coming to him. And her quest has come to an end at Lee's cabin. Lee is Alina's father. Now she plans to kill him, to punish him for abandoning her and her abusive mother. I'm not sure what his reasons were for not living up to his paternal obligations, but I don't believe he deserves to die for it. Not unless there's something else I don't know. I have to go in there and get Alina to see the light. I have to keep her from doing anything terrible, something she may someday regret, something that might ruin her life. And there is absolutely nobody in this world in a better position to convince her of that than me. Because I have been there, just like she has. 52. Before. Yalele. I am sitting in the back of an ambulance with the doors open, a blanket around my shoulders. A female paramedic sits beside me, a concerned look on her face. Every few minutes I start coughing. At first I was kind of faking it, but now I'm not. There's a lot of smoke in the air. It's hard to breathe. "Are you taking me to the hospital?" I ask the paramedic. She takes my hand. "Yes, but you seem okay, so we're waiting around to." She doesn't complete her sentence. When the fire trucks arrived, I told them my mother was still inside, and now I'm waiting to see if they save her. I wasn't the one who called the fire department, that was a neighbor. By the time the trucks arrived, there were flames visible in the windows of every floor, and the stench of scorched wood filled my nostrils. Although it smelled good compared to my mother's cigarettes or those rotten pumpkins, she couldn't have gotten out. There's no way. Could she? The firemen are looking real hard for your mother, she says tenderly. If she is in there, they will do their best to save her. I close my eyes, squeezing out a few tears. I imagine my mother waking with a jolt to the sound of the fire alarms. I imagine her running down the hallway and then seeing the mess of paper all over the stairs. I imagine her brown eyes widening as she realizes the situation, then trying to get down the stairs the best she could. Maybe she slips and falls, almost making it, but then hitting the wall of mattresses. I imagine her realizing that she was going to burn to death in a house with all her junk. And that it's all happening because of me. A man in a police uniform approaches the back of the ambulance. He glances at me, then crooks his finger at the paramedic. She climbs out to talk to him, and the two of them speak softly together. I try to make out what they're saying, but it's too loud. My ears are still ringing from all the sirens, but there's a grim expression on his face. The nice paramedic climbs back into the ambulance with me. She throws an arm around my shoulders and gives me a squeeze. I'm so sorry, sweetie. I look up at her. It sounds like, she winces, your mom didn't make it. For a moment, I can hardly believe it. I knew what I was trying to do, but I didn't believe it would work. I sit there, unsure how to react. Cry, stupid. At first, it's tricky to get the tears started, but once they do, they come fast and hard. Big soggy droplets run down my face, and I wipe them away with the back of my hand. My mother is gone. She took care of me my whole life and loved me in her own way, even though she wasn't very good at showing it, and I killed her. If only she hadn't started caring about things more than she cared about me. She didn't used to be that way. When I was little, she loved me best of all. This never would have happened if she hadn't changed, and now that she's gone, I have nobody. Not Anton, who is locked away somewhere because he was trying to defend me. Everyone who cared about me in the whole world is gone. The paramedic wraps her arms around me in a hug. I sob into her shoulder, soaking the material as she strokes my hair. Oh, honey. Oh, Ella, it's okay. Cry as much as you need to. She hugs me for the next few minutes until the tears gradually subside. I finally pull away, wiping my eyes as I sniffle loudly. She produces a tissue from her pocket, which I use to wipe the snot from my nose. The policeman is still standing there, patiently watching our interaction. All these people are so nice. Sometimes I forget there are good people in the world. I'm so sorry, the policeman says gently. We're going to take you to the hospital, but we'll contact your family to come meet you there. Good luck with that. I have no family. Nobody who cares about me. Not anymore. The paramedic squeezes my shoulders. I'll ride with you, Ella. I'll stay with you until your family arrives. Yeah, doubt it. Can you tell me your full name, please? The officer asks me. I wipe more tears from my eyes with my dirty tissue, swallowing down a lump in my throat. The paramedic and the police officer are watching me, waiting for me to answer. I'm Ella, I finally manage. Then I think better of it and give my full name. Elizabeth Casey. 53. Now. Elizabeth Ella Casey. Yes, I killed my mother. She was a miserable person. Miserable to the people around her, and miserable herself. It wasn't until I was older, though, that I understood she had a disease that made her behave the way she did. Although the cigarette burns on my arms were all her. The years I spent with her, especially the last several years, were a type of hell, which is why I stopped going by the name that she gave me, Elizabeth, and started going by my last name. I was that desperate to leave my old life behind. As far as I am concerned, burning to death was too good for her. Yet it was the wrong thing to do. I let my poor impulse control get the better of me. She deserved to pay for what she did to me, but it's been hard living with the fact that I was the one who took her life. It's been over 20 years, and I still wake up from that nightmare that I am in that house, on fire. I should never have killed her. I should have told an adult and let them move me someplace safe. My point, though, is that I understand why Alina is angry. I have felt that same anger. I have lived with it for years, and I know what she is feeling. I know that she is liable to do something stupid right now, and I don't want her to do it. I don't want her to have to see it in her dreams every night. Although when I think of all the blood on her clothing when she showed up at my house, I'm afraid it could be too late. Even though I'm certain it will be locked, I try the knob for the front door. It doesn't turn. I actually have a key for Lee's cabin in my kitchen, but I was in too much of a panic to remember to bring it. I think about knocking, but instead, my gaze goes to the open window. I'm bigger than Alina, but I think I could still climb through. I touch the silver chain that I still wear around my neck, weighing my options. I haven't picked a lock in a very long time. I could still do it, I'm sure of it, but not when time is of the essence. The window will be faster. Except as soon as I start climbing through that open window, I deeply regret my decision. I also regret every cookie I have eaten in the last year. By some miracle, I squeeze myself through the open frame, but I lose my balance halfway through, and I end up sprawled on the floor of the living room. And when I look up, Alina is standing over me, an unreadable expression on her face. My Glock is in her right hand. "What are you doing here, Casey?" she says flatly. I slowly sit up, careful not to make any sudden moves because I don't want to spook her. Where is Lee? Still asleep. She has obviously been sitting in his living room, working up the nerve to do what she has dreamed of doing for God knows how long. I'm sure he'll be up soon. I keep my hands in the air as I slowly get to my feet. I need her to know that I have no intention of hurting her. "He's your father, isn't he?" She crinkles her freckled nose. "How did you know?" "He didn't mention me, did he?" The hopefulness in her eyes breaks my heart, but I can't lie to her. "He didn't," I admit, "but I figured it out. Also, you look like him." She does. Now that I know the truth, the resemblance is obvious. The hair is different, but she has his eyes and his nose. "So you know," she says, "how he left me and my mother, before I even had a chance to know him. He left me with that monster." "I know your side of the story, but I don't know his. We don't know his reasons for leaving." "What reason could possibly be good enough?" she bursts out. "We won't know until we ask him, will we?" I raise an eyebrow at her. "You really don't even want to give him a chance to explain." She sneers at me. "You don't get it." Actually, I pull up my coat sleeve, revealing my bare forearm underneath. This is what I came here to show her. The pattern of cigarette burns doesn't look that much different from hers. I do get it, believe me. Alina's eyes widen, but before she can respond, the sound of the bedroom door squeaking open grabs our attention. She swivels her head and raises the gun just in time for Lee to emerge from his bedroom in his checkered pajamas. His light brown hair must sleep still in his eyes. But he's fully awake when he sees the girl in his living room, holding a gun. "What the?" He looks between me and Alina, trying to work out what's going on. "Casey." "Don't move." Alina shakes the gun at him. "I want to see your hands in the air." Lee has a baffled expression on his face as he raises his hands above his head. This must be a misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. Alina's voice is flat. She is struggling to suppress her emotions, but I can see the seething hatred in her eyes. "You're Lee Traynor." Lee keeps his hands in the air. He still looks more confused than scared, which is a mistake. "Yes." Alina's hands tremble. "You abandoned me and my mother. You left us. And now you're going to pay." "Whoa." Lee starts to lower his hands, but Alina takes a step closer to him, and he gets them right back up again. He looks over at me, his eyes wide. "Casey, do you know what's going on here?" Shake my head. I came out here to save my friend, But now that we are both here and Alina has the gun trained on him, the truth is I'm curious to hear what he has to say. I want to know why he did what he did. My dad always said there's nothing more important than family, and she has been betrayed by hers. For his sake, I hope he has a good explanation. Let's just calm down here. Lee's voice shakes slightly. He finally gets how serious this is, that she might actually kill him right here, right now. Please tell me, what's your name? Alina stamps her foot on the ground in a gesture that makes her seem much younger than I suspect she actually is. You know my name. You're my father. Lee sucks in a breath, raking a hand through his already messy hair. I really don't, I'm sorry. Are you sure I'm your father? Alina's face is turning the same color as her hair. Yes, you think I'd make a mistake about that? No, of course not. Lee's face is flushed too. I'm sorry, but please help me out here. Tell me your name. Alina Kettering. She frowns at the look on his face. Everyone calls me Nell, but of course, you wouldn't know that because you abandoned my mother before I was even born. Lee's face is still blank. Your mother? My mother is Jeline Kettering. The color drains out of Lee's face. Jeline. Well, looks like he's going to own up to it after all. Oh God, he murmurs, swaying on his feet. She asked me for money, but she never told me. Tell me why you did it. There are tears now in Alina's, Nell's eyes. Tell me why you left us. She points the gun straight at him, and the whole room goes completely silent except for the patter of raindrops outside while we wait to hear what Lee has to say. He stares at her, his mouth hanging open, struggling to come up with an answer. Her rage seems to build with each passing moment of silence. Oh my God, she's going to kill him. I don't know if I can stop her without getting shot myself, but I have to try. Nell, I say as calmly as I can, using the nickname she prefers now that I know it. Please just put the gun down and give him a chance to explain. Please, Nell. No, she doesn't lower the gun even a centimeter. I want to hear why he abandoned us. I want to hear now. I didn't, Lee stammers. He looks at me helplessly. Nell, I swear I. Don't lie, you know her. You admitted it. Lee, I say calmly. I want him to survive this, but I don't think he truly knows what this girl is capable of. I'm the one who saw her covered in blood and that soaked cloth in her bag. Tell her the truth. Nell, he's fighting to keep his voice steady. I'm sorry, but the truth is I never even dated Jeline. I know her, but we never, what I'm trying to tell you is I'm not your dad. I can't be. It's not possible. He pauses, looking her straight in the eyes. I swear to you. Why do you think I am? Because I found your name. Nell looks between the two of us, hysteria mounting on her face. Her hand holding the gun wobbles, and I'm terrified it will go off by accident. It was in the folder with my birth certificate, your name and old address and phone number. Why would she put that in there if you weren't my father? Because, he says, she was dating my brother. He must be your father. Like I said, she did contact me right around when you were born looking for money, but she never told me why. I thought it was a scam because that's the kind of person she was. That must be why my name was in the folder with your birth certificate. I had no idea that she... Nell's forehead scrunches up. She looks like she doesn't believe him, but at the same time, I'm sure she recognizes her evidence that he's her father is flimsy at best. Then, where is he? Where is my father? Lee stares at her a moment, as if struggling to figure out how to deliver a piece of terrible news. Finally, his shoulders sag. I'm so sorry, Nell, he says softly, but my brother has been dead for a really long time. Nell stares at him for a moment. Then she falls to her knees and dissolves into big, soggy tears. 54. The good news is Nell surrenders my gun. The bad news is we can't get her to stop crying. She buries her face in her hands, her small body shaking with sobs. Lee looks at me helplessly, and I crouch down beside her. I put my arms around her, remembering the way that nice paramedic hugged me after my mother died. Well, after I killed her, we need to calm Nell down. That's the first thing we have to do. The second thing we have to do is figure out where her mother is. Because we know that her father is dead. At least we know she didn't kill him. I managed to coax her to the sofa. She's still sobbing, her face bright red and full of snot. I sit down on one side of her, and Lee grabs a box of tissues for her, then sits on her other side. He's still in his pajamas, but he doesn't make any move to go change. "I'm so sorry, Nell," Lee says again. "My brother never even knew about you as far as I know, if he had." "When?" Nell looks up at him, gasping to speak through her sobs. "When did he die?" 12 years ago, he says. "How old are you?" "I'm 12. Lee gets a really sad expression on his face. "He told me your mom was pregnant, but he thought she lost it. I thought so too. I had no idea." How did he die?" "Car accident." He bows his head. "He was just driving along, and another car blew through a stop sign and hit him. Just one of those things." A few more tears run down her cheeks. "Were you close with him?" "We were." Lee hands her a fresh tissue from the box. "He was my hero, honestly. I would have done anything for him, and I know he would have wanted me to help take care of you. So if your mom needs help." His statement elicits a fresh wave of tears. She sobs into her hands. Lee looks like he's not sure what to do, so I rub her back, making circles with my palm. "Nell," I say, "does your mom know where you are?" She shakes her head slowly. "Is she looking for you?" I think," Nell looks up at me, her pale eyelashes heavy with tears. "I think she might be dead." Lee's blue eyes fly open, but I'm not nearly as surprised. I saw Nell when she first arrived, covered in blood. I also knew that nobody put out an Amber Alert. I have been bracing myself for a confession like this. She was having a really bad fight with her boyfriend. She wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. She and Jax fight all the time, mostly just yelling and screaming. I wish they'd break up, but he gets her drugs, so she stays with him. I flinch, already itching to call Child Protective Services, even though there's no phone service. She was mad at him because she thought he was cheating on her, Nell continues. She kept screaming, and then she was hitting him. I don't know what happened, but the next thing I knew, Jax grabbed this switchblade he keeps in his pocket, and then I think he stabbed her. She looks up at me, desperate for me to understand. She was mean to me a lot, but I didn't want her to die. I swear I didn't. She shakes her head violently. I put my arm around her and let her cry, remembering how awful my own mother was to me when I was her age. Her story feels so much like my own in so many ways. Except, of course, I absolutely did mean for my mother to die. There was so much blood, Nell squeaks into my shirt, which is now wet with her tears. I tried to help her, but I didn't know how. And then Jax started acting like I was the one who stabbed her. He said, "What did you do, Nellie? They're going to send you to jail." "That's ridiculous," I burst out. "It's not, though." She wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. "I always got in so much trouble at school for fighting, and I had her blood all over me, so I ran." She peeks a look over at Lee. "Except I didn't know where to go. But I remembered your name and address, and when I went there, this maintenance person said you moved out, but he knew your new mailing address, and I looked up a map in my phone. So, here I am." "With a gun," Lee says, still clearly rattled from having the Glock pointed at him. "I wasn't planning to use it." Nell turns her face into my shoulder, avoiding his eyes. "But in the time it took me to hitch over here, I convinced myself that." She takes a shaky breath. "Well, you didn't want me when I was a baby. I figured you wouldn't want me now, and I got mad." Lee looks like he doesn't know what to say to that. He rubs his temples with his fingertips, like he's trying to make sense of all this. "We need to call the police," he finally says. Nell curls up in a little ball on the sofa, crying into her knees. I have stopped her from hurting Lee, but the girl may have lost her mother. And the fact that her mother was a terrible person who hurt a defenseless child doesn't make Nell miss her any less. But there's a chance that Jeline Kettering is still okay. Yes, she was stabbed, but that doesn't mean she's dead. Although, to be fair, that was a considerable amount of blood on Nell's clothing. So much blood, as Nell noted. Please don't call the police. She looks between the two of us, the urgent desperation plain on her face, like she thinks we're going to call right this minute, even though the phones are out, like she thinks she'll be locked up any moment. They'll think I did it for sure, and if she's alive, she'll probably tell them I did it to protect Jax. Nobody will think you stabbed your mother, Lee insists. You're only 12. Please, she is almost feverish now. I don't want them to take me away. If they don't put me in jail, they'll put me in a foster home. Nell, Lee begins, but before he can say whatever he was going to say, I cut him off. Since the phone lines are down, I'll go to the police station myself, I volunteer. I'll tell them everything that happened, and I'll make sure they know you're safe with family. I'll make sure they won't hurt you or take you away. You can't promise that, Nell sniffles. I do promise. I lay a hand on my chest. I infinity promise, Nell. Let me handle this, and it will be all right. I'm a teacher, and it's my job to protect children. Casey, Lee frowns, like he doesn't entirely trust me either. Maybe I should go talk to the police. No, I say calmly. You should stay here with your niece. I will deal with it. God knows I've done it before. Lee lets out a long sigh. He knows he has a long road ahead of him. If Jeline Kettering is dead and so is the girl's father, he might be the next of kin. She is his responsibility if he is willing, and he may not be willing. Nell, he says quietly, do you have any aunts or uncles or grandparents you can stay with? Slowly, she shakes her head. It all feels painfully familiar. But Lee doesn't miss a beat. I need you to know then that if your mother and father are both gone, I will be there for you. I will be your guardian if that's what you want. I promise you that. I look at Lee with a newfound respect. He seemed like a decent enough guy, but I always suspected there were things about him that he wasn't telling me, and it made me want to stay away from him. But now he's offering to step up for a child who isn't even his, and I can see in his eyes that he means it. Lee is a good man. Casey is going to have the police check on your mom, he says. In the meantime, do you want to look at some pictures of your dad? I've got lots of them. Nell nods slowly. She is still tearful, but she doesn't look like she's about to hyperventilate. Maybe she'll be okay after all. Lee doesn't know it, but I'm going to make sure of that, because I'm not driving to the police station. I have very different plans to ensure that Nell doesn't have to suffer one more day at the hands of that miserable woman. It's time for the misery to end. 55. Before. Yalele. I am strapped into the passenger's seat of my social worker's SUV, traveling 60 miles per hour in the direction of New Hampshire. My social worker is named Amara. She is a big woman with close-cropped, curly black hair and lots of comfy padding who likes to envelope me in great big hugs. When we first met, that was the first thing she did. She hugged me for, 5 straight minutes. At first, I didn't like it, but then by the time she let me go, I wished I could have stayed in the hug longer, and there were tears running down my cheeks. You poor thing, Amara said to me. You have been through so much. She wasn't just talking about losing my mother in the fire. She knew about the hoarding. She knew that I was dangerously underweight. She knew about the cigarette burns on my arms. She didn't know everything, or else I'd probably be wherever Anton is right now, but she knew a lot. Anton is doing okay. Not great, but good enough. I haven't seen him since that awful day, and I'm not sure I ever will again because he'll be in juvenile detention for a very long time, but he wrote me a letter telling me he was surviving. I wrote a long letter back to him, and Amara swore she would get it to him. I told him that even if we couldn't see each other, we would be pen pals. I really, really miss him. We're almost there, Amara informs me as we turn off the highway. My stomach clenches. We have been driving for over an hour now, and I have been dreading this moment the whole time. But unless Amara crashes this car, which I don't think is very likely, we are going to be at our destination any moment. The town looks quiet, quieter than Medford. I see a couple of kids riding their bicycles and a handful of people driving by in cars, but the whole place has a small town kind of vibe. I decide it wouldn't be a terrible place to finish growing up. Although a lot depends on the person I'll be living with. Amara finally parks in front of a small apartment building. She kills the engine and turns to look at me, her dimples popping as she smiles. "So, Ella," she says, "are you ready to meet your father?" Am I? I smooth out the pink skirt that Amara helped me pick out for this occasion, and I adjust the headband that is holding back my red-brown hair, which becomes more brown than red every day. I offer her what I'm sure is a super weak smile, but I'm trying. "You look great," she assures me. "He's going to love you." My mother told me my father disappeared after getting out of prison, so I assumed going to live with him was not an option. But when Child Services told him what happened and that I needed a home, he was apparently extremely eager to take me in. He told Amara that he came to my mother years ago, after first being released, wanting to have a relationship with me, and she refused to let him. She told him he was no good, and she didn't want a jailbird to be part of our family. Really, she was probably just scared he would make her get rid of all her junk. And now I'm supposed to go live with this man who I have never met before but who is apparently my father. And also, he went to prison for assault, although he has apparently been an upstanding citizen since the time of his release. To say I'm terrified is an understatement. He has a nice apartment, Amara says. Very clean. It's only one bedroom, but he said he'll sleep on the couch and you can have the bedroom. He's going to be looking for a 2-bedroom. Okay, I agree. I like the clean part best of all. We climb out of the car and enter my father's apartment building. He's on the 3rd floor, so we take the elevator upstairs. I've got a little suitcase with me full of clothing that Amara helped me buy. This is everything I own in the world. I don't have very much since it all burned down in the fire. I don't mind losing all my stuff, though. It all smelled like rotten pumpkin anyway. I'm starting to panic by the time we get to the door of the apartment. My hands won't stop shaking, and a billion thoughts are running through my head. After all this time, I'm finally going to meet my father. He's really my father. They even did a test where they swabbed the inside of my cheek to make absolutely sure. But really, he's a complete stranger. What if I don't like him? What if he doesn't like me? What if we like each other fine, but he snores really loudly and keeps me awake all night? What if we like each other, he doesn't snore, but he likes terrible music and wants to play it all the time? When I get in my head like this, it seems almost impossible that everything will go well. A second later, the door swings open. A man of about 40 stands there, a nervous smile on his lips. My father, I guess. I've been so scared about meeting this stranger, but now that I am looking at him, he looks super familiar to me. I don't know why, though. "Hi, Elizabeth Ella," my father says. "Hello," I say softly. We just stand there in silence for a few seconds until Amara bursts out. "You two look so much alike." Now it finally hits me. The reason my father looks so familiar is because he looks a lot like I do. His face is similar to the one I see looking back at me in the mirror. He has the same blue eyes, the same red-tinged brown hair, the same nose with the slight bump on the bridge, the same shape of his chin. And when Amara says that, he beams like she's paid him the highest compliment. "I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Ella," my father tells me, speaking quickly like he's excited or nervous, the way I sometimes do. "I called your mom a dozen times, and she wouldn't let me talk to you. I even showed up at the door, but she said she would call the cops if I did it again, and since I was still on parole, I was worried I'd go back to prison. She even tried to convince me you weren't mine, but I never believed that for a second. You're a dead ringer for my mother. God rest her soul." A fresh wave of resentment toward my mother washes over me. There are days when I feel regret over what I did, but that vanishes in an instant. I should have done it sooner. We have a lot of catching up to do. His smile widens. "Please, won't you come in?" Amara and I enter his apartment. The first thing I am struck by is how neat it is. The sofa is spotless, the carpet looks like it has been recently vacuumed, and there isn't a speck of dirty laundry in sight. It's the diametric opposite of the house where I used to live, and I love it so much. Amara leans in to whisper in my ear, "What do you think?" I can only nod happily. Before we drove out here, Amara swore to me that if I did not feel up to it, I would not have to stay this first night, that she would take me with her on her way out. When she is ready to leave, my father looks at me. "What do you think, Ella? Do you want to stay here with me?" The answer is obvious. I couldn't imagine going back to the group home when I have a chance to stay here. Yes. Good. His eyes crinkle when he smiles in a way that I have already come to love. Because I want you to stay here with me. There's nothing more important than family. I agree, and I finally feel like I am with family who cares about me here with my father. "Do you know what an infinity promise is?" he asks me. I shake my head. "It's the strongest kind of promise," he says. "Sometimes people promise things and don't mean it, but when you make an infinity promise, you have to keep it forever." He looks me in the eyes. "And I want you to know that I infinity promise I will always be around to take care of you." "What happens if you break an infinity promise?" "Well," he says, "you get dysentery." Everything is different after that. My father isn't perfect. He's an ex-con and recovering alcoholic, but he tries his best to give me a good home. There's always food in the refrigerator, and we do end up moving to a 2-bedroom apartment where I get my own space, and he never once tries to lock me in a closet. He knows what Amara told him about what my life was like back in Medford. He sometimes tells me how sorry he is. He only walked away because he thought my mother was taking good care of me, and he didn't want to mess up my life. If only he had known, he would have fought to get custody of me. "I'm so sorry I didn't do more to help you, Ella." He also apologizes to me for the terrible thing he did that got him sent to prison in the first place. Eventually, I open up to him about all the terrible things that happened in my mother's house. At first, I just tell him a few details. The rotten food in the refrigerator, all the millions of papers in every corner of the house, being locked in the closet for hours on end. But over the years, as I grow to trust him more, I reveal more details about my life. And one night, when I am 17 years old, I tell him about my last night living in that house, and how I burned it all down with my mother inside. The second the words leave my mouth, I'm sorry I said it. My father and I have become very close, but it was too much to admit something like that. He won't understand. He'll think that I am sick, that I should be locked away. It's a thought that even I myself have sometimes. But when the truth comes out, he takes my hand in his and gives it a squeeze. "Good girl, Casey," he tells me. "She deserved it. I almost forgot that this was a man who beat another man badly enough to land him in the hospital. That's why he went to prison in the first place. He admits to me that the man he assaulted was not just a random man in the bar. He had discovered this man was sleeping with his girlfriend, my mother. When someone deserves bad things, he says, it's sometimes up to you to dispense justice. My father taught me a lot of things over the years. But this is one piece of wisdom I will never forget." 56. Now, Casey. Nell wrote down the directions to her house and gave me a key, both of which I am supposed to hand over to the police. I will not be doing that. Instead, I drive past the police station and head in the direction of Massachusetts. If Lee knew what I was doing right now, he would lose his mind, but he doesn't understand. He hasn't been an educator for many years and seen the things that fall through the cracks when it comes to child abuse and neglect. He never lived with my mother. That's why I had to lie to him. After the storm last night, I was worried I might get stuck on one of the smaller roads leading to the highway, but luck is with me, and it's not as bad as I feared. The rain has completely stopped, and although there is some flooding, I haven't run into any of it. This is going very smoothly. I can't wait to meet Nell's mother. While I skate along the highway toward my destination, I can't help but think back to the day I lost my teaching job. Ever since I moved out here, I've done nothing but try not to think about it. But now I allow myself to relive the day it all went wrong. It all started with Cara Saharil. Carissa was in my class for about a month when she bent over to pick up a colored pencil, and I noticed the bruise on her back. It looked suspiciously like a belt buckle. Another bruise appeared shortly after and more on her little arms, and Carissa's explanation never quite satisfied me, especially paired with the fact that the girl barely spoke. She flinched whenever I came near her. I reported the case to Child Protective Services, of course, but nothing ever happened. Then one day, Carissa came in with a bruise on her neck, a bruise that looked like someone had wrapped something around her neck and squeezed. I told the principal about it. By then, I was frantic because I believed Carissa's life to be in danger. I was furious when the principal reiterated that we had reported it to Child Protective Services, who found no wrongdoing. It was their job to investigate, not ours. Except Carissa's father was a police officer. Obviously, he had some sort of pull and kept the girl from being removed from her dangerous home situation. That day, when Carissa's father waited at the drop-off location to pick her up, I refused to turn her over to him. I couldn't do it, not with those terrifying bruises on her neck, not when she clung to my legs. Again, the principal intervened and delivered Carissa to her father. And I suppose that could have been it. It might have been it, except my father had just died 2 months earlier, and I was not handling it well. That is to say, I grabbed a baseball bat that was lying with other sports equipment in the field next to the school, and I went to town on Mr. Harrell's car before anyone could stop me. Eventually, they did stop me, which might have been a good thing since the next thing I would have done was turn the bat on Mr. Harrell. If I'd done that, I might be living in a jail cell rather than a cabin in the woods. The principal told me I was lucky he didn't press charges, but I was obviously fired. The worst part, the real kick in the teeth about all this, is that I didn't help Carissa. I found out from a friend who is still at the school that she is still with her parents. That's what keeps me awake at night. My father would have been upset with me for what I did with that baseball bat, making a scene, because those are the kinds of things that get you in trouble. That's what sent him to prison, but he believed in doling out justice. He never once judged me for what I did to my mother. He understood that it was what she deserved. This time, I will be smarter. 57. Nell's house key is in my jeans pocket. As I cross the border into Massachusetts, I think about what I'm going to say to Jolene. She and I need to have a little talk about what she has done to her daughter and what she will do next to protect her, starting with getting rid of Jax. Of course, if she is already dead, the talk will be very brief. Problem solved. Jolene Kettering lives in a small town. The basement apartment she is renting might cost even less than the cabin where I'm living, though it's likely a close call. The entire house looks like it is one broken shingle away from being condemned. The first floor of the house is dark. Good. Nobody else is home, which means nobody will hear us. As I round the side of the house to get to the entrance to the basement, I can't help but think of my own house growing up, which looked nice on the outside, but was horrifying on the inside. As often as I have nightmares about the fire, I have even more nightmares about the inside of that house. And this is why I don't have a boyfriend. Who could spend the night with me when I wake up screaming half the time? Certainly nobody I have dated so far. I park around back, pulling up behind a broken-down Pinto. I climb out of my truck and walk up to the door to the basement apartment, which is down 3 steps. I start to pull off my leather gloves, which I use when I drive, but then after a moment of hesitation, I leave them on as I knock on the door. No answer. I knock a second time and wait a few minutes, but then I dig into my pocket to get the key. I fit it into the lock and push my way in. The house is cluttered, but nothing out of the ordinary. The stench of cigarettes is in the air, covered by a layer of air freshener, but on the plus side, I don't smell the rot that comes with the decay of a body. "Ms. Kettering," I call out. "Jolene." No answer, not a good sign. I walk through the living room, stepping over some cardboard boxes stacked up near the kitchen. I get a whiff of something rotting, and for a moment my heart sinks. Is she dead? But that smell is familiar to me, even though the stench of a decaying corpse is not. It's spoiled food rotting in the kitchen, not a human being. And when I get to the kitchen, sure enough, there she is. Jeline Kettering is a sturdy woman in her late 30s, with bleached blonde shoulder-length hair and a square jaw. She has dark brown eyes and a small beauty mark below her mouth that I recognize from those horrific drawings in Nell's notebook. In real life, Jeline and I don't look much alike, but I can see how the childlike sketches of her might have resembled me. But the most important thing of all about Jeline Kettering is that she is very much alive. Well, perhaps very much is an understatement. But she is alive, and I am glad. Jeline is in the corner of the kitchen, dark red blood staining the front of her glittery pink tank top, which looks better suited for a girl 20 years younger. Her skin is very pale and clammy, and her breaths are shallow, but she is sitting up. Her eyes are open to slits, and when I enter the room, she looks up at me. "You the paramedics?" she asks in a hoarse voice. I don't know how I look like a paramedic, considering I'm wearing a big puffy coat and hat. But this woman is not in her right mind. She has likely been in and out of consciousness on her kitchen floor since yesterday. If nobody came to check on her, she'd probably be dead in another day or two. "Yes, I'm the paramedics," I say. "It's about time. I've been yelling my head off since yesterday." I clear my throat. "Are you okay, ma'am?" "Do I look okay?" she snaps. My gaze flicks down to the blood staining her shirt. A lot of it is dry, but there's also a glisten of fresh blood. She's still bleeding. "What happened?" I ask. She hesitates, probably not eager to incriminate her boyfriend. "None of your business." I doubt she'll ever come clean about what Jax did to her. Nell was scared her mother would tell the police that she was the one who stabbed her, but I doubt she'd do that. Even though my first concern is always for the child, I recognize a lot of their parents are having a rough time. Jeline was clearly struggling to get through life, and nobody has ever been there to help her. "Do you have any children, ma'am?" I ask, hoping to get her talking about Nell. She shoots me a look. "That's none of your business either." I feel a flash of anger. Doesn't she even care that her 12-year-old daughter is gone? Isn't she the slightest bit worried? "I just want to make sure that the welfare of any children on the premises is taken care of," I clarify. I'm giving her one more chance to prove that she loves her daughter. "Yeah, I got a kid," Jeline says, "but she's rotten. Never learns her lesson no matter how many times I try to teach her. Good riddance to that one. She's a bad apple, bad to the core." A bad apple. How many times have I heard that phrase about myself? Jeline tries to get up but gasps in pain. I wonder how long she's been trying to get up for. "Why are you asking me all these questions anyway? Where is the gurney? I need to get to the hospital." I walk past Jeline to the small table in the center of the kitchen. Jeline's purse is lying on the table, gaping open. I rifle around in her purse while she narrows her eyes at me. "What are you going through my purse for?" she snaps at me. "Let's go to the hospital now." Finally, I find what I've been searching for, a crumpled pack of cigarettes. I'm pleased to find there are still a dozen cigarettes left in the pack. I place one between my lips, shove the rest of the pack into my pocket, then pull out the lighter in her purse. I wish I still had the lighter Anton gave me. It's the one thing I'm sorry I lost in that fire all those years ago. "Hey," she says, "what are you doing with that?" "Hang on," I tell her. "I'm just having a quick smoke." Jeline watches me light the cigarette, her breathing ragged. She can't quite figure out why I'm smoking her cigarettes, but she doesn't have the energy to yell at me. The smoke fills my lungs, and it's all I can do to suppress a cough. It's my first time smoking a cigarette, and it's every bit as vile as I imagined it to be. I crouch down beside Jeline and take a second drag, then blow the smoke directly into her face. "Hey," she snaps at me. "You mind putting that out?" I arch an eyebrow. "Why?" "Because I'm injured." "So?" She gives me a funny look. "I said put it out. or else I'm going to file a report. Sure, I say, no problem. I grab her arm and press the lit end of the cigarette deep into the soft flesh of her forearm. She howls with pain and tries to yank her arm away from me, but I'd be stronger than her even if she weren't weak from all the blood loss. I don't let her go until the flame has been extinguished. What the hell is wrong with you? She screams at me as she cradles her injured arm. That really hurt. Oh, I know exactly how much being burned by a cigarette hurts. She tries again to get up, but between the stab wound and her burned arm, she isn't going anywhere. Aren't you supposed to take me to the hospital? I'm reporting you to your boss. I almost laugh at how ridiculous her statement is. I'm not a paramedic, Jolene. Then she looks me over, and for the first time, a flicker of fear passes over her sallow features. What are you doing here? I look up at the kitchen counter. There's a knife block there, full of extremely sharp blades. But when I look at the painfully thin woman squirming on the linoleum floor, I don't think I need them. No, the pack of cigarettes will do just fine. You know, I say, there were bruises all over your daughter's arms. Would you like to tell me how that happened? She narrows her eyes at me. How do you know Nell? I meet her gaze, staring at her until she looks away. Answer the question, Jolene. Beats me, she finally grunts. That kid is always asking for it, and it looks like someone finally taught her a lesson. I retrieve the pack of cigarettes from my pocket and pull out another smoke. I use the lighter to light the second cigarette the same way I watched my mother do it 1,000,000 times when I was a child. It's hard to use a lighter with my leather gloves on, but there's no way I'm taking them off. As soon as it's lit, I pull it from my lips before too much smoke gets into my lungs. We're going to play a little game, Jolene, I tell her. I'm going to ask you some questions, and every time you lie to me, I'm going to light another cigarette. I pause. But before I light a new one, I'm going to have to put out the last one. Jolene's eyes widen, her legs kick in vain. You're a psychopath. What the hell is wrong with you? You know, I say, when a child is found to have cigarette burns like Nell does, the culprit is almost always an adult family member. Beads of sweat form on her clammy forehead. Why are you asking me all these questions about Nell? What are you blaming me for? I'm the one who got stabbed. Last chance, Jolene. I hold the cigarette between my thumb and forefinger. How did Nell get those cigarette burns? I don't know, she growls at me. She's a stupid kid. She probably did it to herself. I smile. Wrong answer, Jolene. I press this next cigarette into the delicate skin on the back of her hand. Jolene howls like she's being scalded. I hold it there for as long as I can, and when I pull the cigarette away, the skin underneath is red and raw. You're crazy, she gasps. Oh yes, I say, but at least I don't hurt defenseless children. A tear falls from Jolene's left eye. I know exactly what she's feeling right now, how bad she's hurting. I have burned both her arms, and she's not sure which one to devote her attention to, and that on top of the stab wound in her belly. I reach into the pack of cigarettes and pull another one out. Then I light it. No, she manages. Please, no. She tries to bat at me, but she's as weak as a newborn kitten. At least she's not blind like a kitten, although I've got plenty of cigarettes left, so that may very well change. Jolene, I say quietly, did you burn Nell with a cigarette? She opens her mouth, but before she can get any words out, I say, keep in mind, this next one is going out on your face, so you better not lie to me. I can actually hear the woman swallow. Fine. Her voice is trembling as she whispers her answer. I burned Nell a couple of times, but believe me, she deserved it. You don't know what that little brat is like. She never ever listens. These rotten kids, you have to teach them a lesson. I stare at her, the smoldering cigarette still between my fingers. It's what I knew I'd hear from her, but I wish she had said anything else. I wish she'd told me she loved her daughter instead of telling me she was a brat. Maybe if she had, I could have put the cigarette down. "Why are you still holding that?" she gasps. "I told you the truth. You promised me if I told you the truth, you'd stop." I stare down at Jeline, cowering on the kitchen floor. I never thought I could hate someone as much as I hated my mother, but here we are. "No," I say. "I definitely never promised." 58. I drive straight back to Lee's house. Jeline will not be sharing our little adventure today with anybody else, or sharing anything with anybody else, especially the lit ends of her cigarettes. All those cigarettes are gone now anyway, and it turns out those knives on the kitchen counter were useful after all. What can I say? I am a sucker for child abusers getting what they deserve. I spent the first half of my journey home checking my rearview mirror for the flashing lights of police cars. After I crossed back into New Hampshire, I relaxed a little. Nobody was following me. Nobody was coming after me. Once again, I have gotten away with murder. I spent the second half of the journey trying to figure out what I'm going to say to Nell. I have to be very careful. She loved her mother, and she might not realize yet how much better off she'll be without her. I've done her a massive favor, but she might not see it that way. I haven't quite figured it out when I knock on Lee's front door. He comes to open it a minute later, and he looks tired, though at least he's changed out of his pajamas into jeans and a sweatshirt. "Well," he says. "She's dead," I blurt out. His face falls. "Oh. I'm sorry." "Jesus." He runs a hand through his hair. "What did the police say?" "Nell isn't in any trouble." I pulled over at a gas station about 5 miles from here, which has one of the last remaining pay phones in the country, and I placed an anonymous call to the police. I'm not sure if they've discovered the dead body yet, but I feel confident Nell won't get the blame. After all, she's got an alibi. She ran away from home and spent the entire night at my cabin. Also, who would believe that such a young girl would kill her mother? He glances over his shoulder at where Nell appears to be fast asleep on his sofa. We need to tell her, but I hate to wake her. "Don't wake her up. This is the kind of thing that can wait." "Right, I don't know how to." "Do you want me to tell her?" He shakes his head. "No, I'm her uncle, her only family. It should come from me." I respect him for stepping up and taking responsibility, even though he hardly knows the girl. But he looks terrified. He looks more scared of this than he did of the storm. Funny how a 12-year-old girl can do that to you. "Here, what you do," I say. "Make sure she knows she's not in any trouble, and that she has a home with you as long as she wants it." She does have a home with me as long as she wants it. His face turns slightly pink. "And I think it'll be a better home than the one she had. Did you see her arms? I swear to God, Casey, if I were in a room with that woman, I'm glad he saw that. He knows what she's been through, and maybe he can help her heal. That's all in the past now. I think back to 20 years ago, to the way I felt when my mother was gone and I showed up on my father's doorstep. Right now, you just need to make sure she knows you will be there for her no matter what." "I will," he nods soberly. "Thank you, Casey." "Good luck, Lee." He closes the door and goes back to Nell. I hope that he lets her sleep a little longer, because when he wakes her up and tells her that her mother is dead, her childhood will be over. 59. The power comes on in the evening. The timing works out well, because the sun just went down, and I was getting ready to break out a new set of candles. But then suddenly, the room is bathed in the artificial glow of my lamps. "Let there be light." That's what my father used to say jokingly whenever he would turn on the light in a dark room. "Let there be light. Miss you, Dad. I'm glad I got to spend those years with him after my mother's death. I took his name a year after I moved in with him. Legally, I am Elizabeth Casey Carter, although I have pretty much entirely dropped my first name. Nobody has called me Elizabeth or Ella in years. Most people don't even know it's my first name. I make myself some dinner now that the stove is working again. Nothing too fancy. I just heat up some canned beans and some canned hamburger I find in my pantry. Don't laugh, but it isn't as bad as I thought it would be. A little salty, but edible. Just as I'm finishing up the last of my dinner, there's a knock on the cabin door. My first thought is that it must be the police. Somebody saw my truck and wrote down the license plate when I was outside Jalene's apartment. Or maybe somebody spotted me making a phone call at the gas station. Or there was some hidden camera I didn't know about. If it's the police, I don't know what I will say. I don't have an alibi. Lee and Nell saw me leave, and I was gone for a long time. I'm sure forensics will accurately reveal the time of death. Actually, I'm sure the fresh blood will give it away. No expert analysis will be required. My heart is pounding as I walk over to the cabin door. But when I look through the window, I don't see any flashing lights. If it is the police, they haven't come to arrest me. I yank open the door, and my shoulders sag at the sight of Ruddy's lanky frame. It's not the police after all, it's just my landlord. He's standing in the doorway, wearing a rain jacket, his worn baseball cap pulled down low enough that I can barely see his eyes. What is he doing here? "Hi, Casey," Ruddy says in his raspy voice. "Can I come in?" I take a step back, my entire body on high alert. I'm not sure how I feel about surprise visitors, especially when I just left a dead body for the police to find. And my last interaction with Ruddy was tense, to say the least. He might be looking for some payback. Then again, he's my landlord, and I've got a roof that needs fixing. So I step aside to let him in. As Ruddy enters the cabin, I observe the limp he's got on the left. He mentioned having a bad knee once. If he tries anything again, I'll go straight for that left knee. Cut him down before it even starts. "So," he says, "how did you hold up in that storm?" "That's what you came here to ask." His gaze rests on the phone sitting on the end table in my living room. "I had to come over. Your phone is still out." That is true. I still have no way to contact the outside world, and Ruddy knows it. I can't help but squirm. "Looks like the roof held up," he notes. "No thanks to you." He scratches at his ear, a hangdog expression on his face. "Casey, I'm sorry. I was just flirting like I used to when I was young, and I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I deserved what you did to me." That's the last thing I expected him to say. I wonder if he came to it on his own, or if someone else set him straight. "I accept your apology." "Honest to God," he says, "I was worried sick about you all night long. I should have insisted you stay at a hotel from the start." I study his features. He seems like he means it. He really was worried. I allow my body to relax, although it's hard. I'm going to be tense for a long time to come. "Well, I made it through," I say. "You were right, the roof held up." Ruddy's face breaks into a yellow-toothed grin. Not one of his teeth is in proper alignment, yet it's an oddly endearing smile when he's not checking me out. "I'll come fix it tomorrow. Don't want you to get endangered by any other storms. And I'll call someone to take care of that tree too." Actually, Lee said he wants to fix the roof. Although I wonder if he'll have time now that he'll be assuming sole responsibility for his niece. He throws back his head and laughs. "Boy, he's sure sweet on you. Why didn't you just live together in the first place? I know you want your own space and all, but it would have saved you some money." I shake my head. Lee and I are not a couple. I barely know him. He was just being nice. "What are you talking about, Casey?" Ruddy's laughter has been punctuated with a rattling cough. "I'm so glad I never started smoking. He knew all about you when he moved in." What do you mean?" I say slowly. "He was asking me questions about you, by name. I remember he said, 'The woman in the other cabin, Elizabeth Casey.'" My stomach sinks. That's not what I wanted to hear. How did Lee know about me before he moved in? And why did he refer to me as Elizabeth Casey when that's no longer my legal name? I always suspected something wasn't quite kosher about his interest in me, but he's won so many points with me today, I convinced myself I was being silly. "What did he ask?" I croak. "Can't say I remember most of it," Ruddy replies, "but I do remember one thing. He asked me if you were here all alone." Oh my God, So anyway, he continues, if Lee is going to be fixing your roof then. No, I interject. Lee is not fixing my roof. I need you to do it. Ruddy doesn't seem thrilled by this turn of events, although he quickly agrees since it's his job. Truth be told, Lee would do a much better job on my roof than Ruddy would. But all of a sudden, I am not eager for Lee to set foot in my house again, even on the roof. 60. After Ruddy leaves, I can barely keep my eyes open. I didn't sleep at all last night, and the night before, I was having those nightmares about being on fire. If I don't get some sleep soon, I'm going to get sick. But just as I'm heading toward my bedroom, there's a knock on the cabin door. Of course, the first thought that again pops into my head is that it's the police. How long is it going to be before my heart doesn't start racing every time I hear a knock at the door? But when I get there, I see the one person who I want to see even less than the police. It's Lee. Hey, I say. Hey. He's wearing his black beanie, and he puts his hand on it, almost ready to take it off but waiting for permission. Can I come in? I don't take a step back from the door. Maybe we should just talk here. His voice is almost cold. That's fine with me. He has a strange, stony expression on his face that is unreadable. Especially after what Ruddy told me about him, the whole thing makes me uneasy. Why was he asking questions about me? How did he know who I was before I moved in? He doesn't look familiar to me. At least, I don't think so. How is Nell? I finally ask. Did you tell her? I told her. How did she take it? Lots of tears, but she seems okay now. I'm sure she's got a lot of therapy in her future. We'll get through it, though. I'm sure you will. Yeah. He still has that funny expression on his face. I can't quite tell what he's thinking, and it's making me nervous. Everything okay, Lee? Not exactly. My stomach churns, and I'm suddenly very glad I didn't invite him inside. I quickly scan Lee up and down, wondering what I'd do if he attacked me. He's a lot bigger than Ruddy, and I get the feeling he'd be ready for any of the moves I learned in my self-defense class. What's wrong? I manage. So here's the thing. He cocks his head to the side. The power came back on, as you've noticed, and Nell and I were watching some TV, and there was a news story about her mom being found. Oh, as if I needed another reason to hate television. Wow, that must have been hard. Yes, he frowns. Except in the news story, they kept saying that Jeline Kettering was killed today. Today, not last night, not yesterday, today. Huh, I say, as if I find this perplexing. Well, maybe she got stabbed yesterday, but didn't die until today. You think? Lee and I stare at each other. As our eyes connect, my stomach sinks. He knows. Oh God, he knows. He knows what I did. He knows everything. But even if he threatens to turn me in, what can I do? Maybe I set my mother on fire and gave Jeline the same pain she dished out, but I wouldn't do anything to hurt Lee. I'd never do that. Nell needs him. Will he rat me out to the police? I have no idea. I don't know Lee at all, even if he apparently knows me. I'm not sure what you think happened, I finally say. I know I was gone for a little while today, but I was at the police station. He blinks at me, knowing very well how easily this lie will unravel. It would be easy enough to prove I was never at the police station. My alibi is non-existent. You never went to the police station, Casey, he says. I know you didn't. Any hope that I might have misread him flies out the window. He's really doing this. I keep my voice even. What do you mean? Well, he says in a slow, pointed voice, you were with me and Nell all afternoon at my cabin, so you couldn't have gone to the police station. Or anywhere else. How could you be in two places at the same time? What? That was the last thing I expected him to say. I stare at him. Lee. Nell and I were both with you all afternoon, he says, more firmly this time. We both agree on that. You were never out of our sight except to use the bathroom. So like I said, You couldn't have ever been to Jalene's apartment. And if there's ever a police officer asking about it, I'll make sure they know that. Thank you, I say softly. I've got your back, Casey, he says. I hope you know that. I appreciate that. Also, he says, it's just my opinion, but anyone who could do what that woman did to a little girl doesn't deserve to be alive. When he says it, his eyes flicker down to my arms. At some point, he must have seen my own burns. I'll have those forever, a reminder of that awful woman. I'm glad he doesn't say the words, though. It's the last thing I want to talk about. Anyway, he says, I better get going. I don't want to leave Nell alone for too long. You're going to do a great job with her, I tell him. And if you need any help, I'll be here. Anything bra or period related, I'm your woman. He cracks a smile, the first I have seen from him the entire day. Thanks. Believe me, I'm going to need all the help I can get. What the hell do I know about raising a teenage girl? Well, the first thing you need to know is that it's going to be horrible, I say, but it's also going to be great. And I'll be over all the time to help. You're going to be completely sick of me. I don't think that's possible, Ella. I smile back at him. For a second, I allow myself to feel a surge of happiness, which lasts for exactly 2 seconds until something very unsettling hits me. He called me Ella. A smile has never vanished so quickly from my lips. You called me Ella, I spit at him. Why? Lee's blue eyes widen. I'm sorry, he says quickly. But that's your name, isn't it? Your first name. I saw it on a letter on your kitchen table. My first name is Elizabeth, actually. The name Ella wasn't on my letters. Nobody has called me that in years. Well, I'm sorry. He drops his eyes. I guess I just. He doesn't complete that sentence, which is just as well, since I can't imagine what bullshit explanation he could possibly come up with. I narrow my eyes at him. Do we know each other? Sure. You're my closest neighbor. No, I mean from before you lived here. He shakes his head without hesitation. Not that I know of. I fold my arms across my chest. Ruddy told me that when you first met with him, you asked about me, by name. Did he? He doesn't bat an eye. Casey, he's clearly remembering wrong. Is he? Sure, it's not exactly the first thing Ruddy's gotten wrong. Didn't he leave you in a huge storm with a roof that was about to cave in and an unstable tree that could have killed you? Lee was thrown for a moment when I first called him out on saying my first name, but he got his composure back, and now he's sticking to his story. I study Lee's features, his crystal blue eyes, the beard concealing the bottom half of his face, his tousled brown hair. For a split second, I feel a flicker of recognition, but before I can grasp it entirely, it's gone. No, I don't know him, and if he somehow knows me, I can't imagine how. Anyway, he says, I'm heading out now. But maybe you'll come by sometime tomorrow. I will, I say. I promise. I want to see how the two of you are doing. Lee turns around and heads back outside. He turns once to wave to me. I wave back. Then he disappears into the clearing in the woods that connects our cabin. I still don't trust him, but that's okay, because I don't trust anyone. Epilogue. 6 months later. Casey. I'm teaching Nell how to play poker. She's scarily good at it. That girl can look me in the eye and lie her pants off. I'm almost certain she doesn't have anything good in her hand, but as she takes a bite of her scrambled eggs and raises me 2 chips, I can't be sure. Well, she grins at me across Lee's kitchen table. Will you see my bet? I think about it for a moment, then shake my head. No, too rich for my blood. Nell's face lights up, and she grabs the contents of the pot. I have to say, even though I hate losing, I love to watch her win. I do wonder if she had something better than 2 pairs, though. I guess I'll never know. She always refuses to show me her hand when I fold. Lee wanders into the kitchen, wearing a pair of old blue jeans and another of his checkered shirts. He cracks a smile at the sight of us. Yep, this is what I love to see, Casey. You teaching my niece to gamble over the breakfast table. Wholesome. After Jeline Kettering's body was found, no other next of kin came forward, and Lee stepped up as Nell's legal guardian. She's been living here with him ever since the fateful night of the storm, and as far as I can tell, she's been flourishing. She's even gained 15 pounds and no longer looks so skeletal. She's finally found an adult that she can trust, and although there's still a lot of healing left to do, she's well on her way. I should know. I never got in trouble for Jeline's death, and neither did Nell. I kept expecting the police to show up at my door, and I wasn't sure if my alibi would hold up. As it turned out, Jeline's boyfriend had a wrap sheet the length of my arm, and he was stupid enough to keep his shirt with traces of her blood still on it. Maybe Jax wasn't the one who finished the job, but after stabbing his girlfriend and leaving her for dead, his arrest seemed well deserved. As for me, I kept up my part of the bargain and have been at Lee's cabin all the time to help out. We discussed it, and we decided to homeschool Nell for the rest of the school year, so I've been the one taking that on. She's an incredibly bright girl, and I've loved getting back into teaching. But for next year, Lee is planning to move back to town to let Nell attend the local school. Anyway, Lee looks down at his watch. I better head out, but I'll leave the two of you to your super fun schoolwork. Yuck, Nell says, even though she actually loves her classes. She just likes to pretend to be difficult. He grabs a piece of toast off the pile I made on the center of the table. I used to offer to make him a full breakfast, but he always says no, so I just have some toast available to go. How about this? When I come home tonight, I'll bring home pizza. How late? Nell asks. Not too late. Her lower lip juts out. You're always late on Fridays. What are you doing so late every week? Lee's ears turn pink for a split second, and I almost would have missed it if I weren't watching him carefully. Hey, I have a job to do. Somebody's got to pay the bills around here, kiddo. She's right, though. Every Friday, he comes home late, and he always shrugs and says he's working. But whenever I call him, the phone goes straight to voicemail. I used to think that it was probably a girl he was seeing, but I don't think that anymore. I don't know what he's doing, but I've learned to accept there are things about Lee's life that he isn't ready to share with me. Nell gets out her notes for the day, and I walk Lee to the door like I do every morning. Even though I still live at my own cabin, I am here quite a lot. I don't sleep here, but other than that, I am here morning through night 7 days a week. As we get to his front door, Lee turns to smile at me. I ironed his shirt for him, and he looks very handsome this morning. I've been thinking that more and more. I always noticed he was attractive, but lately, I've been getting that tug every time I look at him. I think about him all the time, and when he gets home late, I miss him. Yes, I'm technically here to help with Nell, but Lee is the one I can't stop thinking about. I'm starting to wonder if I've been depriving myself from relationships for too long. Yes, there are things about him I don't know, but one thing I do know is that he's a good man. My father would have approved. So, he says, as he lingers at the door, I'll see you later, with pizza. Yes, I say. He wants to kiss me. I can see it in his eyes. I haven't had a boyfriend in a long time, but that look is unmistakable. He stands there for a bit, and I can tell he's thinking about it. I take a breath, waiting for him to press his lips against mine and make our relationship official. I've been scared of this, but I'm realizing that a life with Nell and Lee is all I've ever wanted. But he doesn't kiss me. He reaches out instead and gives my arm a squeeze. Then he smiles awkwardly. Bye, Casey. See you tonight. I watch him walk out to his truck and climb inside. I don't quite understand Lee Traynor. He's a good man. He's proven that many times over. But sometimes he's a bit of a mystery. Where does he go on Fridays? Why won't he kiss me when I know he wants to? But at least he's never called me Ella again. When I return to the kitchen table, Nell has her math textbook on the table. It's a thick book, which thankfully has answers in the back, because my knowledge of 7th grade math is admittedly a bit rusty. Nell is probably better at solving the problems than I am. So, I say as I slide into the seat next to her, ready to get started. She nods eagerly. I did all the practice problems last night, and all my answers were correct. Good for you. She really is better at this stuff than I am. Okay then, let's continue where you left off. Nell has a bookmark in the textbook, and she flips it open to the last page she was working on. But I notice it's not actually a bookmark. She used a photograph to hold her place in the book. What's that? I ask her. Oh, that's a photo of my dad that Uncle Lee gave me. She picks it up and looks down at the faded photo with undisguised affection. He made me promise to keep all the photos safe in my room, though, so they don't get lost. I better put it back. It hits me that in the last 6 months, Nell never shared any of the photographs of her father with me. It obviously means a lot to her. Math can certainly wait. Would you like to show me the picture, Nell? I ask her. She smiles shyly. It's very old, from back when he was my age. I return her smile. I'd love to see it. She gingerly slides the photograph across the table to me, as if it's a piece of delicate artwork that might be destroyed with improper care. I pick up the slightly faded color photo as the boy gazes back at me. Oh my God, I can't believe this, yet it all makes a terrible sort of sense. I stare at the photograph, my head spinning. Nell is looking at me expectantly, waiting for a comment, but my throat is closed off with grief. I can't believe who I'm looking at. After all these years. My fingers fly to my neck, to the silver chain that still hangs there. I still keep a paper clip hanging from the necklace, always tucked into my shirt for safekeeping. So I'll always have a way to escape a bad situation, and so I'll always remember him. Casey, Nell says anxiously, why are you crying? How can I explain it to her? How can I tell this girl that the boy who was her father was my very first friend? That I loved him in my own way, a way I've never quite felt since then. That I've missed him every day since the police hauled him off in handcuffs. And now, somehow, he's dead. Lee. It's visiting day at the prison. I know the drill by now. I go through the metal detectors, but the guard doesn't give me the usual spiel most visitors receive because they all recognize me. They call me by my first name. I've never missed a week in nearly 13 years. I can't. I wait in a seat behind the glass enclosure. Sometimes they keep me waiting here for up to half an hour before he comes out, and usually I don't mind. I don't have much to do in general, but today I do. I drove 2 hours to get here, and it will be 2 hours to get back. It's a long time to leave Nell alone, and I'm anxious to get home as quickly as possible. It still feels strange having a responsibility other than myself. Strange but good. So I'm grateful that only 5 minutes pass before a guard leads my older brother to the seat across from me, on the other side of the clear glass. Like always, he's wearing a tan jumpsuit, his head shaved like it's been for the last 5 years. But I'm glad there are no new cuts or bruises on his face. I hate it when I see that. He picks up the phone on his side of the glass as I do the same. Hey, Brad, he says. He's the only person in the world who calls me that anymore. After high school, Bradley became just plain Lee. Like Casey, I wanted to leave my old life behind by changing my name. Hey, Anton, I say. Anton's blanket instruction has always been that if anyone asked about him, I should tell them he's dead. He doesn't want anyone to know he's spending his life in prison. He insists on it. Day after Nell first arrived, I went out to my car to call my brother from my cell phone so she wouldn't overhear. I begged him to reconsider and let me tell his daughter that her father was still alive. It killed me to tell her that lie, but it was Anton's right to decide. He gets to control so little these days, so I allow him this. He told me he didn't want Nell to know he's in prison, so I won't tell her the truth until he gives me the go-ahead. It might never happen, though. After all, he's in here for the rest of his life, and I owe him. I owe my big brother so much, but the fact that he's still alive made it easier for me to get guardianship over Nell. I brought him the papers, and he signed them. I promised him I'd take good care of his daughter. How is she? He asks. She's doing great, I say. She's a good kid. A smile touches his lips. He doesn't smile much these days. Did you bring a picture? Once a month, I bring Anton a new photo of Nell. The one I brought this week is from when we were playing Scrabble together, me, Nell, and Casey. I've got plenty others with Casey in them, but the photo I brought features only Nell. The guard has approved my bringing in the photo, and now I put it in the bin that sends it across the glass to the other side. Anton grabs for it, and as always, he studies the photo for a full minute. She looks so much like me. Yes, I see it too. When he was a kid, Anton had red hair, which he hated. As soon as he could, he started bleaching it and then dyeing it different colors. Except for her eyes. Genetics is funny. Both my parents and Anton have brown eyes, but mine are blue, so are Nell's. I wish I could see her. He squeezes his eyes shut. I wish I could be there for her, Brad. I wish. Anton has been in prison for nearly 13 years now. I was 17 years old at the time of his sentencing, 1 year away from being able to move out and be on my own. I wish I had taken Anton up on his offer to move in with him before it all went down, but I wanted to finish high school. Then one day, our dad came home drunk and beat the crap out of me. It wasn't bad enough that I had to go to the hospital, but he knocked out 2 of my teeth. I had one eye swollen shut, and my ribs were covered in bruises from his boot. I never got it checked out, but I'm pretty sure he broke my nose because it's been crooked ever since that day. That's why as soon as I turned 18, I changed my last name. I didn't want to have anything in common with that man. The next day, when Anton found out what our father did to me, he lost it. He drove out to the bar where my father was currently getting drunk, and he beat him to death with his bare hands. Anton had been lifting weights for years, and he always talked about how one of these days he was going to be ready for our dad. He was ready all right, too ready. They called it first-degree murder. All my life, my older brother was my best friend. He taught me everything. He protected me from my father when he could. He played with me when nobody else would. He taught me how to shave. But I wish he hadn't done something to get himself sent to prison for his entire life. I bet he wishes it too. I'll take care of her for you, I tell him. I promise. He nods gratefully. And how is Ella doing? 6 months ago, I rented a cabin near Elizabeth Casey Carter, who I usually think of as Casey now. I did it because Anton read a news story about Ella taking a baseball bat to a police officer's car. He called me the next day. Brad, I need you to keep an eye on Ella Casey. She means a lot to me. Please make sure she's okay. I remembered Casey from when she came to our house a bunch of times when I was only 8 years old. She was, in fact, my first crush before I even knew what that meant. Casey and Anton exchanged letters for a long time while he was in juvenile detention for what he did to that girl when he was 13. They lost touch, which was partially his doing. He thought she was better off without him, but he still thinks about her. And when he asked me to keep an eye on her, I took the responsibility seriously. But now things have changed. I'm in love with Casey. I think about her all the time. I've never met anyone like her, and the urge to grab her and press my lips against hers is almost more than I can bear sometimes. I never really thought about settling down before, but when I look at Casey, I see my entire future with her. It's keeping me awake at night, but I can't kiss her, not yet. I can't make a move without my brother's blessing, because even though I love her, he loved her first. But I think he'll tell me it's okay. He wants me to be happy, and he certainly wants Ella to be happy. Sometimes I think that's why he sent me to watch over her, because he knew we'd end up together and I'd be good to her like she deserves. And then when he tells me it's okay, I'll drive straight home and press my lips against hers before I even step through the front door. I'll marry her if she'll have me. Brad. Anton is giving me a funny look. What's wrong? Is Ella okay? She's fine, I manage. Great, actually. I can't ask him, not today. He's been having a hard enough time dealing with the fact that he'll never see his daughter. I can't take Ella away from him right now. It wouldn't be fair. Also, part of me is scared he'll say no. He'll tell me he doesn't want me to be with Casey. And if he says that, I'll have to respect his wishes. If he asks me not to, I won't lay a finger on her. He's my brother, and I'd do anything for him. There's nothing more important than family. The end.